Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. We've been having a good time on this platform last few days and everything. So, like I said, by the end of the month, this live stream will be done. I don't know if I'll ever come back with live stream invited guests ever again. We'll see how it goes. I might come back, but I got other things that I'm working on, other platforms I'm trying to work on. I got invited to join a radio station, some of my partners, right, that I got into DeVille radio station, my good friend, Chris Seabutter. And basically these guys got their own radio station, internet radio station now. And they told me they wanted somebody that could do talk and what I do. They listened to my show for years on Gangsterville Radio, and they said they watched this. They said, "Man, Carla, we got to have you on." So I don't know. I'll see how it goes, because I know that platform is going to be monetized and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that that outreach and everything, that transition. I want a bigger audience. I do believe my message can compete with anybody's message out there. Because I'm real. Most of these people are not real that you see online. And I guess obviously they say the internet is where people listen to. And obviously, there's something void here because we have people coming and going. You have people coming up talking about, oh, Tariq Nasheed's a new messiah, blah, 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 FBA. Let's build a Hidden Codes Museum. Whatever happened to that? No one's talking about it anymore, We had Akon, famous rapper, gangster rapper, whatnot, talk about, we need a Wakanda. He's going to have an Akon City tethered to a coin. And he actually, see, the whole thing is why I'm mad about that is because now the next time somebody comes along with an idea to build a city, state, whatever like that, they're gonna automatically bring up Akon. Oh, it's another Akon. Oh, it's another Dr. Wakanda City. All these kind of fools. Only because people, right? You are people that are hard headed. I tell you, the only person you should listen to on this is the College Genesis, the College Nation. But you keep defying me and going around it. They didn't really fail. You're sitting there like, oh no, because you refuse to believe what I'm saying because I don't have a large platform. I'm not getting tens of millions of dollars or whatnot. So I must not know. That's the mentality of black people, right? We only listen to people that's really big and got a huge platform. So therefore the white man knows that. He knows all he has to do is put the right people in front of you, uh, uh, boost them up in your mind's image, give them press coverage, give them everything, make them seem like that, and you'll follow them. That's in a nutshell. But when somebody comes to you humbly and have ideas, you don't even want to listen to my ideas. Why? Because don't have the coverage and stuff like that. So yeah. PB Bob's being an ass in the charities that call you got 800. Yeah, like I said, look, I only got 899 subscribers, followers on this chat forum, but I got a large numbers of people who listen to me all over the world. Don't go by my YouTube channel. I'm basically known throughout, my radio days, Blog Talk Radio, social media, and stuff like that. My name is out there. So this I'm just new to YouTube like this. I've only been doing live streams for a year, and that's not bad. 99 followers. But the whole thing is this: other people got their own little followings, and whatever it is, if that's what's bringing you happy and everything like that, I really do. I really do think people will support somebody that ain't doing nothing. The people that are comfortable in their bullshit, they'll support somebody that's not doing anything because they don't have to give nothing up. One thing you know about me, right, is I do require you to give something up. When everything becomes a sacrifice, you got to give something up. There's something you got to be holding. There's something you have to give up to seek salvation. To seek deliverance. There's something you're holding on to. Let's go higher, Frenchie. There's something you're holding on to. Something they're holding you back from seeing freedom, liberation, deliverance, and salvation. And you don't want to give that up. It could be your whoremongering. It could be your drugs. It could be alcoholism. It could be the love of the white man. It could be the love of the American flag and the lies, the lie called America. You know, it could be unrealistic expectations of Pan Africanism. Whatever it is, there's something holding you back from being delivered. See, once I discovered what was holding me back, I'm free. I'm a free man because I don't let nothing hold me back. I get rid of whatever is holding me back. Because I know once you know the truth that's in your heart, look, if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not right. If you don't feel enough right in your spirit, like some people tell me for the longest time, they're like, all the time we're getting all these insults from people from the Caribbean, Africa about our community. We're being told, oh, Black Americans are lazy, blah, 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 and all this kind of stupid shit like that, right? And people are like, wait a minute here. I thought we were supposed to, it's about Pan African. So why are people attacking us? If people are gonna talk about is what do I need another black person telling me I'm the worst thing in the world? I got the white man to tell me that. So therefore, a lot of people didn't understand. Maybe people like, well, maybe yeah, and people start. I even did it right. I started attacking my own people, talk about yeah, man, black people in America, and I began exalting Africans and all these other people. When I did not say, then I started looking around. Right, I'm looking at who actually does the hard work in this country, who actually really has the real achievement in America. It's our people. So why was I led to believe that? I led to believe it. So I have a change of heart. I am not going to put my own people down anymore. I am not going to friggin' exalt other people. I praise other people when they do right, and I'll condemn other people when they do wrong. But I'm not going to friggin' let people tell me my people are bad. Yeah, we got some people that are act ghetto and ratchet in our culture, but like I told you last night, we live in a matrix. We live in a world where Black America is probably the most advanced, beautiful civilization Black race ever produced. At the same time, in the same matrix, right? Depending on what door you open or what chamber you walk into, there goes the YNs, the Bunquishas, and all stuff like that. Then you step right out of it and go back into normal, what I call the collar land. You go right where life is beautiful and lovely in Black America. So we navigate through this matrix every day. 1 minute we're in paradise, and the next minute we're in hell. It's a matrix. It's a matrix. But the whole thing is this: we can't let the negative side of the matrix dominate. Thing YME's young N words. These are people that's the dudes that's effing up the communities, or they call YNs, young niggas. That's what YN means. So you got the YNs out there. Yeah, they're there, but there's also a lot of young people who are doing the right thing. Young kids, I see young Black kids are working jobs, They're working at McDonald's, they're going to college, planning for college, they're going into the military. So you got both of those at the same time. But people choose to only look at the YNs and that one part of the matrix, Black America is very complicated. Yeah, you on one hand you got Black people that's doing beautiful things, beautiful life, everything like that. Then you got that side of Black America that's not doing so well. It all depends on where you at. What time of day it is, what doors you walk through. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. So yeah, yeah, the loud minority. The people in Black America, there's like 10% of the Black people in America that's committing 90% of the problems, you know? But that's basically like this. Yeah, most kids are good kids. I agree with that, Rico. Most kids are out there, Black kids are out there, beta parents, beta teachers. And I can't stand when people make it seem like Black kids are just so bad, out of control, and all stuff like that. Then you give credit to what people think if a cop shoots one of them or not, they're justified, you know? And, I'm not going to tolerate people talking about our people no more, because you're putting our people in danger by talking like that. Because enough white people, look, there's a lot of white people out there who have no problem with telling the police that do whatever you got to do to keep me safe against those people. So when the police blows your Black kid's brains out, right, the first thing they're thinking of, he's a YN, like this. Like it's Carmelo Anthony. This kid was an honor student. He was an honor student, and he was basically didn't want to get picked on. Now you got people out there talking about, particularly a lot of black immigrants, about he's a thug, something like that. Why you? I get it. You want to score points with the white society and stuff like that. You want to see things, and you got some stupid black people in America like Charleston White. He's a thug and all stuff like that. Well, the bottom line is this: if this kid was going to put his hands on him, right, and he's like a kid, 135 pounds, it's like sometimes kids get tired of being bullied, you know? We didn't take that shit seriously when they talked about bullying a decade ago. They talked about kids being bullied. Well, the difference between Carmelo Anthony and those other white kids take a gun, automatic weapon, and go into school and shoot like 50 people. That's the difference. Carmelo Anthony just said, I'm going to deal with my bully and tormentor right then and there. I'm not just trying to justify what he did and everything, but the bottom line is this: we have to look at the situation, So it is what it is. Easier to spin or is against a person or group of people. Yeah. Yeah. White people, yeah, that's what they do. I appreciate Abraham. Yeah, white people do that. They got the whole world thinking they're some innocent people when they're basically the most dangerous group of people the world's ever seen. White people are the most dangerous thing. They killed more people. They're the most violent people on the friggin' planet, but they have a way of making themselves. And that's why I can't stand when people come over to America and they buy this bullshit narrative about everybody, black people being criminals and ungrateful and that. The most dangerous people in American history are friggin' white Americans. The white American is probably the most dangerous group of people the world's ever seen. The most destructive group of people the world's ever seen. And they're menace to the world of peace and the world society. These white Americans, you know, everything world conflict could have been avoided. Whether it was World War One, World War Two, the Korean War, and everything, white people in America, Wall Street banks, and all these other people chose war, and they chose to send us to their war. Look, there's nothing binding us to America. Nothing. We go out there and fight for their white America's loot. They go everything. Now these people are actually talking about coming to fucking Africa and building military bases over my dead body. That's what I say, over my dead body. That'll never happen as long as I'm around. Kyle, you were completely wrong. Not just American, Kyle, you're completely wrong. Every single one of them. Yeah. Yeah, I know all of them are like that. But I'm saying the white American is the worst. The white American's the worst. I'm sorry. I don't have any experience with the British. I don't have any experience with the French. I don't have any experience with the Germans, the Russians, whatever like that. I know this motherfucker here in white America, is the worst thing God's ever created, for eternal tormentor, you know. So everywhere around the world, yeah, I know they're like that. But the bottom line, these white Americans are the worst. They're the worst people on the planet. I don't give a damn how they don't like it. I ain't saying all of them are bad, but for the most part. Offer tantrum. Yeah. You mean must be talking about offer the Tatum. That dude's a clown. Man, talking about he wants to throw hands on black men and whatnot. That dude, somebody made see, they try to make it seem like all these guys, the Hodge twins and Candace Owens, were about no. These are anti-black people, who basically are told to hate their own people and whatnot, and they go out there and they want to actually do violence against their own people to appease white people. The real liberation is growing your food and without chemicals. I don't know. But PB Bob, man, what the fuck does that got to do with anything? Growing your own food without chemicals. Okay, yeah, whatever. So it is a Michael just should have vested. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Everybody was coming here with throwing out chat. We're talking about liberation here. You know, Genghis Khan and the Mongolians are pretty violent. Yeah, but I'm talking about in modern times. Those are friggin' the Middle Ages. You know, the Middle Ages, the modern times is supposed to be. Genghis Khan never had a so-called Age of Reason, Age of Enlightenment. Genghis Khan never had a Protestant Reformation. All these things, you know. Genghis Khan never wrote a document that said all men are created equal. You see the difference? Mr. Sandman, Mr. Mantan, Sandman shuffling. The other people throughout time that never said that Uh, or we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by a creator. Genghis Khan never said that, but it was the people who held people in chains and bondage said that. That's the hypocrisy. That's why I say the whole idea of America is a lie. You know, yeah, Sandman shuffling. Yeah, he's a shuffling Sandman. You know, remember at the Harlem thing? Sandman, get him out of here. You know, he comes out there. You know, Westfield stage. You know, Sandman, get him out of here. You know, what's it called? Showtime of the Apollo. And Sandman comes out there do his Sambo dance and rush you off the stage when that Sandman, get him out of here. That's so freaking funny. Yeah, I try to be a wordsmith, you know. But yeah, so we're gonna talk about what tonight's topic is: Black America, the rise, the fall to a renaissance. You know what a renaissance means? Renaissance means rebirth. I do believe we're gonna have a rebirth in our African American culture. It's gonna go through a rebirth, you know. We're gonna go through a rebirth. You know, we rose, we fell. You know, unfortunately, uh, integration and Pan Africanism, both of them were part of the Black America's fall. You know, both of them failed us. Both of them didn't work. You know, so now we need a new renaissance in thinking, a renaissance in learning, a renaissance in enlightenment and building and stuff like that. We can't go by the same things anymore, you know, because the world has failed us, you know. So we have to think outside the box in the future, you know. We have to realize that, you know, like I said, I have this one video that I'm going to play. It's very, very disturbing. Hold on. Where's my freaking phone? Hold up. It's very disturbing. I talked about Alice Walker last night, but Only Logic did a video about Alice Walker. I knew she was bad, but I had no idea she was this bad. And you ask yourself this question: someone who really demented and crazy like that hated black men. I don't know what happened to Alice Walker. Maybe she was molested or raped when she was younger. But when you got people that instead of coming out and say I did trauma, like Oprah was molested, you know, and so therefore these people are given major publishing contracts. They're given movie rights. The movie Color Purple, which was a single-handedly started the negative image of black men and sort of deified the black woman as victims of black men. Before The Color Purple came out, black men and black women were together in the struggle. We were the same. Black women are rejected for the most part feminism. That made it seem like black women were oppressed like white women. No, most black women rejected feminism. They said we're down with our brothers in the struggle. But people like Alice Walker, Nikki Giovanni, and all these other people were recruited by the CIA, Gloria Steinem, and all stuff like that to wage war on the black family. Right now, you see the destruction of the black family. It was total complete. Now it's time to rebuild the black family. It's time to rebuild black men and black women's relationships. You know, based on the fact that the black woman is our sister and we got to get back to that, treating our women like sisters again. And black women got to get back with this idea that they're going to try to put something over on the brother. And yeah, I'm going to try to use him. All this thing. They try to use women for sex and women try to use men for money, all stuff like that. For a generation that had just basically destroyed black culture, destroyed black America. Now it's time for a renaissance. And we need a renaissance in black relationships. We need to see black love again on the big screen. We need to see black love in literature. We need black men and black women to swallow their pride and say, you know something, both say I was wrong about this, and black women say I was wrong about this too, and let's move forward. Stop with this idea that you're going to run in the hands of the white man. It's just sick. The number of black women, you can just look at it now, they talk about, yeah, spaghetti and lobster. They're talking about pasta and lobster, what they call it, right? In other words, a white man, there's a white man out there ready to give you pasta and lobster every day and blah, blah, blah. The destruction of the black male relationship. Females getting on TikTok and all stuff like that, talking all this nonsense. It's just every look online. You got people that get online and the Africans, they spew all the negative stuff about black Americans, right? Like, okay, where does this come from? Oh, black Americans are lazy, blah, 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 blah. Then you got black women. Oh, black men ain't shit, blah, blah, blah. There's one woman like, we got to teach black men proper etiquette, blah, 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 because blah, blah, blah. So all this stuff is being circulated out there through a toxic thing called this social media, you know? In real life, this stuff doesn't exist, you know? So, so it is what it is, So it is what it is. So we got people out there that want to spread negativity, but we have to rise above this, How you put my choice uh back in the bottle. I don't look. The bottom line is this. I don't know what my body, my choice. I think they're talking about abortion. You know, the question I would like to ask is why are so many black women having unwed sex and getting pregnant in the first place? That's a question you need to ask. You know, Kyla, wouldn't you have made more sense if Black Americans had built a black movement in Africa instead of trying to do it in America? The bottom line is this: Black America has a way of life. If it can't be duplicated in Africa, then black people are going to stay right here. The problem is Africans have never risen to the level where we said, you know something? These people that live in black America come from the first world. Let's try to build a first world civilization that they could be accommodated to, where they could bring in their own investment and they could basically bring their own posterity and everything. Africans never did that. They're basically asking the year of return, asking us to come there and suffer in poverty with them. It's like now there's a video out now talking about, and this guy, I think he's a black British guy. He said the number of African Americans who are quietly leaving Ghana, that's growing up. The number of people reversing the year return and the number of people just quitting Africa altogether is growing. Why? Because people like, man, I thought I was going to Africa to be around my own people, and they feel isolated, alienated from the local population. Then they hear a lot of anti-Black American rhetoric online, blah, blah, blah. Then you hear stuff like how we're taking from them, resources from them, blah, blah, blah. And then, honestly, people get tired of not having the amenities they're used to in America. Not having supermarkets, not having constant electricity, not having running water, all those kinds of Africa's a hard life. So people say, man, something, I thought I could live in Africa, but this is just too much. So they're returning to America. I'm gonna play a video in a little while. They're returning to America quietly. That must be humiliating, You went out there, told everybody, yeah, I'm going to motherland, blah, 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 and it didn't work out because you poorly planned it. I said the first thing you need to do is to friggin' build infrastructure. It has to be done on a large scale, 15,000. India is a fellow third world people, principally. You understand something? He said Indians living there, Lebanese, these are third world people. We're not third world people. What part of it don't you understand? Black Americans are not third world people. Indians can live in that situations, because India's like the poorest continent in the world. Yeah, Lebanese are third world people, 30,000 Lebanese. Yeah, they can live in that, We can't. They can survive. They can have one business feeding like 20 people. They probably all scrapped up in one little spot, whatever, like that. We can't live like that, We can't live like that. We used to having money. We used to having homes. We used to having a lot of stuff. You can't do that. You're talking about we're gonna be like that in Ghana. There's only like there's only like 1,000 African Americans in Ghana. About 1,000. That's about it. And then about another 2,500 people from the Caribbean, Guyana, South America, and stuff like that. They're all and returning Ghanaians. That's what makes up the thing. There's not a lot of African Americans in Ghana, because the country's not developed. So it is what it is. Chuko, you're wrong. Liberia has 55 years to get right. It's still taking it looks like a dump. Can't run compared to Kidali. Yeah, like Monrovia could be built overnight if they did it right. Monrovia has really good infrastructure. All they really need is targeted investment. Monrovia needs a stock exchange, where we could pour capital and fund development companies and real estate, construction, all the stuff like that. Like a boom. There's no way to develop. You can't develop a country relying on foreign aid, and the trickle down foreign investments. You can't do that. You have to have your way of generating capital. If you're a nation state, you can guarantee capital, you know, if you do it. But you can't do that if your country is unstable. Foreign investment will pour into your country if their money is secure. If they can invest in your country and they can see a return in 15 years, they could long term they'll invest in your country as sovereign wealth. But in 5 years from now, it's going to be a change in government and the central bank and the national treasury is looted and everything. Then people lose all their money. That's why how wars break out. When it happened in Saigon, all these people had invested in the bonds of Southeast Asia. They lost everything to the communists. That's why we fought that war in Vietnam. You know, so it is what it is. South Africa attracted the most foreign capital even during apartheid because they had control over the government, the nation. So South Africa was amazing how South Africa was able to attract billions of dollars worth of foreign direct investment while they were a minority group and had an apartheid state. But yet you got countries like Nigeria, which they're in control and they can't attract anything. That tells you a lot about the world. Why is black countries can't think? There needs to be a renaissance in our thinking. Why can't we basically countries in Africa attract a really real investment? Not predatory vulture capitalists, but real investment, long term investment that people take these countries seriously. That was our help with our culture from Africans. Chukwu, well, Chukwu and Four Black going at it. Woohoo! I missed you last night, Four Black. That show would have been good for you last night. You should have listened. Four black righteous people. Oh, Chuko and Four Black going at it, man. Jeez, man. I don't know. The thing I'm caught in the middle of this. Right? I still have loyalty to the Pan African movement and stuff like that, but I'm caught between Pan Africanism and Black nationalism and Black America. I wish Black America would come around and be understanding that my version of Pan Africanism actually works. You know, the reason why I call a nation Pan African work because I don't ask black people in America to degrade themselves, to give up who they are, their identity. And I don't ask black people in America to allow people to disrespect you. That's what unfortunately Diane Samir allows. He allows people to get up on there and talk all kinds of stupid shit about us and whatnot and tell us there's something wrong with us and all this kind of nonsense. We look at these people like, fuck are you all crazy? Head Bruce says, Carla, part of the identity crisis. We don't have an identity crisis. What the fuck you mean identity crisis? We like our soul food, Baruti. We like our soul food. We like our food. Our soul food is the best food in the world. I'm serious. Black African American culture and food, soul food is the best food in the world. Second to me is Italian food. You got soul food to me, then Italian food, and then I like hibachi. Japanese. I love hibachi, spicy Korean, Japanese. That's my third. And what else do I like? You got Italian food, whatever like that. I'm not really into Mexican food. I mean, Mexican food's all right, but I don't really dig it that much. Yeah. What does grits take? Grits are okay. If you put butter on it, some people eat grits. If you put butter and salt on grits, right? Now, if you have sausages and eggs, grit is delicious. But I can't eat grits by itself, you know? And I hate when people serve grits and they don't have butter on it. I cannot eat grits without butter, you know? I gotta have butter and I gotta have salt on my grits, and I gotta have cheese eggs, sausage, or fried hot dogs, and there you got a breakfast or something like that. Yeah, grits have taste if you put butter in them. You know, if you put butter and let's see, butter and salt, grits taste good. Other than that, man, grits is nasty. Yeah, it's like fufu, but fufu is like I guess different. Grits are like more like oats. It's like it's runny and stuff like that. You got to eat it with a spoon or fork. Fufu you eat with your hands. So yeah, you could eat cheese. Put cheese on your grits. Yeah, you could eat cheese. Sprinkle cheese on your grits. But grits don't taste like fufu. Fufu is a different taste. But same idea. Yeah, cheese is good on grits. You got to put something on it. You can't just eat grits like this. You got to have salt, cheese, butter, or something on that shit, man. But it is what it is. Yeah, oatmeal tastes good, but I can't. When I was a kid, we graduated for like good times. Goodbye oatmeal, hello cream of wheat. Once, once we got hooked on cream of wheat, man, what you call goodbye oatmeal, man. I hate oatmeal to this day. Ever since I tasted cream of wheat. Yeah. Salt and pepper is good on. Salt and pepper is good on grits. Salt, pepper, and butter. Good on grits. But yeah, so uh, in the future, right? If anybody wants to be part of Black America, they really got to come to the table with us, right? And be on our level. We cannot have people like the Dr. Sebis anymore. You know, we can't have that anymore. Just people coming up here, they're unvetted and stuff like that. We have to keep and maintain our level of civilization. You cannot basically bring people here. That's what is Dr. Sebi from the Caribbean, whatever. He's from Honduras, whatever like that. Giving people bad advice and shit like that. And we can't have these goofball people coming here in our culture anymore. And our culture basically have to get back to vetting people who speaks on our behalf. I never understood. People will say, "Oh, doctor," and everybody look. Everybody's a doctor. Don't mean we have to listen to them. We don't have to listen to them. Dr. Boyce Watkins, Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Umar Johnson, man. I'm surprised y'all don't say Dr. Tariq Nasheed, all these doctors. And so I'm saying to myself, yeah, I know he died. I know doctor said he died, but I'm saying this, the thing he was talking about was not true. He said he can cure AIDS when that was not the truth, you know? So it is what it is. Dr. Bro Santos. Yeah, everybody's a damn doctor. Brewery says, Collard, yeah, are you deliberately dense? If people are claiming to be ADOS, I don't know about the ADOS, FBA, Indians, all that. That's not the mainstream of Black America. Don't you understand that? Those people have freaking are morons. Those people are mentally ill. I saw a guy on Anton Daniels' show, right? And he was like, first of all, we're not Africans. Looking like a whole, like, he looked like he could pass for somebody from Senegal. Talking about, we're not Africans. We have nothing to do with the dude. I was like, look at it. I said, why did Anton Daniels, that fucking clown, sit there and let this fool sit there and spout off, No, he didn't cure anything. Like he ain't cure anything. But the bottom line is, we as black people in America, we're so accepting of everybody. All somebody have to do is come around, say they love us, and they try and we just embrace them. That's just how we are. But we can't do that anymore. We can't afford that anymore. We can't afford people coming into our culture anymore, and just basically misusing us, misguiding us, and stuff like that. That can't be in our culture anymore. Yeah, brother said, I don't know who that is, but he goes, Abraham said, is an FBA fool who has been putting up flat earth mumbo jumbo for a decade. Yeah, man. The bottom line is the internet is creating a bunch of crazy people, and my job is to protect my people from these people who mean nothing, but no good for us. You know, So we basically have people out there, right? Everybody, because before, like I said, when we had Ebony magazine was at its pinnacle, we had people who were vetted in institutions. We had people who were head of institutions nationwide that had our best interests at heart. They would appear on talk shows. They would appear on radio shows, when communicating with the people. They would publish articles in magazines and everything. So Black America was really, we almost created our own self-governing system in America. We didn't have a government. But Black America was basically a self-contained, independent entity in America, and that's what they hated. They hated the fact that they had to go to these gatekeepers in Black America. If they want Black people to support the war effort, they had to go to these gatekeepers. If they wanted, well, I have to disregard Dr. Sebi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know enough about him. You know. So the bottom line is this: I would like for you guys to take Dr. Sebi. Well, he's from Honduras. He's a Caribbean. You guys keep him. My job is to make sure that people like him do not influence my people. You know. So I don't care. I'm sick and tired of being nice to people. That people that haven't done anything for our people and whatnot. People exploiting my people. I'm tired of it. I really am. You know. Hey, oh, doctor, what the hell does that mean? I know people that come, and I mean, not just because he's a foreigner, right? I'm doing that with people like Dr. Clay Anderson, or Dr. Boyce Watkins, Look, we got to get to the point where everybody that got a voice or a platform, we're going to question. Who are you? What do you mean? Are you a grifter? Are you trying to destroy our people? Are you trying to use our people? Or you come up? Because I'm saying like this: I'm seeing too many movements come and go. When for me to say, "Oh, Kala, just go along with the flow." No. Why did Akon come out there with this Akon City? Had people like this. You know how hard it is now for somebody like me who's serious about this movement to sell Pan African Black National or nationhood now, because we let goofballs and grifters come along, and I'm tired of it. Now, Mr. Farrakhan was born in the Bronx. He's of Caribbean descent. In other words, I think his father was Black American. I think his mother was from the Caribbean. No, his father was from the Caribbean. I think his mother was Black American. Something like that. But the thing is, he grew up in the Black culture and the Black community in America. That's the difference. That's it. See, like I said, I don't go by the definition of the FBA. Oh, you got to be born. If you come to our community and become part of our culture and our cause, and there's nobody going to doubt that Minister Farrakhan is not down with Black America. No, there's no one, you can never deny Farrakhan is not a real Black leader. Say what you want. Me and Minister Farrakhan have disagreements, but him being of Caribbean origin ain't one of them. Because I know a real Black man when I hear him. And Minister Farrakhan, oh whatever, who cares if both his parents were Caribbean? Farrakhan is part of the Black American community. He did the things the right way. He assimilated into our history and culture. You can assimilate into Black American society. I've never heard him push the Caribbean agenda or anything like that. He's all about black people and people in America and black people worldwide. That's who he is, you know. So this is like I said, we're gonna talk about a renaissance here, So things since the colonization's here, things are gonna be different. We're gonna start redefining who we are and what. So somebody don't ask a stupid question like that again. Then again, it's not a stupid question. The only stupid question, let me take that back. The only stupid question is the one that's never asked. You know, so that is a good question to ask about Farrakhan, but I just said it straight. Pharmaceutical companies emulate organic compounds, building. Well, I don't know what the hell. Ask yourself why these. I have no idea. All I know is the bottom line is this: if you basically get sick and get cancer, you're gonna have to see a doctor. I work in healthcare. I've never seen anybody get. Although herbs and all that stuff that works and helps, whatever like that, psychologically, you need modern medicine. And that's the whole thing about black people. That's why I say we're getting to the point where we have to stop going against. I know learning about modern medicine takes time. It takes reading. It takes studying. No, I never said it was stupid. I said I retract that. It's not a stupid question. It's a real good question. You know, but modern medicine, modern science is the way to go. That's the new renaissance. And so everybody keep basically always trying to discredit modern medicine, modern science, medicine like that, because it's too hard, it's too difficult, you got people out there, instead of learning law, they're believing these people on the street call themselves sovereign citizens, people who have no knowledge of the law, whatever like that. You see it. So the bottom line is this: there's certain people in Black America have been pulling our people down, with foolishness and nonsense, and it ends now. It ends now. And the bottom line is this: we had people that basically told us that it was all right for women and black women to seek other options and all this kind of stuff like that. Explore your options, and if you want to have, there's nothing wrong with having a high body count and whatnot. All this kind of nonsense and everything, a high body count. Hey Rico, don't disrespect Frenchie, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm starting to like you, but don't disrespect my moderator. So we have a culture that all the worst forces came together, right, to friggin' destroy the black family and everything. See, back in the days, we used to have people like Principal Joe Clark. That was black men in America. They didn't care about whether you liked them or not. You know, Joe Clark says, me, the HNIC, that means the head nigga in charge. You know, we have strong black men running Black America. We have black men that were police captains, police chiefs, strong black men that were mayors, strong black men that were educators. We had strong black men in Black America, but over the last few years, they've completely emasculated our culture and emasculated black men, reduced us to a bunch of idiots by character assassination. Black men ain't doing this, black men ain't doing this, and like that said. So the bottom line is this, you call her Mr. Frenchman, you call her Frenchman. Come on, Rico, that's not nice, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know who this bro Sanchez is. Colin Nation, what do you think my ideas implementing will be positive? So look, Black America, I know my people. We don't need no damn somebody coming here is somebody telling us what we need to do. Black America knows what it needs to do. We need to correct all the stuff that for the last 25 years that's been destroying our culture, the immorality, the foolishness and nonsense and everything. If you have a culture of black men wearing purple dreadlocks and black women wearing Barbie, the bottom line, we're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. All the stuff that you talk about right now, it could be changed, Read the rest of the comments, okay. But Rudy, I don't know, this guy. She's with a filthy mouth is one of yours. Who's that filthy mouth? What are you talking about? Oh, you talking about for righteous black? She's not one of mine, bro. For righteous is doing her own thing. She's not one of mine, bro. I don't know where for righteous came from. She's not one of mine. Turn black people against the science education. Yeah, yeah, he's funny. He's funny. The community listens to his anti. Yeah, the bottom line is this: you got many these flunkies, whatnot. These grifters trying to turn black people into anti. Look, if you turn on science and medicine, technology, and like, you're never going to build a civilization on your own. Idiots like the Bro Sanchez and all these other people that you see out here can't build a civilization. All they do is live on the edges of white civilization, criticizing it while they benefit from the civilization. You'll never see a Bro Sanchez say, you know something, I'm gonna take my philosophy and I'm gonna go into the Congo and I'm gonna build something else, because he can't do it. You know, People who talk all that stuff basically always find themselves in the white man's civilization, talking about how bad medicine is, how bad the pharmaceutical is, how bad pollution is. Blah, 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 blah. Shut the hell up. You know. Okay, okay. Move on. So honest mistake. Move on. Enough said. But that's what we have right here. Yeah, they never have, they never will. All they how to do is come to a civilization like America where everything works, electricity and all stuff like that. And the bottom line, they ignore the fact that America's infrastructure is done because you have engineers, scientists working around the clock, and they have a sense of continuity. What I mean by that, it's like in a modern advanced civilization, record keeping, bookkeeping, and basically following protocol, right, is basically essential for continuity. For example, if you have a bridge, I know the George Washington Bridge. How do we know we can drive across the George Washington Bridge without it collapsing? It's simple. They basically, when they built it, they said, okay, every year we got to change this out. It's called maintenance. Everything is to a science, right? When something's built, something's replaced, whatever like that, it's recorded. You know, so everybody at all times know, the engineers all times know. Okay, this got to replace in 5 years. Okay, this is giving way. This has to be paved right here. We need to widen it. So in other words, basically like this: you cannot build a civilization based on people who are illogical, foolish, dumb, you know and that's what you have in a lot of these circles. People getting online and they're talking stupid stuff because they don't have to build anything. If you don't have to build nothing or maintain anything, right, you can get online with your stupid philosophies and nonsense because it's not tested. You're not vetted, you're not tested. So you can get online, talk about a flat earth, or you can go online and talk about, oh, you don't have to listen to modern medicine and all stuff like that. The pharmaceutical companies, pharmaceutical companies are doing right now, doing breakthrough in medicine right now. It's unbelievable. People are living longer, because of the breakthrough in science and technology. In a couple of years, we will have a cure for cancer, first time in our history, you know. So the bottom line is this idea of people say, oh man, the pharmaceutical company, shut the hell up, Look at Essence Festival when they complain, all social media, no comment about companies and land that family and friends from ADOS and fake pro-blacks that sold it to elite. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. Before Richard Lau Dennis took it over, he bought it from Time Magazine, And while, because Essence Magazine did not do what it was supposed. If it was stayed on the track of being a magazine for Black women, instead of trying to reach in a bigger audience, instead, see, the whole thing is this: Ebony Magazine was all right, but it was basically not going to get the circulation of a fucking Rolling Stone magazine, stuff like that, with millions and millions of people, millions of dollars advertised. Look, when you go to Black magazines, only a few consistent advertisers exist, like Newport cigarettes, Schlitz malt liquor. Who else? Another one. Oh yeah, bourbon companies and cognac or something like that. The basic things they know black folks buy and stuff like that. That's only advertisement that goes in the black magazines, right? I remember one time I was reading Essence magazine or Ebony or one of those, man, Black Enterprise, and I saw an advertisement for a trading platform. I was like, wow, man. What that says is this: when you see something like a Merrill Lynch advertisement or what's the other one? Fidelity Investments advertised in a magazine. That means they did research, found that yeah, the readers might be coming investors. So let's target them and like that. But when you look at a magazine, if they don't have certain things on thing like insurance companies, some banks, like what you start seeing in Ebony and Jet and all these is ads from Wells Fargo Bank and stuff like that. That was stepping up, right? It was slow, but it was steady. What happens is this: they got too ambitious, right? They want the advertisement that all these magazines got. To do so, you have to reach a bigger audience. And who was a bigger audience? White people. See, black people are not stupid. When they feel that the articles and stuff like that is appealing to everybody, you lose your core audience, which is black people. That's what happened to Ebony and all these magazines. They lost their core audience. And your white audience that you was trying to yeah, I love Black Enterprise. I don't think they publish anymore. I think it's just online. I used to always I was subscribed to Black Enterprise. That's why a lot of these people, when I play the top 20 black businessmen, I knew about these people since the 90s, and I watched them grow. I watched some of these businesses grow from the 90s because I knew about them, for Black Enterprise Magazine. They kept you abreast of what was going on in Black America, and it inspired me. When I seen black people look like me that were making millions of dollars manufacturing and whatnot, I didn't have to see, like I said, a lot of these black immigrants didn't grow up reading Black Enterprise Magazine. They didn't grow up there. They really they don't understand who we are, you know? Yeah, so therefore, I used to read these magazines in back in the days and I was always inspired and admired Black America, how far we came, and fucking just ridiculous how much we've grown over the last generation. But yeah, Black Enterprise magazine. I don't know. I don't think it's still there, but yeah, that was like the number one magazine to me. Yeah. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. Madama, don't explain nothing to scamming or what is this thing going on between Four Black and Baruti? I have no idea, you know. But yeah, so many start. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was encouraging. When there was this one guy, uh, how the bigger brother, man, and he was like in his 30s, right? He had like a bank, and he had bought this one bank and everything. What's it called? I think his name was uh, Booker T. Johnson. I think that was his name was Chicago, right? He was like growing this mega thing, and then basically he was supposed to purchases bank from this white company and whatnot. So everybody back, yeah, he's gonna make this major move. And he was the one who introduced me to SimCity. That's what started me on this African project, right? That was back in like 96, 97. I started on this African project right back then because I learned about SimCity, how to design your own city and civilization. He played SimCity too. And so basically he was talking about building a new city for Black America. I don't know, somewhere in America, right? But I always say, man, if we're gonna build a new city, we should be in Africa, right? Anyway, well, the deal he was talking about fell through. Now it felt so bad, man. I said, "Oh my god!" He said, "Well, the deal fell through," something like that. He said, "What happened was the bonds that he had. He was a bond. What he does is he float junk bonds, and the junk bonds buy up mutual funds, banks, interest, and also like that, right?" And what happened was inflation had ate the bond up. ate the bond up. So his investors lost money, So therefore he abandoned the. Right, it was like disheartening, but it just showed me that we could actually do. I like his model, man. He has a bond, and it basically he has investors come in. Let's say a bank is for sale, or whatever like that. And next thing you know, your bond, you did that, but he says the bond that he had, that he was borrowing against, or that he was hedging on, right, lost value. That's how he lost value. It lost like 20%. So he didn't have the capital to make these acquisitions. That's what happened. That was back in the 90s, right? But I was like, man, one day we'll get there. There's other company I found out, right? Louisiana, this black-owned bank, man, was competing with these white-owned banks down there, and it was grabbing up all these small white banks that were failing and whatnot. Man, I was like, man, I was excited. Back in the 90s, man, I was seeing black men and black women making these power moves in business and whatnot. It was amazing. When South Africa, Nelson Mandela became president of South Africa, guess who was there? The main magazine was there that was showcasing. It was Essence magazine. Now, how Essence stayed on that course, right? They opened up a branch in South Africa, right? They went down there and they interviewed a lot of black people, up and coming black business people down there, stuff like that. And they introduced this one lady. I forgot her name. She was a really beautiful South African lady, right? And she was a CEO of South African Airways, right? And she was also she had her own talk show host, right? And they call her the South African Oprah, but she was skinny. She was pretty. She was skinny, but I don't know how they call her Oprah, man. This lady was fucking smoking hot, man. But they call her the South African Oprah, right? So they were basically saying Essence Magazine was interviewing people, and they were interviewing African Americans who were going to South Africa, and they said South Africa is going to be a new frontier for Black America, whatnot. And Essence magazine, I used to read articles. Everything. Essence was like there, and they was doing a fashion show, modeling show, and whatnot. And so basically, what I was saying was, that aspect of Pan Africanism was good because it was about mutual respect. It was about mutual respect. This aspect of Pan Africanism, when people are trying to erase Black America, like our culture and history and our way of doing things, our food does not matter. Broody, Broody, I am not reading comments, right? I got to do a show. If you have a problem with somebody saying, you talk to one of the moderators. That's the job of the moderators. I can't read comments. I'm trying to focus on what I'm talking about. So the moderators basically don't say anything. I can't do anything, because I can't watch the show and everything like that, and do this. I apologize. But I would say the moderators why like this. If somebody's saying vulgar stuff and somebody's offended, please delete the comments. So we be fair around here. Barudi's a friend. He's a guest, on this platform. So nobody should be disrespectful. Nobody should be disrespectful. We can all have our opinions, but we don't have to degrade each other. And that's the whole thing. We have to understand. I miss that light skinned breeder agent. Who's that? I don't know. We talk about Honeyflower. She's not light skinned. you know. But yeah, so this is what we're talking about. We're talking about a renaissance in black culture. The one that harassed you. No, who harassed me? Who knows? I think you're talking about Chantel. Chantel, that Chantel you talking about? You know? I think you're talking about Chantel. Yeah, Chantel, whatever. Yeah. She's something else. She basically created a whole new channel, Cowl Nation too. Oh yeah, that lizard chick. Oh yeah. Whatever happened to her? I forgot all about her. yeah, that mulatto chick, whatever, like that. It's like she got a white husband and whatnot. Whatnot. Yeah, Lizard was just harassing me all the time, man. How dare I basically talk about Africa and blah 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 blah. Like, look, let me tell you something. I am not trying to. If you're look, the bottom line is this. Oh, that's who Pan American is. I thought so. Look, the bottom line is this. I am not trying to tell people what to do. Right? If you love yourself some America and you're singing the Star Spangled Banner, Pledge of Allegiance, and you got a white man and whatnot, you're happy. Look, sometimes look, you're happy, right? But what happens is this: when they hear people like me, like, how dare you, Kala? How dare you not be happy? And I said to myself, a question needs to be asked. If people know Kala Genesis, right? They're like, you know something? Kala has a business. Kala didn't grow up poor like that. And well, by all metrics, Kala should be the most happy person in the world. And I should, right? But deep down inside of my heart, what is it about this black nationalist movement that attracts me? There's something in me, and maybe I need to see a psychiatrist. Maybe I need mental help. Maybe I need mental help. Right? Maybe I'm crazy, But there's something deep down inside me, right? That says something's not right. I don't feel at peace. That I want more. That's what drives me to black nationalist politics and Pan African politics. Because I'm searching for something, you know. And I think when I look at it, right, and I say to myself that, and then everything that I come and say, so why do people come to this country, right, who look like us and they hate us? Why do people basically, because you don't have a piece of Jesus? No, I don't have a piece of my own land. That's what I don't have. That's what I'm saying. That's the one thing that's been denied to me. So I said to myself, why do people hate my race so much? Like this one Japanese guy during World War II, because Japanese thought they was doing so well in China and Manchuria and whatnot. Then this one guy who was like a Japanese nationalist, he was serving in the Japanese army. Never forget this story. And well, I am, but the whole thing is, I still live in the real world. I'm a Christian, but I still live in the real world. Anyway, this guy basically was like saying to him, said to himself, right? He went there and he heard the complaints of the Chinese who was cursing his land, and he basically said, "I thought I was doing the right thing and whatnot." So he said, "These Chinese, I thought we were liberating these people. We saw they thought they were basically showing them science, technology, how to develop and stuff like that. But these people basically were cursing his country, his land, his homeland." And he said he felt bad about that. That the people in Asia, right, far from being considered the Japan liberators, right, they hated Japan. And that made him reflect on what the hell is it they're doing wrong? There's something not right. Because he thought was doing the right thing, we're saving Asia from Western imperialism and all stuff like this, right? Then he found out that his people were the hated ones in Asia, right? And so he began to reflect on this. So I said to myself, I don't know. When I basically see all this hatred directed at me, maybe, and sometimes I say like this. Sometimes of course, you get naturally defensive, right? But you start reflecting, man, why does everybody hate us so much, right? Why does the white man hate us? Why do the Hispanic people hate us? Why is it that the Asians hate us, right? Why is it that Caribbeans hate us? Why is it that the people from Africa, the mother continent, why do they come over here hating us? What is it about our culture and who we are as a people that people hate us so much? That's a question I need to ask, right? And so, therefore, since I got all this rumbling in me, I cannot, with the thing saying that maybe there's something about me being black in America that bothers people. There's something about me being black that bothers my presence here bothers white people. There's something about me being black in America that bothers the Caribbean. There's something about me being black in America that bothers people like Baruti, that bothers people like the African continent people that come here. Why do people hate us so much? Why people don't freaking love us? Why people don't accept who we are? You know? Why is it like people think that, and like me personally, I don't care about the Essence Festival or whatever like that. Like why I just said, man, why is come on tonight? I want to hear your perspective. Why is it that basically people talk uh like it's some sort of conquest? Oh, we got Essence Factor, it's African now, blah blah blah. Okay, you got your Rachel Dennis bought it. That's good and everything like that. You guys added some African stuff in there, but why the vitriol towards Black America? What did Black America do? Man, is this something I need to know? Is this something like? Because I'm trying to build a renaissance in Black America, right? Why is it that? What is it? Why does everybody hate us so much? That's a question I need to ask. Why are we hated so much? Now I know there's some black people out there acting a fool and stuff like that. Like I said, we live in a matrix, and so, but I'm saying to myself, what is it about Black America that everybody hates so much? That's a question we need to freaking ask. Yeah, we need more likes in this thing. We need more likes. Get the like up, folks. And I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. I said we're talking about the rise, the fall to renaissance of Black America, and going forward, right? And if we're gonna be with anybody, you have to love us. You have to love Black people in America. You have to love Black America, and sometimes you have to accept our shortcomings. That's like anybody else. Look, if I'm gonna be a friend with a white man, an Asian man, there's gonna be things I like about them. But if I'm gonna be real friends with somebody, there's gonna be things they say, believe, or do that I don't like. You got to make allowances for the things you don't like about somebody to be a friend of somebody. So therefore, like I said, does anybody make allowances for our faults in Black America? It's like a zero sum thing. It's just like the worst things are said about us, you know, said about us, like where does this character assassination come from, right? And all I could do is sit here on my little platform and say, look, we're like the monsters that you guys think we are. We're not the bad people you think we are. We're people with feelings, we're people that hurt, we're people that get angry, we're people just like anybody else, you know? And people got to stop thinking they got all the answers for us all the time. Let us be, you know? That's part of the problem. So we got to talk about that tonight. But the link is in the chat room. You want to, okay, you got Ibrahim in right now. All right, Ibrahim, my UK brother, what's going on?
Yeah, nothing much. Just working into the night, and
I hear.
saw your show, so listened in. Yeah, yeah. I was listening to the lag on the video until you stopped as I went into the studio. So yeah, why is it Black Americans are hated? Well, it sounds like each of these different groups have different reasons.
Yeah.
These Africans seem to hate because they want to differentiate themselves, which seems like a very particularly black thing, always creating these new subgroups and tribes and
Yeah,
tribal.
like look, Principe says victimhood mentality. That's why you hate us, Principe, because we have a victimhood mentality. But yet you were here last night talking about how the United States is destroying Haiti and all stuff like that. That's why you can't go back and they're bringing weapons in. But yet we're the victims.
Yeah, it sounds like they're making excuses to differentiate themselves from other black people. You know,
Yeah,
that
so
is
like I
that's
said,
very weird. And yeah, I think you know any reason to follow along to some kind of trend, like for example, white people saying Black Americans are violent or whatnot. You
Well,
know,
lazy, you know, say it like this.
other groups are going to try to tag along to that and say,
I look.
yeah,
I never thought. I never thought. I knew that other white people coming here would say that. I knew that friggin' Hispanics would probably think that way. Asian, when I had no idea that the people who are like us from our mother continent, particularly, would basically take on that narrative, which is a lie. It's a lie. White people have been trying to character assassinate Black America for long. That's how they control you, by character assassination. You know, by saying putting all the racist stuff about you, and you believe, and we believe it, and the world believes it. You know. So
so
what
so
are you gonna
so
say?
so so Kala, they control the narrative, and that's what they're trying to do, and they've even turned it into a reality, because in slavery days, this kind of thing did not really exist. The only thing where black people were violent is retaliating against being as a slave. And over
Right.
time, as freedoms came about, it's going to black people in America acted more like any other group that they were allowed to be at whatever capacity was allowed. But now there is this thug kind of, I wouldn't say culture, but attitude that the kind of white vector is bringing to the black American society is actually degrading black people to be degenerate. Like,
Yeah,
for
they don't
example,
want hope. They monetize black degeneracy. They reward it and they pedestalize it. They promote it and stuff like that. And like I said, that's why they had to get rid of Bill Cosby. That's what I told Elvis that he don't know shit. Bill Cosby did that. No, they had to get rid of. He was in their way, because the Black America of Bill Cosby was always about family and stuff like that.
right,
They had
right,
to
yeah,
get rid of Bill Cosby. He was in their way. You know.
exactly. And what's left after Bill Cosby, and maybe his biggest fan that is popularly known across America, Jason Momoa, a half breed or whatever, who doesn't really represent blacks but
You talking
loves.
about Trevor Noah?
No, Jason Momoa. You
Who's
know,
Jason Momoa?
Jason Momoa is a American actor who played a few roles. I think he was on Game of Thrones or something as well. You
Oh, I
know,
don't know who that is.
yeah. So he was obsessed with the Cosby Show, like many of Black America was, or maybe still is. But
Oh, you're talking about?
that's
Oh
what's
yeah,
left.
Jason Momoa, that guy from Hawaii. Yeah, he married Lisa Bonet.
That's right. That's right. He fell for her in the show, isn't it? He was watching her as a child. So that's
Right.
what's left. That's what they're trying to degenerate the black society of America into like this mixed thing, and like just like you're saying, it's exactly like you're saying. They're
Yeah,
trying.
Bill Cosby was against that. Bill Cosby never promoted. He said, "Look, the integrity of Black America has to be preserved. Right, who we are as a people. Now, no one knows who we are. It started with this Barack Obama, right? Instead of Barack Obama, if Barack Obama ran as a mixed race person, whatever like that, and he had like a white wife or a mixed race wife, that'd be great. But they knew, they packaged him as a black man, right? And then he came from Chicago, right, the blackest city in America, right? He came up through the Chicago political. You think it was any accident that how did he go from Hawaii to New York, Columbia, right, to Chicago? Because he knew that he needed a strong Black American base to launch himself into politics in America. You know,
Color. I swear to God, when I was something like 11 or 12 years old or something, I saw Barack Obama on the television with some kind of black church or something, and he touted himself as a Christian. But as election days came by, he starts saying he's a Muslim. Other weird things about him is that he was supposedly born in Hawaii, but he looks just like this one of these Indonesian former presidents, you know,
Yeah,
and his mother also knew some people from Indonesia that was also one of his stepfathers too, or something like that. He has a very very strange past, and there was even a American like a news channel talking about him and his relatives, including George Bush, the Bush family, and plenty of other people.
Cheney. I think he's Dick Cheney's relative.
That as
Yeah,
well,
Dick
all of
Cheney.
them, and even like the British royal family, going back to all the way to Vlad Tepes from Romania or Bulgaria, the Vlad the Impaler, you know. So that is, that sounds like a royal family kind of plutocratic
Yep.
kind of background that he has. I don't, it's a very strange person, but yeah, back onto the main topic. This man, I don't think he's black, and what he's written in his biography, it seems like a very kind of pressed, kind of forced pretense or pretending to be black. Like he's trying to be both professional sounding at the same time and like hood sounding at the same time too. It's so forced, it's so fake. A lot of this about this man is fake. And yeah, and a lot of the media in America seems to be pushing these kinds of fake narratives so that it turns into reality for black people. Carla, you there?
Yeah, I was here. I was sorry about that, man.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was on the phone. Anyway, that's what we have. If the only reason why Barack Obama won is because we had to friggin' we had to he had to distance himself. Do you heard about the person that's running for governor in Virginia? You heard about it? Her name is
No.
Winston Sears.
No.
All right, she was Jamaican American. She was born in Jamaica, right? And she basically father. I think they came here when she was young, whatever like that, and in 1963, whatever like that. I think she was like 3 years old or something like that. She was a Marine, but look, I like her story. She was an immigrant background, but the whole thing is every time she does an interview, right? She always makes it clear that I'm a child of immigrants, right? I'm a child of immigrants, right? Because see, us say so white people in America always has a problem, still have a problem with slavery and the guilt they feel about what their ancestors did to us. And so, therefore, when people like Barack Obama come along, this Winsome Sears lady, right? They put white people at ease. Okay, I'm not like them. I'm not angry. I'm not gonna. My ancestors didn't go through slavery, whatever like that. I could just be an American, right? And that's the problem we have because we have a lot of people coming here from other countries, right? And we always thought that, man, the more black people come here, the more our numbers are going to grow and that. But these people are making it clear when they come here that they don't want to be part of our struggle or whatever. Like they don't care. They want to benefit from what we've sacrificed and built, but they don't want to participate and get their hands dirty. That's I think that's a lot of the problem.
Or acknowledge the struggles of black people and the achievements therein that have brought America to the stage it's at, either.
Yeah. So the whole thing is, yeah. So we have to get back to that. Where somebody, Brian said, what happened to the one drop rule? Look, the one drop rule was necessary at a time period because these people are freaking were racist in our culture, where America was racist. So therefore, the people who are mixed race basically had to go into a black community, a black culture. Now it's not like that. Now people who are mixed race can grow up into a white society, a mixed race society, and stuff like that. And so it basically, it is what it is. Now I
Color,
had Afro Doofus on, but he dropped off, man. I really want to
Color,
get
did
him.
you find? Did you refine that thing that you showed us maybe 10 or 12 shows ago about America being a white country made for French, British, Dutch, and
Yeah,
a few other.
it's a e pluribus unum. You
What's that?
know,
How'd you spell that?
e pluribus unum. Out of
E
many, we are one.
pluribus.
And in
Aha,
that brief,
Latin,
they had
Latin,
Irishmen, Dutchmen,
Latin. Yeah,
Frenchmen, Portuguese, all these people, basically all these Europeans. Out of many, we are one. That
yeah,
means whether you're a Presbyterian, whether you're Catholic, whether you're a Calvinist, whatever like that, we are one people, no matter what your religion and whatever your background is. But the whole thing was, while they said that, right, the black man was in chains
yeah.
and the black man was disenfranchised. They disenfranchised the black. So in other words, basically, let's be honest with ourselves. America was a white nationalist experiment, right?
That's what I was trying to get to as well. Yeah, that's right. It still is. It's not for you and me. And any white person from Europe coming to America is a real American. We will
Yeah.
never
Oh
be a
yeah. Oh yeah. Like I said, like when people like we have these FBA talking about their foundational, they're stupid, because now we could say we're ethnically African American. That means we're here, but we can never call ourselves American American,
and it's the
because
same for all other white colonies. We will never be Australian. We will never be New Zealanders.
oh, hold
You
on.
know?
I saw one brother from Nigeria and talking about now a German.
Yeah, yeah. It's all bullshit. Color. Is white people themselves tell us you will never be this and that. But at the same time, they somehow get offended when we say we are our own ethnicity, and then they point and get others to see and look at us, saying these people are not integrating.
Yeah, bottom line, they don't hold it. It's like this. They just like the process of we trying to integrate and they rejecting us, right?
No, no. Listen, we should not need to integrate in the first place because we are born as we are, and we have our own different sets of cultures as human beings.
But hold on, but you understand something. They are not going to let you just live in their country and you just do your own thing. They're going to be like either you have to give them the impression that you're trying to integrate in their society, even though they're not going to let you in, right?
But what is integration? Is it mixing with
Well,
them?
no, it means you basically acknowledging their supremacy and their civilization. Their who they are. As a dominant, as a real thing. Like people, like when you got black people who celebrate the 4th of July, that's American. Now
But
everything else is afterthought, Juneteenth or whatever like that. But the 4th of July is an American holiday, and you better respect that. You don't. You can elect to celebrate Juneteenth if you want to, right? But the 4th of July, it represents the founding of the country and blah 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 blah, and they're not going to tolerate you disrespecting that.
I think I think instead of supremacy, which is what they believe, you mean more of servitude rather than acknowledging their supremacy because their supremacy is almost over unless they get some technological upgrade, which is again going to be from outside of themselves, because their missiles don't work in Iran and whatnot, for example, and they're losing the war in Russia or Ukraine as well. So it's more, as you mean, servitude, complete servitude and subservience to them as
I want to
integration.
say, well, Afrodamus. I mean, I'm not gonna call you Afrodamus. Please call in. You haven't been on in a while. He was up here and he dropped off. I don't know what the hell has happened. Maybe he didn't pay his bill. Afrodamus, call back in. Call back in. Don't run. Don't run. I guess somebody probably tell him, Afrodamus, you better come deal with Colin when that Colin's out of control. And so he made an attempt to come up here, but he dropped off, man. I put him on and he dropped off, man. What's going on? I'm not gonna call you Afrodamus. I'm just gonna call you Afrodamus. I respect, the Professor Afrodamus. Please call in. I want to have a conversation with you. I want, now we got which we'll call Ahmed. Shout out to my brother Bomani in the chat. Ahmed said that FBI is still bagging. I guess he means begging. Begging who what? You know, damn. You know.
The chat is saying I'm your AI color.
Yeah, yeah. No, he's actually real. He joined the BAO, and I got this guy's working on some serious stuff. When the time comes, man, we're gonna build this Afghanistan. This guy's really. Hey, I need strong connections with people in the UK and places like that. Listen, I'm not a tribalist, man. Anybody that's down with this movement, if you pro black, you can be down with this movement. I don't give a
I
damn where
color. You know, I met Wal Kalode,
who's
and
that.
he is a tribalist. He's Nigerian. He runs the one of the best private equity companies in the UK called Living Bridge.
Right.
Yeah, but when I met him, he's looking at me like, this guy is at a very prestigious British university, which is held at an event by a uh, pro-black society, student society, and he's looking at me like I'm a piece of shit. You
Yeah,
know,
you ever get that from some Nigerians, right?
no,
When you start
from
talking to them, you be trying to talk some Pan Africanism to them, and they look
nearly
like you
all
got horns on your head. They look at you like you got horns on your head, man.
nearly all Nigerians, really. you know,
Yeah,
uh,
and so at some point in time, man, I just get to the point where I'm just tired. I'm getting tired, right? If people don't want to be black nationalists, I just gotta say, something, fuck it. But what I hate is when people act like that, right? And then when black people in America say, something, we're tired of all that shit like that, we're just gonna go on. Everybody started pulling the whole hamstring, like, why are y'all delineating? Why are y'all like this? Because when we make an honest attempt to get together and build, look, there's no reason why Nigeria should be a failed state. You know, no reason why Nigeria couldn't be a homeland for all of us to go to and build. But the amount of oil it had and stuff like that over the years, they squandered all that wealth and opportunity. They
yeah,
could have built the largest black middle class in the world. They could have.
yeah, yeah, Kala. I mentioned one of these things about Nigeria in the chat, which you said that Nigeria could improve. But from what I've been told by a Nigerian, an Igbo tribe member, that was it one of these northern migrant nomadic ethnicities, which from the Sahara called Fulani,
Yeah.
right? They control Nigeria on behalf of Britain.
Yeah, that's why they did it. They made the Northern Territory the largest territory, and people, I didn't even notice, right? The British, they're the least like culturally like the British, right? But somehow they had all the power. The British vested most of the power with them, right? You would think that the English speaking and Christian South would have been that. That's this myth about America and the West spreading Christianity, democracy, right? They go to the most autocratic. Look, I could give you a thing all around. That's why I love 17 when he comes up here with his nonsense, right? All over the world, America rejected a democratically elected government, Iran, and installed the Shah, right?
Yeah,
There was a progressive movement in Iraq, right, in the 70s, right? And then what they did was they armed Saddam Hussein, the Ba'athist Party, and he had that big massacre. Remember that?
yeah,
The royal family in Saudi Arabia, right? They were all the people who suppressed democratic movements and stuff like that in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, because they were propped up by U.S., the CIA, and U.S. intelligence, right? Because they do the United States bidding. So when people come up to me telling me about how great America is, that's a lie. I'm sick and tired of living in a lie. Ahmed says FBA is begging for what? What is he talking about? What is he talking about, man? I have no idea, man. What Ahmed's talking about. What are we begging for? Jeez, So I said to myself, all I'm asking for is the truth. The truth. The truth is this, right? If we're saying that we're basically fed up with this, we're going to build a nation. We're ready to start looking for Afghanistan. We're looking for nation, whatnot. That should be gospel. Everybody, right? Nobody could like this. But the whole thing is, you got people out there telling me, "Oh no, look how great!" Look, bottom line is this: unfortunately, We know America gives us a higher standard of living, right? But there's something we lose in the process, right? I do think there's a lot of people who believe that if black people in America were on their own, they would starve. And the only reason why we have what we have is because of white America, right? So they come over here with that attitude, we they come over here with that attitude, and that reflects on the fact that a lot of people refuse to respect us and whatnot. So that's how there's so much division right now. So I try to tell people all the time, look, black people in America, if we had our own nation, we'd be just as well. So I realized that in order for us to be unified, black people in America have to build something outside of America to earn the respect of the rest of the world. Because a lot of people say, you know something, you know something, uh, you black people in America, right? Okay, I see that you like the Jews. They weren't really respected till they what? Built the state of Israel. Jews
Yeah,
were successful in every country, but they always thought people always put it like you're only respected because you're bloodsuckers or whatever like that. You're interlopers, you're parasites, whatever like that. It wasn't to the Jews create their own state, right? Now they got recognition as a country. That's what Black America they do, and to keep Black America from having a God given right of sovereignty and self determination I believe is a human rights violation. You know, I'm
right.
the only one saying that. I'm the only one saying that. Everybody else is basically so-called Pan African Black nationalists. They're just going along with the get along. I'm saying, look, if we're gonna have anything, the justice has to be the black man in America. Let's say majority of black people say, I'm not going nowhere, blah blah blah. That's fine, but there should be that option. You know, we should have had that option, just like the Jews. Most Jews don't live in Israel, but they have that option. It's all psychological. That's
Yeah,
how you do. See, then
yeah.
people
So
respect us. They'll know we're in America because we want to be here.
right. So a lot of these anti-Jew kind of like white supremacist people and left extreme left people as well. They still call Jews like bloodsuckers, and even they call Israel like a bloodsucker because it gets a lot of aid from the U.S. Even military, not just the U.S. actually, but all of these like very powerful NATO countries like the UK as well. They're shooting down Iran's missiles throughout every single state that it flies across. For example, so they still get that hate. And that kind of blame of you're parasiting from us and whatnot. From
Yeah.
our white countries and shit like that.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah. Like, look, I've seen a lot. People don't understand something. People think Israel and the West. There's a lot of hatred towards Jews and on the right wing in America, whatnot. I seen this one neo-Nazi guy, right? It was saying, man, he was like, "Fuck the Jews." It was a video went viral. He's outside his house saying, "Fuck the Jews," blah, like that. I hope Iran wipes them out, whatever like that. And I'm saying to myself, he would have more in common with the friggin' Jews. Why is he saying wipe the Jews? He says his argument was the Jews are involving us in wars that we have nothing to do with.
but they do have everything to do with it. Not the whites have everything to do with these wars. They're not Jews.
Oh, I
Jews are
know
just
that.
an
And they're all
extension of
working together. But
have
hold on, but a lot of white people scapegoat the Jews.
exactly. That's what I mean, though. Jews are really now an extension of whites. Because half of Israel, the Israeli Jews are like white Jews.
So they basically somebody said when they left they were brown. Now they come back white.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
2,000 years ago they were brown, and now they're white and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let me
Yeah.
put the
So,
link
so
in the chat room, man. I want Afrodamus to call it. I want to grill him about this. I want to know his opinion about the Essence Festival. This is going to be interesting to hear what he has to say about this Essence Festival, man. I'm like, what the hell, man? You know.
what's the Estes Festival color?
Okay, it was a festival that's been going on for years, and let me break it down to you, brother. Essence was one of the top magazines in Black America, particularly Black men and Black women. It was based on Black women, but we also read it because it had a lot of articles, and it was pro Black family one time, pro Black woman. Right? It basically talked about the beauty of Black women. It talked about the education, uplifting of black women and stuff like that. And so, therefore, it was a major pillar in Black America. Then, like towards the late '90s, right? Uh, I don't know, money, whatever, like that situation. They start trying to broaden their audience to a bigger audience. You know what happens when that happens, right?
Yeah.
Then next thing you know, the magazine loses focus, right? And then black people started, damn man, this don't speak for me, whatever, like that.
Mm.
And then it went off the rail because the only black audience that would be out there is that hip hop ratchet crowd, you know. And then they basically those guys writing articles talk about black women need to explore their options and all this kinds of like that, and don't basically hold yourself to black men. That was unheard of. And let me tell you something how it is. Saying that in Black America used to be an abomination. Every black girl from every institution, every magazine, you could have the prettiest black girl in the neighborhood, right? You had a chance with her because she had to find a black man to marry. And that's why you see the older black couples say, how did this dude get that? Because she had no option but to get a black man. You know? Now, like I said, my time period come up right now. I had my generation, right? I had the first. I was the first generation Gen Xers, right? We had to compete with white boys for our own women. And how did that happen? It happened because people start taking over our magazines and our publications and stuff like that that used to keep us safe as a people, right? So therefore, we don't have that anymore in Black America, and so therefore, after FB magazine, Essence magazine failed, right? It went into debt. Time magazine took it. Then Richard Dennis, a Liberian American, bought the magazine, right? And he said, you know something, let's make it because remember, so we're still going in it's pretty much in the Wakanda era, you know. And he said, black people in America traveling Africa. We had the year return, so he made an idea of that. Some people say, okay, we made Afrocentrism the main theme, you know. So okay, they say, oh, it's supposed to be black. Look, a whole generation ago, black women abandoned black womanhood in America for ratchetness and nonsense and swirling, all the stuff like that they talk about. The only thing that was left really vibrant part of black culture now is the African and the Caribbean culture. I'm just being honest with you, you
Yeah.
know, because we threw away our culture, beauty of our culture, the poetry and all stuff like that we grew up with, right? To embrace this hip hop vile stuff that was not sustainable, you know, and also the culture of race mixing, the culture of there I see no color and all this kind of friggin' foolishness and everything like that. So therefore, there was nothing to do. If you're not going to be black, whatever like that. One thing about the Africans and the Caribbeans is they're black. There's no doubt about that. That's what the FBA them hate. They hate when they see the Africans and the Caribbeans. It reminds them that they're still black and we're still black. That the idea of that we're merging into whiteness and stuff like that is over with, you know. And black people are moving back to their African roots and stuff like that, and they hate that. That's what it's all about. That's
The
why
Caribbeans hate that Black Americans are moving back to their African roots.
Yeah, but I think some
Is
Black
that what you're
Americans hate
saying?
that too. Yeah, I think it's like competition between Caribbeans and Black Americans, but I don't think it's that dangerous. I think what's dangerous is this idea that some people are advancing that we're not Africans and blah blah blah, those kind of stupid nonsense and everything like that. That's why they hate when people like me go to Liberia. People like me that promote Africa, they hate people like me. They hate that stuff, you know.
Sorry, who hates you? That's what I was
Oh,
asking.
look at my good for righteous, right? She goes, our culture is timeless, and Africans are using the word black to attach themselves. Just listen to our good sister for righteous in here. She'll let you know everything that I'm talking about. You know, so it
Uh,
is what it is.
I don't
Uh,
see her on the YouTube comment. I see her on the studio comment section.
do you see? Hold on, you don't see her in the chat room?
So in the YouTube comment section,
Well, hold on. I would. You don't have Streamyard. You
no,
can't.
I'm on it right now because I'm talking to you. But on the YouTube comment section, her comment, "Our culture is timeless, and Africans are using the
Yeah.
word." and whatever, it's only on StreamYard comment section. It's not on the YouTube comment section.
Well, I didn't know there was a difference. You know.
No, yeah, there is. Yeah, yeah. A lot of the comments, like maybe half of the comments throughout your stream, is like that. Like there's like a certain placements of where they are. Some of them are on YouTube. The others are for you to see on StreamYard.
Okay, I didn't know that. I don't know
Yeah,
nothing
that's
about
yeah.
this.
I let you know
I don't know
about that
how.
a
I don't
month or
know.
two ago as well. But
I really don't know how to operate this thing, man. I gotta learn.
no, it's not about operating. It's just YouTube somehow removes them for some reason.
Oh,
You know.
okay.
Yeah.
Never knew that.
So I'll get off now. So
All right, brother. Let me. All
yeah,
right, Abram. Good talking to you, brother.
yeah.
Email me
Take care.
sometime, bro.
Yeah, we'll
Yo.
talk again later.
All right, brother. Peace. Yo. Go ahead, Elvis.
What's up, Carla?
Not a whole lot. You know. What's on your mind?
Too much, man. Topic today is about Black American rise and fall.
Fall.
You think Black American has fallen?
Of course it has, man. What do you call all the stuff you see in Black America is a fallen community. Now, what I'm happy to say is, I believe there's going to be a renaissance. This time, it's going to be done right. You know, there's a renaissance. In a rebirth of Black American culture and history and everything like that. It's going to be done right this time. Black America rose. From nothing. It fell in the 90s, 2000s, and whatnot to degenerate culture and everything and self-hate and all stuff like this, all the things that destroy black people and everything. I believe the black family is going to come back. I believe black male and female relationships are going to come back. I believe all stuff's going to come back. It's going to correct itself.
Mm. I mean, I don't know if it's fallen. I mean, I think maybe you're looking
Exactly.
at.
I think it's fallen. I think black American
I mean,
culture.
I can't even say a sentence and you done. I mean, man, Carla,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
that's what I'm saying. I said I don't think it's falling. I think maybe you're looking at you know, the worst part of of your culture, and you think that's means it's falling. Like, why do people have trailer trash, culture? They have Confederate, down south, degenerate culture. And they have their excellent, people at the top. Same thing with black people. It's like that in every culture. So I don't think it's fault.
So let me ask
You're never gonna have a culture where everybody is on the up and doing good and prospering. It's never gonna work like
you a
that.
question, Elvis. Why is it that so many Africans come over here and they judge us by the worst of our culture? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? There's a
I
video.
mean,
There's a video going around with this African lady saying, "See, we Africans, we value education, and the African Americans are lazy. They're no good." And whatnot. Why do people say stuff like that?
yeah, I mean, these people have a small experience, right? So say an African come to the United States and they're living in some.
Oh,
I
good.
mean, yeah, Carla, you watching you watching a movie at the same time.
No, I'm trying to find this video. Go ahead.
So they're living in a ghetto in Philadelphia, right? And everything around it is probably the worst of African Americans that they're seeing. They're not living in, that county in Maryland that is really prosperous, or the county in Georgia, Bang Hill, Buck Hill, wherever. They're not around excellent African Americans who are professional and have achieved a lot. They're around criminalities, they're around drug dealing, they're around people being, degenerates. So that little perspective is what they see. And then also from movies, how African Americans are projected throughout the world, and being gangsters and immoral people on the TV screens and on the music videos and things like that. So that's in the psyche. That's the first thing that they see and they think about. But more professional people, if you're in a professional class and you deal with professional Africans who tend to work with other professional African Americans, their view of African American is completely different than
Well,
those
let me
who
ask
are
you a question,
maybe
Elvis.
lower.
That's a good thing. But why is it that this is what I don't understand, right? Why is it that every African, right, and what you just said was right. If you come across black professionals and so you cannot be in America if you're a professional and not realize a striking number of African Americans that everything, real estate, banking, I'm in insurance or whatever like that, finance. Every asset, mortgages, banks, we're not bank managers, everything like that. You come to here where I live at, there's black people everywhere. There's engineers, there's scientists, there's everything, there's contractors, everything. Well, how come these Africans that say that, right? Why they pretend like they're educated? They always act like they're educated. And then they say the most ignorant stuff that can be disproven by you just walking into any office building, you
Well,
know?
that's a telltale sign, Colin, that if a person is really speaking like that, usually they're probably not in a professional class. They're probably not around
Yeah, so, but I'm
top
saying
notch.
that's what annoying, and that's why I said people need to understand when they hear these people talking that Africa are ignorant, they're lazy. These people are not around any professional. Not even they're not even around other Africans or Caribbeans that are professional. They're around nobody. These are people that are struggling, and basically they come in here and they're not around. They're not in the workforce. They're not anything like that. So they're
Well,
completely.
Colin, vice versa, right? The people who talk about Africans being a certain way and they look at certain parts of the continent like you always do it, and I know you're smarter than that.
Come
Take
on.
my hold on. Let me say it. Let me say it. You take Makoko for example, right? And you project it as if it's a reflection of the entirety of Nigeria. They're excellent.
Yeah, hold on. What
You
about the
know,
what about the fact that I played Abuja that everybody got
we
on?
have to force you, Kyler. We have to force you and make
What do
sure
you
that you
mean? I
don't go
played
type in something
that,
derogatory and play it.
that all lies, man.
That's true. So the point is ignorance on both sides because people would see Makoko and think that's a reflection of the entirety of Nigeria.
I,
They're really high class neighborhoods, banking sectors, really smart people, wealthy people, educated, quote unquote civilized people. So you do the same thing when you want to hurt somebody's feelings. You try to look at the lowest aspect of their culture and their
oh,
civilization and project
I
it.
always look. I always pull out nice parts of the country, but I want to tell the whole story. I pull out nice parts of the country, like I put up a video of Abuja. I liked it. I said, "Look, this is nice," and I played several videos of Abuja. I said, "Look, this is real nice." And then even parts of Lekki, I played that. I said, "Look, this is nice," whatever like that. But at the same time, you can't basically ignore places like Makoko. It's not just a service to them. You have like this. Like I said, I admit that you go to parts of like Philadelphia, it's really bad in Black America, right? But that's not the whole entire Black America, right? Let me tell you something, Elvis. Ralph Ellison had a story called "The Invisible Man," right? Black people in America, like ordinary Black people in America, like I was in Suffolk, Virginia the other day. Holy Jesus, right? Suffolk gets ready to take over Virginia Beach and Chesapeake and Prestige, right? Whole brand new neighborhoods, subdivisions, right? Brand new houses, really nice, right? Most of them black. And I'm saying to myself, wow. But when you basically hear about people talking about Black America, it's like the image of Black America is, oh, we're all struggling, we're on Section 8, blah blah blah, and everything like that. And I said, that's not fair to these people who worked hard and built something. And like I said, a lot of Black people in America going around minding their business, and then when somebody gets online, and people don't understand the damage you do when you say stuff like that, right? Because a lot of Black people, for the longest time, really were curious about Africa.
Kyler, put the link out there. Maybe more people want to join the panel.
They were really curious about Africa. They really want to go. Like I said, I'm trying to sell tours. I'm trying to like this tour, but I cannot look. There's no reason in the world why we shouldn't be lined up with people who want to go to the continent on tours, like just for doing these shows, right? Other than the fact that people have basically bought into the idea, particularly from FBA people, that Africans don't like us, right? And then it does not help when we're saying, no, that's not true. And then when Africans, they don't help us, they don't give us the help we need. They get online. I'm not saying you, but they get online and start spewing all this nonsense and everything. And I'm saying to myself, you're adding fuel to the fire. Because the average African American don't know anything about Africa. They don't talk about Africa. They don't watch African videos. They have no opinion on Africa. Most Black Americans don't have an opinion on Africa, but almost all Africans have an opinion on us, and it's mostly negative. Rico does not work for go to Africa. Woman, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Both sides are behind. You Africans have Black population still mostly underdeveloped. So everybody get into their feelings and start insulting each other. The whole entire Black race. We always said this: I always believe that the black race, like right now, you have these Sahel states who are trying to liberate themselves. They're trying to liberate themselves. They're trying to liberate themselves from the.
Tyler, let me say this right. I want the brother Eddie Thorne to come up. You know, he's a FBA strong man, and he always has an opinion. You got to come up,
I
brother.
don't think
Let's
he's
talk.
FBA. Eddie talks like he's a Pan Africanist. You know.
Nah, 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 nah. He's a FBA. He's been on Donnie's channel and your channel.
Oh,
He needs
I
to
never.
come up. He's like a dusty brother. He talks crazy in the chat. When he comes up, then he probably be different. But
I
he
mean,
hates Africans. That's
oh,
it.
what the heck? I mean, I see. Like I said, man, I never promote hate to anybody, whatever, like that. You know that. But I'm saying that we'll up until like 5 years ago, we were making so much progress, right? And then I have no idea. I don't know who started it, but just like the vitriol back and forth, right? The vitriol back and forth. Like I said, I'm on record saying I have no problem with.
Okay, I want to get your opinion, right? And Baruti is making this comment, and maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But he says if African Americans had their own country now, it would struggle for a while for varying reasons. One, economic growing
I don't think so. I don't really
growing
think.
pains. 75% of the population
Hold on,
are
hold on,
draining. Let me finish
hold
the
on.
comment. Let me finish reading the comment, Carla. Top 25 equals great success chance now. What is your take on that? Read
Okay,
his comment
I
and
will
you
say
get
it
it.
like
You
this.
get a
I will
gist.
say it like this. The reason why I know it would be successful, right? If you lay the infrastructure down, whatever, like you build a country, right? Black people in America, right? Although we generate $1.6 trillion, we do that from our labor. Our labor. We have nothing. We're not a people like I said. People will say, uh, now we was a people like immigrants who made their money from owning stores and stuff like that. And that's really relative how they whatever like that. Black America is a major infrastructure part of the American infrastructure, right? That means that we do jobs like the shipyard, we do welding, but those are all nation building jobs, right? Now, how do those things get built? It built through a tax base and everything. It built through consumption. That's why it's like a spiral. You create infrastructure. The infrastructure generates revenue. It produces goods and services, and goods and services are taxed and produced and everything. And next thing you know, you have a tax base and everything. Where government can invest in treasuries, trust, everything like that. So you have the infrastructure built, right? So therefore, we have infrastructure built. Private capital comes in, right? Employs people and everything, and you create the tax base. A tax base, right? Without that, you have absolutely you have a basis
Tyler,
for the
to establish those things, you need years, maybe a couple of decades to really
yeah, hold
establish
on. I
them and get
know
a
that. What I'm
foothold.
saying is this. Well, how did tell me
And that's what. So you agree with his point that they're going to struggle.
how did Dubai do it in 10 years?
Yeah, why didn't do that in 10 years, Carla?
Yo, hold on.
Just to build
Hold on.
Dubai
Let
took
me
them
tell you
like
something.
20 years to build Dubai.
In 1992, Dubai was a desert, nothing, right?
Yeah, Dubai didn't get really big
Hold on,
until
hold on,
early
hold on, hold on, hold on,
2010s.
hold on, hold on. No, really. Dubai had this first. Yeah, I got David up here. Dubai basically was on its way. You could start seeing visible signs of infrastructure, everything, right around by around 2000. 2001. 11 years after 2001, you start seeing the shell of it built. The roads, the main roads, and then next thing you know, was a private capital. Everybody started buying real estate, buying building, and it was up. So now you got one of the most advanced cities in the
Carla,
world.
stop it 1 second. I want you to read his nigga died Indian comment. He said, I bet you niggas have brown skin. I'm Shamcock and Yuki Indian. FBA acknowledges our Indian heritage. I despise everyone equally. You gotta invite him up, Carla. I want to know what the nigga Dean.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see no comment.
There's a comment. The guy's name is nigga da Indian. Nigadindin.
I don't see it.
What do you mean? It's right there.
I don't see anything. Oh, the last
Unless
comment.
maybe unless maybe Frenchie blocked him, but I can see the comment right here on the StreamYard. It's
Okay, I see it. I bet you niggas have brown skin. I am. a Shinnecock Indian, FBA acknowledged Indian heritage. I despise everyone equally. Let me get this guy out of here. Let me do you call me? I don't want that freaking stupidity on my freaking platform. Get the hell out of here. I'm just
I don't know what a Shinnecock Indian is, or
I don't
whatever
know
that
what it is.
is.
He's probably some pervert that's never gonna get on here. You know, I blocked him. I blocked it. I didn't block him. I blocked his comment, but he gets one more comment like that. He's out of here. Let me get this guy Dave on. Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, man. Dave Johnson. You want to come up here?
David, it is David Collar. Maybe he doesn't go by Dave.
His
Yeah,
name's Dave.
I'm up here though. It's all gravy. Hey, what's the update on Akon City? I've been under a rock. Is that still going
Oh,
on?
he abandoned the project. So they abandoned it because he abandoned the project. He made his money. He
Doc
gripped
Collar,
it.
be smart. He's not under a rock. He knew he seen the video. That's why he brought it up. He's not under a rock. Nobody just come up and ask about it. He heard the
Hey,
news about it
All
going
right,
on.
Collar,
So
so I know
Who
I'm
is this?
being facetious, but what does
Collar,
Akon
who is this?
City I got to
Hey,
do with
Collar,
me?
who's this guy? Who's this guy? He always interrupting you, man. It's your show. You was explaining
All
something.
right,
Go ahead
yeah,
and let
okay,
him
yeah.
go
I'll
ahead and
deal with
explain,
that.
man.
I'll deal with that later. But okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
what's your point?
I'm saying you was explaining something. Go ahead, like share with us.
No, I was saying that Akon basically was a con. He basically got it. Like I said, anybody in this Pan African space could come up and say anything because they got a bigger platform and they're famous. People listen to them. But no one's gonna listen to me because I'm just got a small guy with a small platform, and no one's gonna give me the respect because I'm not a rapper making millions of dollars. But you'll listen to a clown like H-Con, and the bottom line, every time but somebody like him does something like that, look, I know for a fact that the matter is, if we ever had territory and land and everything like that, and we had backers and stuff like that, we got the billions of dollars we need to initially develop it. We could create a vibrant middle class that sustain it and pay back our debts within a couple of decades. I
My
know we
thing is,
could.
it's easy to say he's a con, but like, can you tell me like what went wrong? Like, if Akon
Well,
can, he's an African, he's
one
money.
is he made what one is he pissed black people in America off by saying he was he had a real Akon has a really deep seated hatred for Black America. He made comments about black people in America are lazy. Black people in America have no stage. Are you kidding me? Does he forget who MC Hammer was, Michael Jackson was, who James Brown was? Does he remember that? He
Do you
made his
think it's
money.
because the Chinese? I think it's because his main investors were Chinese, and that threw everybody off. That's
Well,
what I think.
it's like this. It's like this. One is he tried to do his Acoin thing, and I know people that that guy Go Black to Africa.
you
He
guys don't even. You guys just talking. You don't even understand what's going on here.
All
You
right. Well,
just
Oh,
tell us
okay.
talking.
about this. What's going on?
All right. So Akon was close with the former president of Senegal. So he had an inside deal with the former president, who is now Macky Sall. Before he was forced out of power and had to, he was forced to hold elections. The new government that came in is not in cahoots with Akon. So he had his deal. If you're African, you understand how these things work. Usually, if you want to do any project of that magnitude, you have to be really, connected with the government in power, and that is no longer the case. Also, Akon, this is not his personal venture. This is a joint venture by some Chinese investors. So he didn't lose any money per se. He marketed it as a place, like a futuristic city. But if you type in his net worth right now, he's worth a lot of money. He's not broke. He didn't put all his
But
money
I'm
into
saying,
this.
what did we say that was wrong? We
No,
basically saying the same thing you saying.
no, but you said you didn't know about this, that you were under a rock. So I'm saying you're disingenuous by bringing up the topic to try to, pin Akon as a fraud.
I was asking why did it,
And
I was
just
under the rock on seeing why it didn't work out.
Hold on, man. Could it be that he didn't know what he was in over his head? He didn't know what he was doing.
Tyler, you've been to Liberia, right? You said as much, right? If you're not in cahoots with the government, any project that you have
I'm
is
like
going to be
this. I'm like this.
bottleneck.
If Akon was,
Akon is a multimillionaire. He gonna be in cahoots with every government that come
hold
in.
on.
That's that's not
Hold
true.
on. Akon's problem was, hold on. Akon, you know what Akon's problem was? He tried to rely on Black America, right? He should have reached out to Nigerians, Ghanaians,
Yeah, that
all
was
these
the issue
people on
right
the
there.
continent. That would have worked, But he tried to go for the big prize, African Americans, and that was not
He
going to
tried to
work.
finesse.
That was not
Okay,
going to work. Oh, you cannot go for the big. You got to start
Tyler, do you know if any African American invested in Akon City and lost money?
no, don't look. No, yeah, yeah. Go Black to Africa did.
Okay.
Dang,
You know,
dang.
Go Black to Africa did. He
Next
invested. I
question.
say he invested 1,000. A lot of people did. They invested in that Acoin thing. We're so used to
No,
investing.
no, the Acorn thing, that's not the city. That's a
We all took it as the same thing.
no, no. How can you talk call it as a coin the same as a city?
No, but it was all Akon.
The
His
city was
name
gonna be
was on
ran
it.
off. The city was gonna be ran off Acorn, I think, something like
Nah, the
that.
city it was going to be a currency within the city. It's not the city is going to be
And the
ran.
question,
Okay, so it's gonna be ran off the currency. That's what I just said, bro.
Nah,
I don't know what's wrong with your hearing or your comprehension skills.
nah.
I'm saying the same thing you
You're
saying,
just an
and you
FBA.
gonna say nah,
I'm
and
here
say
trying
the
to be a
same exact thing
sneaky
I just
person
said.
and trying to propagate
I said
FBA
he got in bed with the
propaganda.
Chinese. I said he got in bed with the Chinese. You turn around and say, nah, it wasn't his project. It was the
No, but
Chinese.
your
That's
first
what
thing
I
you
just
came
said.
is
That's what I
I don't
just
know
said.
what's
It was
going
the
on with it.
Chinese.
I've been under a rock. You haven't been under a rock. You clearly have done some research and you
So
know
you
about
so
the
so you
topic and
so,
you
so
acted
you're
as if you
embarrassed.
didn't know anything about it.
So you're embarrassed about it. Okay, it's all right,
No,
bro.
it's not about being embarrassed.
It
This
happens,
is your
bro.
angle. Exactly what I said. You think that it's embarrassing to Africans, so you brought
I
it
mean,
up to try to do
you
a
getting very
FBA
defensive.
talking point.
Oh, let me
You can
hold, let
you.
me answer. Oh, let
How's
me
their
answer
talking
Frenchie's
point?
question. Okay, Frenchie said, "How can you call Black Americans lazy? They made him." Yeah, I know that's his whole thing. And so if he said that stuff like that about Black Americans, drunk and they have no stage presence and all this kind of stuff like this, that just show he always had a resentment
The
toward.
stage presence thing is something that is shared with African artists, right? Burna Boy said a similar thing, right? And I guess that's from their perspective that Africans tend to go all out when they're performing, they're doing all
Oh,
the
yo,
dances
has he ever
and
seen
all of
Chris?
that.
Check us out, Burna Boy and Chris Brown.
I'm
Chris
about
Brown
to say Chris
sold
Brown
out
too.
arenas in South Africa.
That's their opinion, Kyla. You know,
Hold on. Burna Boy had to cancel his concert. He didn't sell enough tickets in South Africa. Chris Brown,
Right.
yeah, but Kyla, don't say things without the nuances, and you know the nuance.
well, hold on.
What's the relationship with South Africans and Nigerians?
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Burna Boy could not sell out South. Like, nobody bought his
He can't
ticket.
even sell out South Africa, but
Yeah,
Chris
what you
Brown
call? And
selling out South Africa.
he was only asking $1 per ticket. Chris Brown was doing like
That's what I
$100.
said, Kyla. That's what I said. Fine. If you think Burna Boy is not a big artist in South Africa,
What I'm saying,
fine.
look, I'm saying
But I'm
like
We
this.
saying he
I'm saying
should
like
be a
this.
big artist.
If you
Damn.
hold up,
Colin,
if you say that Burner Boy said that similar things that black people don't have talent, whatever like that, then how come he didn't sell out the concert and then what you call it?
Kyla, Burna Boy sold out the O2 Arena in the UK.
Yeah, I know, but then he was only selling for $1 ticket. Beyonce.
No, that's
Oh,
not
okay.
true. The point is
Listen,
that
hold on,
Kyla, let me speak, man. Damn.
hold
The
on, Elvis.
point is that Burna Boy, the Nigerians and the
Elvis,
South Africans have issues. We know that.
Elvis, what you call it? Beyonce was
Why they
charging
got issues?
$300
What's the issue
ticket.
with the Nigerians in South
no, we're
Africa?
not getting
Okay,
in that
see,
right now.
that's because
Okay,
you
we're
don't
not gonna get
understand.
it. All right.
And Kyla
Colin,
knows this, but he's acting like he doesn't know.
What?
Colin,
You know the
address?
issue with the
What's the issue?
xenophobia
What's
in
the
South
issue?
Africa against the Nigerians. You know
Oh,
that.
it's a xenophobia in South
When
Africa.
is
So
Burner Boy supposed to be a big star, man?
No, but I mean, Kyla, man, come on.
All
Come
Colin,
right,
on,
can
Kyla.
I
let me get
address?
Steve and Jonathan on.
Can I address that whole lazy? Like no energy on stage, right? He was talking about like these like modern day
he's talking about
rappers.
rappers.
So
Yeah, he was talking about
right,
rappers. He wasn't talking
Yeah,
about
you talking about
R&B artists.
rappers. Chris Brown is a
he
dancer and a performer.
he no, but
Right.
he was talking about a lot of these new
Oh, okay.
rappers, and
So
a lot of them are like
why
that.
is he talking about rappers when he know rappers don't dance and perform like that? He should have been.
No, back in the day, Big Daddy Kane and all them were dancing on
Man,
stage and
that was
everything
like
else.
20, 30 years ago, man. Rappers don't
That's
dance. Jay Z didn't dance. Biggie didn't dance. Pac didn't dance. What
You
are you
know,
talking
okay. So
about?
no, he said, hold on,
Akon
listen,
comes from a
listen.
musical family, right? His mom and dad are both
Okay, then, so
musicians.
No,
why is he
hold
talking
on. We're
about
not talking
rappers?
about that. He said they don't have any stage presence, and that's true. A lot of these modern day rappers on stage, halfway on drugs,
So
popping
I'm
pills,
saying, bro.
and
My
drunk.
thing is, why is he talking about rappers? Why he's not talking about R&B artists like himself? Is he gonna say Amari? Is he gonna say Chris Brown don't have
Because
stage presence?
he was on a show talking about entertainers and rappers and stuff.
But
On
hold on, the way he was
I'm saying
cavalierly
why he's
talking,
gonna
right?
boil it down to just
Hold on. When
rappers.
he was cavalierly
Rappers don't do
talking
that.
about that, he said
no,
he did.
that's the no. The point I'm trying to make is that these new rappers, you compare them to the old ones.
Steve. He
Oh,
didn't
go ahead.
clarify that, right? He just said those people. You talk about those.
Nah, that's a lot, Colin. He said
How
rappers
you
these
gonna be
days.
an old ass? How you gonna be an old African R&B star and just be pointing out young rappers. That's a
He
big
made
stretch
a
for him to
fair
stick to.
point. They don't have no stage presence nowadays. Half of them be
Okay,
on
then okay,
drugs
then young
and
Hold
rappers
on, he's
don't
drunk.
have
talking about
stage
all
presence. So
black
how about the
America.
R&B
He didn't
artists? The
say
R&B artists
rappers.
got stage
He
presence.
said black
He
America.
did. He wasn't talking about the R&B artists.
Exactly. You talking about rappers? So why y'all?
No, he
He can
okay.
talk
Hold
about
on. I'm gonna
rappers. He
play.
don't. He's not. He's not.
But I'm
Hold on. I'm
saying
gonna
though,
play
why
a
did he
video.
boil it
I'm gonna
down
play
to
a
just
video.
rappers
Play a
though?
video.
That's the thing I'm trying to figure out.
Because he was
Cause
talking
that's
about
what. Yeah, that's what he was. Come on, man. This dude. Any
exactly
criticism on African Americans is saying as a hate speech nowadays.
It is hate
right.
speech.
Thank
It
you.
was, it was,
Because
it was a
these
hater.
new
It
rappers
ain't
don't
hate
have
speech.
no
It's a
stage
hater speech.
presence. It's a fact.
It ain't hate speech. It's a hater speech. Because why he's
Yeah,
gonna go
that
down to
hater
the lower?
speech.
Yeah, it's hater speech.
All right, all right, all
He
He's
right.
didn't.
gonna go down.
Okay. The
He's gonna
movie.
Hold
go
on.
down to
Let
the
me say.
lower
He
common
didn't.
denominator.
He
He's gonna
specifically
compare
said
himself.
new rappers nowadays.
Okay.
Rappers
I
So
don't
nowadays.
know if
the
he's
new
saying that.
rappers are like 17, 16, 18 years old. So he's
No,
gonna
they
compare
not. No,
himself.
they not. Stop it,
So how old are the new rappers then?
man. You know, you
How
got
old
people
are
like Lil Durk and all of
they?
those guys.
Lil Durk been out for 12 years. What are you talking, man? Hey, all right, man. All right,
My
go
work
ahead.
is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need.
Hold on.
Lil
I
Durk
don't
been out for
listen.
12, 15 years. He talking about Lil Durk, a new rapper.
Well, he's still. I mean, in my opinion, he's still one of these new rappers. He ain't no different than the
All
realistically
right,
speaking.
bro. All right.
Steve, you
But
can't say someone that's been out for 10 years,
Burna Boy ain't got
15
Chris Brown
years as a
stage
new
presence. I
rapper.
know that much.
I mean, I don't really, you know,
Burna Boy ain't got Chris
anything
Brown stage
after
presence.
So Akon has
2010,
got himself in trouble,
they all the same to me.
and I want to
Okay, let's watch the video here. It's right here. Okay, by the big man Phil Scott. Let's see.
play, the clip that got Akon in trouble with
In
a lot of
trouble.
Black American people because no one knew who Akon was until he came out with music over here. Now, Akon was born in the United States. He was not born in Senegal.
Man, skip to
All
the
these things,
Akon talking. I don't want to hear
I
from
ain't
him.
gonna lie.
he was
That's
Hold on,
true.
born in
hold on,
New York.
Relax, man.
He
hold on, hold on.
politically his parents, but he
I know it
grew up
feels
here
annoying,
in the
but come
United
on, we gotta
States.
watch this up. I don't want to miss it.
First time I heard Akon, he was on a Young Jeezy track, Soul Survivor. It's the first time I ever heard Akon. And I thought, okay, sound pretty cool. Who's that brother? But from what
Shut
I
up.
was told, Styles P is the one that gave him a chance. Was no one in
Shut up, Styles.
Senegal. It was Styles P. But let's go on and listen to Akon here
Yo.
and what he has to say and why a lot of brothers and sisters here in America got a problem.
Yeah. We a little different when it comes to stage presence. Now in America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down, bored as hell.
See, he didn't say the rappers. He
Play the
said,
thing, Carla.
you know what I'm
He didn't say
saying? That's what he
rappers.
said.
He didn't say
He
young
said no.
Play
rappers. He said
No.
them.
He said
Let it
them
finish. Let it
niggas
finish,
over
caller.
there.
Let it finish.
He said them niggas over there. He
Play
said
it, Carla. Play
Them
it.
Half
niggas over
asleep because
there.
they high as hell. Right, yeah.
Well, the issue
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah,
right there.
yeah.
You can just go back to look at some Akon's performances. Akon, your pants was underneath your butt too, Akon. I remember
Can,
that.
caller, can we
Akon,
get to
your
the?
record label was called Convict Music. What are you talking about?
Mm.
And you didn't
Ooh.
even change the label. You everything you talking about that was you, bruh. And then you sitting up here saying the N word, kind of like separating yourself. But I'm gonna
Mm.
address the
Oh my
separation and
God!
why he feel like he needs to
Delineate.
do that. But let's
This
continue.
sounds like some
Africa,
victim
we wake up in
stuff
the
right
morning
here.
like look at these YouTube clips of all these kids from Uganda and how they be, you know what I'm saying? Like these kids are performers. Like so for us it
Oh,
comes
kids from Uganda,
natural,
they ain't niggas.
like to watch the kids from the African.
Okay, so
Mm-hmm. Kyler, how we gonna
it,
build with
it,
that, man?
it would be,
How we gonna build with that?
people like, showing all these clips of Michael Jackson and Prince and all our great performers with stage presence and, just the awesomeness of a lot of our artists. That's not why I'm going to go because that's too easy. That's too easy to debunk him on that. I noticed ever since he got his new hairline from Turkey, he didn't act like he didn't got a new superpower all of a sudden.
Oh
I
my
Come
understand.
God!
on,
You happy with your new hairline. I get it.
man.
You
But
know,
don't
you
act
know, you
like
know what
that.
Phil
You
remind me
was
of?
Akon back then.
He
You ain't
wants to
gonna do that.
Cape Hard as an FBA being
That's
married to
the
a
issue.
Spanish woman.
That
Akon
exactly
has
my
an
point.
inferiority
Their
Another
kids
complex.
can't even
fraud.
be
Some of them
FBA.
do have an
They're
Another
inferiority
mulattoes.
fraud.
complex.
Another fraud.
Akon and a lot of those only to this apply to some black immigrants have a inferiority complex
This is the nigga who was a
because
Pan African,
they're
man, a
born
Pan
in
Africanist
America. I'm
channel,
just saying
man.
it. They're born in America.
This is the dude that's talking shit.
When they go back to their homelands, they're not viewed as African per se. They're viewed as American because they speak like us, they dress like we dress, they know the lingo, they know everything. So they looked at as an American. So since people like Akon, I'm gonna keep it on Akon. I'm not gonna do the white people thing because I hate when our people start doing the white people thing. Like he's the representation of everybody. No, he's not. He's the representation of himself. When he goes back to Senegal, anywhere,
See how we
yeah,
did
they
that?
may accept him, but
We
he's still an
even we
American.
didn't we didn't
He's not really Senegalese like
blame the
that,
whole
and he knows
blamed it
that.
on him.
So he got to try to prove extra hard that he's African instead of just accepting he's an American that was born here in America. He got to try to say separate himself and say, "Oh, see, Africans do this and Africans do that, bro." First of all, Akon, let's go back here. Akon, you wouldn't have a career, it wouldn't be for Black America. Nobody in Senegal put you on, bro. Nobody in Senegal even try to fool with you now. And wasn't it too long ago your business partner just went to a federal judge to freeze $4 million in assets because you're talking about some finessing, allegedly finessing with this Akon City thing. Then you came in with a coin. Last time I checked, it was only worth a penny per coin. Well, what happened to this futuristic Akon City thing that's supposed to be happening in Senegal? What happened to that, brother? You have a whole lot more things going on. You came out with a new record. Heard that record didn't do too well, so you mad at Black Americans because your record didn't do well? I mean, I don't know, but the fact is, this inferiority complex that people like Akon have. Like, listen, there was no Black American in that room. Why you bring it up? You don't have to put down Black Americans to talk about African music. I understand that we are the culture.
Yeah,
Trust me, I understand that more going to the African continent than actually just staying here. And there are people like Akon that's jealous of that. They don't like that Black Americans are the culture. In order for us to get that, we had to go through a lot of pain and suffering, and we're still dealing with a lot of pain and suffering today, Akon. I really don't hear you standing up and doing a whole lot in the Black community anyway. You dismiss slavery. It wouldn't have been for slavery, you wouldn't have got any kind of career. Because without us going through slavery and all the things we went through all the way up to the civil rights movement and had some freedoms there, you wouldn't have been allowed to come, your parents would have been allowed to come over here where you got a start in your career. So instead of saying, you know what, I appreciate, what Black Americans have done, we're not saying to kiss our butt. That's not what we're asking. But saying just respect the culture, brother. That's all. And notice we don't go disrespecting nobody in the African continent. We don't even do that. We don't do it. But the inferiority complex, and I kind of noticed that, because either you have an inferiority complex or there's a little jealousy about our position. Because if you notice some, not all, when they get a little shine, oh, look at us. And we're like, okay, that's a nice song. It's all good. No problem. We cool with it. We don't act like that. Oh, he's talking about, like, Akon's up here talking about how Black people dress and being high and all that. Dude, there's drugs on the African continent too, bro. People getting high there too, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Your workflow is important to us. Please wait indefinitely.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform,
you got in Ghana, Kumerica. You know what I'm saying? They doing Chicago drill music in freaking Ghana. Look at all y'all artists you talking about. They're not dressing in African traditional clothing. Burna Boy and all these other ones, they're not dressing in African traditional clothing. They look like American artists. Like I'm just trying to understand. Like even Akon himself, he's not wearing Senegalese clothing. Even in this doggone interview.
What are you wearing? African American clothing?
Like that. So how you gonna talk down on us?
Basically, Elvis.
But you're not showing us
Colin.
how to
That's
do
an African American traditional garb he's wearing.
That's what I don't
leather,
understand.
shirt, shoes.
Yeah, that's your traditional clothes, Colin.
That build
Yeah,
you up.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who other clothes?
I
The white
don't know
man?
who's going to, but why we
Or is
always
it-
got to be talked down?
Who clothes do you think it is, David? Is it black people
That's not his
clothes?
first time.
It's
People
an
don't
African American
talk
style
about how
of
we need
dress.
to get over
No,
slavery and all this other. It's like
African American.
you have no right to talk about what we need to get
Dan
over.
is African American. Okay.
We're not talking about
Okay,
nothing in
what white
Senegal
country
because we don't got no
came
place
from?
to talk about that.
Go ahead, name it.
I said
Name
okay.
the white country.
I'm not arguing with you. You said it's African American. I said
Name
okay.
the white
Thankful
country.
for the
Name the
career
white
you
country
have
he came
received.
You said it's African American. I said
And
okay,
then-
bro.
and
You
then-
want to argue
here's
with
the thing.
yourself.
All right, that's it.
When Black Americans start checking you, don't start crying, talking about, oh, well, we all brothers, we all sisters. When you the one, Akon, should be pushing more of a brother-sisterly role, right? But you're trying to push a separation. Oh, look at the kids in Uganda. They doing this and that and the third.
Blue jeans
Also
made out
about
of cotton.
Uganda, Akon, something else I just read. They gave you land in
Yeah,
Uganda
t-shirts
to
made out of
build
cotton
something,
too.
Akon. They were complaining that you didn't
I'm
go
just
do
saying
a
that blue
thing
jeans
on
are
that
made out of
land.
cotton.
You didn't
Yeah,
build a
t-shirts are
thing
made out
what
of
you
cotton too, bro.
promised. When you went over there
that might be one of our things too.
with
You might.
Yeah, there you go. I knew you was gonna say that. The track
President,
referred to it.
they
Video's
gave you
playing.
some
Wait,
land,
hold
you
on.
didn't do
Wait
a
for the
freaking
videos over
thing,
there,
bro.
please.
What happened with that, Akon? I mean, you got a lot of unfinished projects, but you sitting up here talking about Black Americans and talking down on. Because I mean, the way you said it no different than talking about the N word. You said it no different than a white man would say that. You said them N words. Like really? And that's the culture that you came up in. You had no problem mimicking that culture to your career. All of a sudden, now you all brand new with your new hair. I'm really Black American with your new little hairline. You know, black folks when they want to talk down, they gonna say little. Your little hairline. Now you got your little hairline, and you think you're better than everybody. But Akon, stop, bro. Just go ahead and stop. This is funny to me at this point, but Akon and people like him, like they say, they either have an inferiority complex because they don't feel like they're African enough to the people over there, or some of them are kind of people like Akon kind of jealous that we are the culture. You can make your money off the culture, but secretly you really don't like that. Well, Akon, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you, but just take your new hairline and go on, man. This is because what you're going is fixing with Black America don't fool with you at all. In the moment Black America don't fool with you, nobody gonna fool with you. I promise you that, bro. I promise you. You don't want that problem. You don't want that problem. But let me know what y'all think about Akon here with his new hairline.
I only want to know
all this stuff
what Phil's net worth is and what Akon's net worth is. Our culture. Niggas always try to claim shit like they're part of any kind of culture. He's not making no damn music. He's not in the music industry. He never made a dime out of music.
Colin, can you play the interview with Akon without the commentary?
Yeah, drink champs. Akon, those guys from New York, the Norries, the French Montana. Akon's been friends with them for a long time.
No, play
He's been part of
this
the culture.
as that interview. Play this as that
But
interview.
the problem is why even make the comparison anyway?
Look,
That's why I
Akon
want
is
to know
like
because you can take it out of context.
he's a part of the music business. He's criticized other people, bro.
No, but
Look, African Americans are not beyond criticism. I can criticize you. Does that mean I hate African American big black if I criticize a part of the culture?
No,
when FBAs or when you criticize African culture, does that mean you hate us? You can criticize Africans.
But listen what I'm saying. He's on an interview, like Colin said, nothing but continental Africa.
Oh, yeah.
Why even throw that criticism
Colin,
out?
play the interview without any commentary, no reaction. I just want to see.
I can't find anything like that.
It says, what is it, Stephanie Mills? What was it? ZZ?
I can't find anything like it's all finding.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down.
That's an insult right there.
Play it, Tyler.
Hypocrite. everyone. This is Sami
There's
Sami.
another
What I got
commentary
for
on it,
everyone
Carla.
today, I'm
Is that
coming to you
Kyla?
with something
It seems like it's
different.
taken out of
It's
context.
not
It seems
going
like
to
somebody
be
asked him a
what
question
you
No,
and
no,
you
no.
just
expect.
giving him his
Hold
response.
on.
More
It's like this. I saw it. Wait a minute. The whole idea is like somebody. People always. This is what it is. This is what it is. If he's in Africa and he was talking to the UK, somebody promoting Africa, what was the purpose of mentioning Black America? What's the purpose of
It
that?
seemed like somebody asked him a question.
I know that. Hold up. He could have basically said, something. You know who does that? When people try to corner him with those Michael Blackson. Dude, Michael Blackson was on this interview with these guys from the UK, and they were just basically saying, "Well, Black America, this." He said, "Look, let me tell you something. I've been there. I would not be here if it wasn't for Black America. You don't know them, but they do this Africa. That's because if you once you know these people, right? They accept you as one of them. They love you. You know."
Carla, do you think you have the right to criticize Africans?
Elvis, do not interrupt me. I'm talking. You know.
No, let
So
me ask you a question, man. You're being a
Elvis,
hypocrite right
Elvis,
now.
Nah,
again,
Elvis, let him talk,
You're
Elvis.
being a hypocrite. You come here, you criticize Africans. You think Africans can criticize you? What do you mean by that?
No, let me finish what I'm saying. Right? I will say in that particular interview, Michael Blackman said, something, because you never spent time with these people, right? I spent time with them. Yeah, it wasn't good. Once I got to know them, they got to know me. It's fine, right? Because the guy was making all these superlatives. Oh, Black America's this and blah blah blah.
Shout
This
out
and
to Michael Blackson, Kyla. Shout out to him.
yeah. So Michael Blackson was basically like this, but the same questions posed to Akon, right? Because people try to bait you. That's what it is. Particularly Black UK people, they always basically want to talk about Black America. Throw us under.
No, Kyla, don't generalize.
I am going to generalize, man. What are you talking about?
Carla, let me ask my question now that you're done. Do you think you have the right to criticize Africans, Carla?
Hold on, look. My whole thing is this. Fair criticism. I
Oh
can
my
give.
gosh! Now I gotta be fair.
Hold on. Fair criticism. I'm saying, hold on. It's like this. There's a time and place to criticize somebody, right? If you're just doing an interview and you're talking about Ugandan actors or performers or whatnot, that's not the time to talk about that. One has nothing to do with the other. But if you're basically talking about an issue that goes on in Black America, yeah, that's the time to talk about something like that.
Carla,
Akon,
you've been on your show with Dollar
Akon,
Bill. Both of you are African Americans criticizing Africa. Was that wrong?
okay. If I'm talking
Hold on, and
about Elvis,
can I add to this?
if I'm talking about economics, power, trade, stuff like that, yeah, that's the time to do it.
Oh, that's the time to do it.
In
But
context, you can hold on. You can
Kyla,
criticize.
some of
Elvis. You can
But Elvis,
criticize
you gotta
Black
understand
America.
Carla,
criticism
the
came out
easiest
You
way to
have the right to
explain
criticize
this,
us. We have the right to criticize. It's not a big deal.
No,
Don't
Elvis,
take it personal.
Elvis, you
came
gotta
out.
look at the
That
context.
was
The
a
dude is
competition.
having an interview.
That was a
Ain't no
competition.
African Americans a part of that interview. But when Carla and Dollar Bill is talking about Africans, y'all are actually on the damn platform.
Not all the
But hold on,
time.
we don't know the context of the interview. We not seeing what
I did
question was
say,
asked or
the
anything.
bottom line is she look, girl, she made this question.
My point here is I don't even mind if
What's
African
okay?
Americans criticize Africans.
He basically took
It
the
don't
time
matter if
to
you don't
basically
mind.
make it like
What you
Africans
do
are better
when
than
No,
Africans
no, it don't
criticize
matter
African
unless you
Americans,
don't
then you
mind.
think it's a hate speech and everybody hates you and everybody is jealous of you. It's not
No,
the
no,
case.
that's not it.
You'll never hear me disparaging
That was
African
not the
Americans, but I'll
competition.
criticize when I see it
Why
fit.
you bring that up?
Everybody be
People
quiet,
who are
Frenchie.
afraid to criticize you, be
Let,
mindful of them. They have an ulterior motive.
That was
let Frenchie
basically a
speak. Let Frenchie
competition
speak.
answer. It was I'm going to compete with the
But I
African
everybody.
can't even
I
see
want to
who's
say
on the
this.
panel. Who's on the panel, Carla?
I just
Let
added
Frenchie
Frenchie
speak.
on. Let me Frenchie get. I'm gonna time everybody. Let me get everybody a chance to talk. Let me put my timer up. Hold on, give me 1 second. My stopwatch. Hold on. Stopwatch. Okay, clear. I'm gonna give Frenchie 4 minutes. All right, Frenchie, go ahead, go.
Hello, Carla. Hello to everyone else in the audience and the chat. I don't even think I need 4 minutes really. It was just to say that what Akon said was wrong. I did put the link to the entire interview in the chat. We can't really make excuses for what he said.
You gotta put it in the back
And,
chat. I can't click on it if it's in the chat.
oh, in the back chat? Okay. Yes,
Okay,
I'll let someone else go. I'll do that now. Sorry,
okay,
because I'm using my mobile.
okay. All right, so back to what I was saying, Elvis. I look, there's a time and place for everything. We're talking about politics, and we're talking about crime. We're talking about act black people in America acting a fool, whatever like that. There's a time and place for it. Yeah, you can criticize, right? But this was an interview. It's supposed to be lighthearted, lighthearted.
Who said it's supposed to be lighthearted, Colin? You're just making stuff
Hold on,
up.
you're just
You
hold on.
can come here and criticize African culture. You call them primitive and backwards. You criticize every aspect of African civilization, Colin.
There's a time and place for everything. That was a lighthearted interview talking about something fun. Like it's supposed to be lighthearted. Okay, he's talking about
You guys just don't like criticism. You think if an African criticize you, they're
no,
hitting on you.
that's not criticism. If you're
It's
gonna criticize,
criticism. What do you mean? If you say that somebody don't know how to perform, they're going to be lackadaisical, they're going to be encumbered by sagging pants, those are valid criticism.
hold up, that's not.
Just like, have any of y'all ever seen Akon perform before?
He forms like garbage.
I watched him perform on many stages. I mean, in Brazil, he got a massive crowd in
He
Brazil,
wears the tank top.
all over the world in Europe, in
So
Stockholm.
No, I mean in
Like
America.
any other rapper.
A tank top.
Yeah,
He ain't got no damn show presence or nothing like that.
I mean, that's
He
common
don't
for
do
people
all of
that
that.
tank top, man.
So and
Or
also
white
he
beater,
didn't say
whatever.
rappers, right? He didn't say young. Look, the bottom line is when you just make it we Ugandans, right? When he said Ugandans, us we Africans, right? He clearly draw a line of demarcation between African Americans, not rappers, not young rappers. He said Africans, right? That means anybody who's not African was open to his criticism.
Can
That
I
means
see? Can
Michael
we see the
Jackson,
question that was
James
asked to him
Brown.
so I can make so I
Hold on,
can?
hold on. When he says we Africans, right? That means he basically is
Kyle,
arguing.
Akon ain't do anything more egregious than you do on a nightly
Oh,
basis on your show, Kyle.
Look, I'm saying like this. If I do something egregious, right? I'm talking about specific things. I'm not talking about.
Don't qualify it, Kyle.
Okay,
You
no,
say
look,
outrageous things on this platform every night.
I'm saying that when he said this about that's why black people upset.
Told you.
He basically is talking about okay, if you say we Africans are different than
That's
them,
your mama.
who's them? That
That's
also includes
keep it
Michael
in the closet
Jackson.
because
That
y'all
includes James Brown.
y'all be quick to take a
That
roll
includes
upstairs.
Chuck Berry.
Exactly.
Is he
Mhm.
crazy? He got more base stage presence than Chuck Berry. Michael Jackson, the king of pop.
But with Michael Jackson and all them up there sagging their
Were
pants
they
and jumping
sagging
on
their
Hold on,
stage.
hold
pants
on, hold on,
and
hold on.
being on lean?
He said,
You know who you're talking about, you know.
first of all, Akon was sagging his pants in all his videos.
Okay, and that would make
Exactly.
Akon a hypocrite.
So
Okay,
the bottom
I
line,
understand
he's
that
been a
part.
hypocrite.
But like we listen, like my mama always say, if it doesn't apply, let it fly.
Oh,
Right?
That sound cute.
Look, if you look
But
at the
why are we
same
making excuses for him? Why are we
I'm not
excusing
making
what
excuses
Akon
for him, but
said?
that
time,
He was
he did not
wrong,
attack Black
period.
Americans.
he's fake. He ain't fooling me.
No, but he was wrong, period. What he said was distasteful. Because the people, the very people that he's speaking about now are the people that made him who he was.
Yeah, yeah. And now, yeah,
They
he
probably
came
feel the
up as
same way
Black
that
America.
Akon
He
feels.
came up like the whole
Oh,
tone was his
okay.
tone was he's making it seem like since he went to Africa because he was also it goes on to a bigger thing. Listen to this carefully. Give me like 2 minutes. It goes on to a bigger thing. For the past that was 2 years ago, right? For the 3 years before that, he was going this thing where if he was telling Black America, you come to Africa, you'll be a millionaire overnight. You can make millions of dollars. And he's promoting Africa as he said, African Americans should come to Africa because you'll never be this. He was basically that was he was saying, right? So therefore, he was trying to promote Africa. I get it. But like the college Genesis always says, exaggeration is what? The bastard child of what? Enthusiasm. He was an African enthusiast. So Akon was exaggerating African success. And we said he said he was gonna build an Akon city, he was gonna get African Americans to come over and that. When that did not work out the way he said, he sort of turned on black people in America. Because and then
Kyla, how many business ventures have you done
okay,
that hasn't been successful?
hold on. And then when that happened, right? And that happened when he realized his Acorn, that was right after his Acorn thing failed, and his thing not working with the Acon City, whatever like that. He sort of was bitter towards Black America. He's like, who are these people? And then he tried at the same time. He was trying to make it seem like he made all his money in Africa. He was like, Africa's making money. He didn't make no money in Africa. Wherever he was scamming for those solar projects, whatever, he made most of his money here in America. doing Black American music. That's what people got pissed off about. You weren't making no money in Africa. These people. You make your money when you come to the United States.
Carla,
You know,
have you listened to one of Akon's album?
I listened to his album before. Yeah.
What's the central theme in his albums?
Akon, for years I've been listening to him. And he's a con, and I knew he was fake. He was a fake.
Was he promoting Africa heavy, singing about Africa?
Oh yeah, this is what they do, Elvis. Right? This is what they do. On one hand, they'll have a track. They say, okay, when they do the track, well, it's marketing. I'll make this track right here. That's for my goons in the hood with a drug deal and that. Then I'll know that there's some conscious people out there. I'll make a couple tracks for them. But everybody, then I'll make a couple love songs. Like, nobody want to see us together. Remember that song, right? He'll make a couple love songs here.
Hmm.
It's a fucking old gimmick. I know these guys.
Akon was never trying to cosplay. He made it very clear that he's African,
Oh
who
yeah,
grew up
well
and was
yeah,
born
okay.
and grew up in the
So
United
a song
States.
like "I Still Will Kill" when I don't even look at me wrong when I roll through the hood. That's real African. Okay,
Yeah, he was a hood nigga. He was out there jacking
okay,
cars and doing robberies and shit. What do
but
you
you got
expect him to say about it? That was his experience, Kyla.
that you guys come over here. You're
You
upstanding.
think you think Africans are not? You think there are African niggas in the hood who are doing degenerate shit?
When
He was there. That's why he was in jail.
Africans say it, hold up. The way Africans say it is that they come over here, they take advantage of opportunity while Black Americans ain't doing shit. That's the narrative. So how do you explain Akon then?
What are you talking about?
Colin, we
You're just reaching
understand
for
that
straws, bro.
some black immigrants do come over here and get involved with crime.
Well,
We already know that. So I
like
don't.
but he was, he was doing latching on
Let's
to
play the video Frenchie put up.
yeah, he was latching on to the whole anti-black American and they're this, they're that, and it goes along to the whole thing that yeah,
You know, Akon's biggest money maker. You know what it was, Carla?
he could have just bigged up those
His
kids.
biggest money maker was selling the rights.
He could have
Hold
promoted
on, was selling the musical rights of Lady Gaga. He signed Lady Gaga and he had her musical right, and she became one of the biggest artists in the world.
He could have basically
That's
He
true.
sold her rights for like $30 million. He made a lot of money off that deal.
he could have basically. I know you Africans are behind them when you're proud of
And T-Pain.
And T-Pain, of course. So look, Akon, you've listened to his album. If you listen to his album Freedom, one of probably his best album, it's all about
the bottom line is
homage to Africa. We know he's an African. All African Americans knew he was African. He didn't hide it.
this day I proclaim the Renaissance. If people don't like us, whatever like that, you got something to say about us, then stay out of our spaces. Don't sell music to us. Don't get on stage with us.
Tyler, don't say crazy shit like that, because then if you're saying that, then stay out of Liberia, because you criticize African when you go into our spaces. What do you mean stay out of your spaces?
Hold on, Colin. Can I address that right?
Like us, somebody don't like
You
us.
go on the continent, you criticize African every day. Does that apply to you too,
I
Colin?
never said I didn't like Africans though.
I mean, you always try to move the goalposts.
Don't like Black Americans, Colin.
Listen to my show. Frenchie will tell you because Frenchie listens to everything I say, right? I criticize who most, Frenchie? It's mostly Black Americans,
Nope. You do it seldomly, but every night. It's not a night that you don't criticize Africans.
No, color is very equal with the disrespect. Everyone can get it, and everyone does get it. If we're being honest,
That's what I'm saying.
Not true. Colin is not ecumenical when it comes to disrespect.
Yes,
Definitely
you
disrespect
don't think
Africans.
so, Elvin?
I get everybody. You don't listen to the show. I give it to everybody
We
equally.
give it to
Colin,
everyone.
can I say this? You do give it to everybody, but you give it to Africans the most. I will say.
No, I don't. I give it to African
Say so.
Americans because you guys
I
are
don't listen to your show, bro. We're not just trying to say these things because we're being unfair. We hear you every night.
What it is you guys so comfortable and love when I talk about Black Americans that you should enjoy it. But when I talk about Africans, you guys get uncomfortable. That's why you.
When you talk about African American, when I think you're being unfair and being exaggerating, I'll come up and speak, against what you're saying.
I talk.
I'm not somebody who likes you to bash people unfairly.
It's necessary to talk about them because the bottom line is I don't like bad behavior. I don't care who is it from.
I don't like bad behavior either.
Say the bottom line. So when Africans are out of pocket, I'll say something. When white people out of pocket, I'll say something. When Black Americans out of pocket, I'll say something. Right. So
but you feel like you have that right? As a Black person, you can criticize African. You have that right?
I'm a culture critic. That's what I do.
You have that right, Carla.
It's a culture critic.
You don't have to be an continental African, to criticize Africans from the continent, right?
I don't have no problem with somebody criticizing African Americans, but this interview was not the time and the place.
That you're not the rule maker, Colin. You don't
Okay,
make
that's
it. You
what
don't
that
make
was,
rules
that's
for
what
Akon to follow.
telling you
He's a
that
grown
that's
ass
why
man.
I
He can
know
do
he's
whatever
a
he
Hey,
wants.
what's my
madman.
boy name? What's my boy name talking?
Let's watch his interview. Let's watch his
What's the
interview,
name?
right?
What's the name,
He's
family?
a
Hey,
UK
skip to the
boy,
part.
right? You know, dressing like African American, cosplaying our style, and
Uh,
both
There
of
you
them, you
go.
know.
There you go. Going
Colin,
for
Colin.
FBA.
I don't
Fox
see
playing
any of
our
these people.
style.
I don't see any of these people in traditional African garb. I don't see her in a
That is
dress. I
that
don't see
that
him
they
in.
do that does look like a Black American style though.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
will
So
say
the bottom line is that's
now,
what they
but
do.
now, but
What,
Colin,
North
skip to the part.
Face? Really? You guys wear
You said
North
what?
Face in America?
Absolutely.
North Face was a thing back in the 90s and 2000s.
Yeah, like the
See,
early, like the early
when I
'90s.
was in
Early
middle
'90s when it
school,
popped
that's
off. I was
everybody
like
had a North Face
5 years
jacket.
old.
So when a black man wear a coat, a suit, is that copying white people,
No, because we're
or
I'm
is
not
it
talking
talking
suit
about
about.
made by
style.
black
We're
I'm
people and
talking
talking
it,
about
about
does
wearing.
it belong to
Elvis,
White
black
people
people?
wear. We
I'm
can
Elvis,
wear
talking about
suits.
style.
everyone could wear
Damn.
pants, but everyone don't wear it the same damn way, bro.
What's
That
different?
it's not
What's different when
it's
black
not
people wear
The
different
same
on
pants?
way that
style.
I could tell that all Africans damn near dress the same, but the way that the Igbos wear their shit, the way that the Yorubas wear their shit ain't the
Right,
damn same.
right.
But they still wear the same shit,
No, I
Elvis.
want to know, Jonathan. Maybe I'm wrong. How does African American wear their pants compared to Africans?
We have creases. We crease our pants.
No,
At the
I want
very
Jonathan to tell me.
minimum, at the
Yeah,
very
we
minimum,
get iron boards and we iron our
Yeah,
pants.
it was.
Say it,
With
Jonathan.
iron.
Don't beat around the bush, Jonathan. Say
Hey,
it.
at the bare minimum, Africans wear pants that I don't even think they can,
that
We
that
don't
fit
we
them,
don't
even
right?
move
the high
around
waters.
in.
sag a
Africans
little.
wear
We don't
I
high
like
don't,
our
And
waters.
pants
what
big.
African Americans do?
I
How
don't
they wear
know if
their
you want to
pants?
call that
African brother.
fit.
You see
I
African
don't
brother.
know if you
We
want to
to
say
front.
that
Hey,
fit.
yo, we to
We
the
got
front.
They be
velcro
wearing those tight
buckle
pants on
on
the
the
front
front.
shirt.
African maybe white too. Maybe their pants is a bit too tight. And what African American wear pants that's way too loose. Is that the thing? Is
Way
that the
too
difference?
fit. Way too fit. You know.
Fine. Well, okay, then your pants are way too loose. You can't keep it up on your ass. You got to keep sagging it.
Elvis,
Is that
African
a fair
black
criticism?
in general. Look, Elvis, let me say, black people in general, right? Whether you on the continent or in America, man, we like a little room around our stuff. You know
Oh
what I mean?
man, big black niggas are
Yeah,
encumbered by their pants. They can't even run if somebody chasing
Hey,
them. They gotta be pulling up their pants and tripping
yeah,
over
you know,
themselves.
Listen,
You think that's how
Elvis,
you wear
the
clothes?
thing
You think that's
is,
how clothes are meant to be
y'all need
worn?
to sag.
the thing
Listen,
is, you got to be
them Africans
careful
with them
because
tight
now
pants ain't gonna be able to
Africans
run either.
sag too, my nigga.
Yeah, y'all be sagging. Y'all be freeballing, man.
No,
Eh?
you said it was different. I just want to know what the difference is. I know you got
Well,
if you got a pants, you put it on your
Man,
waist, you put a belt on it, and that's how you wear pants.
the Africans are sagging right now, Elvis.
hold on. Like I
Yo,
said,
we
can't
for real. Yo,
compare.
where's that for dumbass, man? Where's that for dumbass? He was up here.
there is a certain style that Black Americans have when they dress, and it's a fact to a point where even a white
Somebody,
person.
You can't
And,
compare
and,
with a
and,
this
mama.
nigga, this
and,
Jonathan Miller's cousin said that Africans wear pants with flip flops.
No.
And
What's
that's
wrong
a
with
Colin,
fact.
that?
Colin, what you
And
say
that's
that
a fact.
time?
What's wrong with
Colin
that,
said.
though?
Y'all stepping y'all game up. Shit.
Colin said when Africans get their feet done, it's like getting a new pair of Jordans. I remember when Colin said
Oh,
that.
you remember that?
Tyler is disrespectful as hell. He likes to say all kinds of crazy
Hey,
shit and then gets
I didn't mean
super sensitive when
to
somebody
say that. Hey,
criticizes
look,
him.
I can't. I forget when I say
Y'all
stuff.
ain't
People
got.
remember. It is,
that's,
man.
that
Because
is bogus,
yo,
man.
man,
That's
your
I ain't
bare
lying.
feet in Africa, man, is like it's like you gotta have no shit polished, man. You
There you
know.
go. You're doing it again.
That's the truth,
When
though.
Akon say some shit and you gonna start
Hey,
crying. You
hey,
can't say that in the wrong
that's the
context,
truth.
in the wrong place.
Fine.
Yo,
Wow. Oh man.
You want to know what happened if a Black American that knew Akon was on that panel with him?
Would
They
have
would
mopped
Nothing.
they
his
probably would have
ass.
they exactly would have roasted him. They would have talked about his hairline. They would have roasted him.
Yeah, nigga, Akon ain't a further African American. He grew up around African
Exactly my
American. He's
point.
been roasted. He's been cursed
Exactly.
out. He cursed him out. It's the same
I
thing,
think
man.
he has a lot of
Exactly.
respect.
If a dude is afraid to criticize you in front of you, be wary of him, because that nigga will talk about you behind your back to his African brothers. So that's the thing with Africans. If they don't criticize you in front of your face and tell you anything they want to tell you, just know that they secretly hate you.
Most of them too scared though, Elvis.
Nah, bro. I mean, maybe the ones that didn't grow up here, nigga. I grew up here. I squabble with niggas, African American, whatever. I can clown a nigga ass in school, on the playground. We got in fights. So if I'm telling you something, I'm sincere about it. I'm not gonna, bite my tongue. I grew up here, so
I ain't gonna lie,
Akon is
Africa,
the same way. All here, he
they
grew up
got,
here. He's not afraid of
they got
African
something
American.
to prove, especially like the dark ones. They got, they got, you can't be a scary dark African. You know.
Can't be a
Boy,
scary dark
Big Black,
I
we're
don't know,
taking away
man.
the Pan
That sounds
Africanist
cute,
part, bro.
Andre.
We revoking that shit. Stay in
no,
Chicago,
I'm
man.
Hey,
being
yo,
real. I'm being
let me
Listen,
real.
play
You
this
can't.
video.
You
Let me
I,
play
can't.
this video.
hold on,
Oh, let me play this video. Okay.
hold on.
No,
Can I
it's
make one
it's
comment, Colin?
video. It's video. I can't play the whole thing. It's 53 minutes, so I'm gonna skip it. Skip.
Just skip to the part where he
I'm
was
still Pan
criticizing
African.
Black Americans.
Well,
Elvis,
I'm gonna just gonna play and see what happens. I'm
you
gonna
can't
skip.
take it
I
away. You
am
still
Okay.
Cindy
Pan
Mills,
African.
and today we have an actual legend in the building.
Legend.
He is, Tyler.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
what you mean.
2016
He
stretch.
is color. Color,
streaming
be
He's
fair.
a legend,
legend
man.
right
Stop
now.
it.
He
We have
is.
in the building. I was saying
I
to
give him
you,
legend.
as you walked in, to my camera guy, that's Akon. Like Akon's here. This is weird because I've grown up on
Kyle,
you.
you better drop your warning.
I remember you from when I was
Oh yeah. This is
younger,
fair
and
use.
to now have you sitting here, it's such a
I remember
weird
Akon
feeling
had
for
the
me. So I'm
coldest
very
waves,
honoured
boy.
that
He went to Africa,
you've
boy. All
come
that
and
stuff
sat
left
down and you're ready to
Nigga
behind.
had a
share.
perm. Had a
But
perm.
it's always so weird to me when I
Lay
hear
that
things
shit.
that
Man,
I
but he
listened to
stuck with
at
wave.
school. I
He was
remember
man.
songs. Do you know what I mean? How
He had
songs
it
are
all
placed in
as
your
far as
life,
like
what they meant at
Dave
the
Paddle.
time. I still remember
I
every
guess
time
this is a
you
British
your young
system. Maybe it's
heart
in the
how
UK.
good it was, and
Wait, how do we
it's
got
just
somebody named
it's a
Sounds
very I'm
Bantu in
fangirling
the
out every
Say
comments
time
some
I
shit
hear
about
saying
about
Africans, right?
all the sounds, all the
we
nitty
not
gritty. How
supporting no
do you
tell? Like
feel?
what?
Man, I'm actually feeling amazing, but I can relate to that feeling.
A
That's
lot of them Pan
Now
Africans.
let's listen to the
Wait,
opinion. Let's hear the context.
Ever wondered what your home looks like from space? Enter your address and get a 360-degree satellite view of your home.
See,
You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
love how you just
Okay.
dropped it
Let's
in there,
see.
like because you've worked.
Let me skip
And I
it.
see it all the time on TikTok, like when songs get
Kyle,
remixed,
I'm
and I'm
pretty sure it's the most replayed the
and they
part.
think it's
Yeah,
the
look for the
Part is the
highest
most
peak of
replayed.
it, Kyla.
Yeah.
Go right there to that little point right there,
How do you do
right
that?
before that high point.
um. How do
Yeah,
you
right
know
before
when
there.
you
Yeah.
told me you started? You were streaming live on
No,
TikTok.
don't go past it. How you gonna go past it? You gotta go before it, Kyla, so we get the
Oh,
full context.
for me, I'm not happy with the music
Come
right
on,
now,
Kyle.
or this is
You gotta
blah.
be.
all
well,
right,
I
man,
mean,
be
to be
quiet. We
honest,
gonna listen.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I was demotivated for a long time in music. I just felt like it wasn't a traditional. I mean, it wasn't
Traditional.
original enough. Like it was so copy and paste. If one person made a hit record, then everybody wanted a hit record like it, to the point where everything just sounded like one long ass song on the radio. So it just didn't really give me no justice. But then
When they out of Africa,
as the African
it
Hold
heavily
became,
on, Big
played.
Black.
Hey, bro, pause,
Oh
pause.
my
that
gosh, please
it gave me
shush.
more energy, more energy to like, whoa. Then as that's building on the west side, on the south side, you got I'm a piano growing, which is this equivalent to what our dance music is
It got to be
in
at that other
Africa.
peak.
Because when you
Big
take
Black,
that
be quiet, man.
tempo
Let me
and
hear
you
this
take
thing, man.
or electronic, it actually blends perfectly. So now we got culture on both sides of the aisle, right? That's when things started changing for me. But then when you got artists like Black Sheriff, who I think is monster.
Can
Amazing.
you pause it real
Like
quick?
he
You was
reminds
at the
me
Mobos
so
the other
much of
day.
myself.
You was at the Mobos the other day, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was there.
And I was blown away by his
No,
performance.
he's a
Like
beast.
he's so young. I
Yeah.
interviewed him the other day for something else that I do, and first of all, I can't believe he's 20. Second of all, I could not believe like his stage presence was so good, and like, I feel at a time now, a lot of young people they don't know how to perform live anymore because like you said, everything's on socials and you just go on live and all your following are just happy to see you on live now because they don't want to go out anymore either. So to see someone so young with such good stage presence, I was blown away by him.
But he's African.
Yeah.
See, right there.
Yeah, yeah,
Stage
yeah,
presence.
yeah,
Elvis.
yeah,
In
Right
yeah.
there where
America,
he goes,
he's
Play.
African.
Let's hear what he's
Just wait,
saying.
let it play. For
no,
goodness
He just said what he
sake.
yeah.
said. He already said what he said. That was his
He
answer.
said what he said. He goes,
Yeah,
he's
but
African.
just let him
Yeah,
finish.
he
Let's
didn't
get the
say,
entire
Finish his
context.
word.
hold on,
His
hold on. He
answer. His
didn't
answer
say
was he
that
was
he's
African.
he didn't say
That's
Oh,
his
you
anything
guys
answer.
are
about
so
where he said he's
annoying. Don't have to shush.
African. Right? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants
Go
hanging
back,
half
Kyla. Go back
down,
2 seconds.
Oh
Go back.
man.
Go back
half
30 seconds, Kyla. Don't
half
skip.
We
Wow,
heard
yeah,
that
yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Africa, we wake up in the morning like we sleep.
Hey, boy, Akon City, boy.
So that it gave me more energy to like, whoa. Then as that's building on the west side, on the south side, you got I'm a piano growing, which is
You talking about
this
Africa?
equivalent to what our dance music is in Africa. Because when you take that tempo, when you take electro or electronic, it actually blends perfectly. So now we got culture on both sides of the aisle, right? That's
We
when
got
things
culture.
started changing for me. But then, you know, when you got artists like Black Sheriff, who I think is monster.
Amazing.
Like he
You was
reminds
at the
me
Mobos
so
the other
much of
day.
myself.
You was at the Mobos the other day, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was there.
And I was blown away by his
No,
performance.
he's a
Like
beast.
he's so young. I
Yeah.
interviewed him the other day for something else that I do, and first of all, I can't believe he's 20. Second of all, I could not believe like his stage presence was so good, and like, I feel at a time now, a lot of young people they don't know how to perform live anymore because like you said, everything's on socials and you just go on live and you all your following just are just happy to see you on live now because they don't want to go out anymore either. So to see someone so young with such good stage presence, I was blown away by him.
But he's African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it
Yeah,
comes to
yeah,
stage
yeah,
presence.
yeah,
Now
yeah,
in
yeah.
America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down,
Now he didn't
bored
say.
as hell,
Notice how.
half
Hold on.
asleep.
Hold on.
Listen.
Hold on.
Like
Hold on,
yeah.
Elvis. Don't interrupt me. He did not say rappers. He said in America. That means he's talking about everybody.
Tyler, I like the fact that it's hurting your feelings.
That's
I'm
true.
enjoying it.
He just said, "Yo,
I'm
I'm just
enjoying
talking
it.
about."
Play the video,
Hold on.
Tyler.
He just said
It,
everybody. He
it hurt.
said
It
everybody.
hurt a lot of black people
He
feelings
said,
for real.
He said Americans. That was a diss. That was a straight diss.
It hurt a lot of people feelings, bro. It
Oh,
really
did it?
did.
Good, fine. Let it hurt your feelings.
I
Stop being
mean,
sensitive. Be a man.
So, hey, look,
it hurt a lot of people feelings.
Yeah, a lot of people feelings, man.
we say
It
something
did.
like,
When Tariq is talking shit, you hear us crying about it, man?
Hell yeah, y'all be crying about it.
Okay, then. So
Tyler,
cry about this too, Big
Tyler, can
Black.
we just remove
Your
some?
ass
Can we
crazy.
watch the rest of it and see what else he said?
okay, somebody's trying to get up here, but I can't see the person's name. I can't see the person's name, so I can't see if I
General
can.
butt naked trying to get up.
It's coming for you, Big Black. You've been talking too much shit in the last couple of shows.
I can't let nobody up. I can't see their name. I don't know who it is.
Yo, finish playing it, Collar, please.
Okay.
They just different, dog.
You're a
Well,
little different, a little different.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
in
yeah.
Africa, we wake up morning like look. I mean, look at these YouTube clips of all these kids from Uganda and how they be, you
Yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Like these
yeah,
kids are
yeah.
performers. Like
Yeah.
The
so,
ones with the
for
flies on
us,
their face.
it's natural, you know, like to watch the kids.
Oh my
Oh, please
god, that
stop!
was
Don't
wrong,
even
man.
go
hold up,
there.
hold up, hold up,
Don't
hold
even
up,
go
hold
there.
up, hold up. If I'm gonna stop it, you
Honey,
guys keep interrupting. Say nothing until we're done watching, because everybody got to draw their opinion. If you guys are talking over it, say what he said. Let me rewind it back a second because I missed what he said. You know, let's
Hmm.
watch the
Tyler,
video.
you heard him. You just want him to say about the
I
kids with the
did
fly on their
not,
face.
Elvis,
Like
shut
he
up.
You was
reminds
at
You
the
me
know.
Mobos
so
the other
much of
day.
myself.
You was at the Mobos the other day, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was there,
And
Okay,
I
hold
was
up.
blown away by him.
but he's African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it
Yeah,
comes to
yeah,
stage
yeah,
presence.
yeah,
Now
yeah,
in
yeah.
America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down, bored as hell, half asleep.
Now, is he talking about white Americans, rockers, and stuff like that?
whoa. He
You're
didn't.
talking about
He
He
said
didn't say.
them N
He said
words.
Yeah,
That's
in
what he said.
America. He said
No, he
in
said
America,
them N words.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
he
yeah.
said.
but Africa, we wake up morning like look. I mean, look at
but he
these
said in
YouTube
America.
clips of all these kids from Uganda and how they be, you
Yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Like these
yeah,
kids are
yeah.
performers. Like
Yeah.
so, for us, it comes natural, you know, like to
Hmm.
watch the kids from Africa.
That's
It
funny.
kind of just
They
comes.
just
It's in
wake
their
up
blood.
doing flips, huh?
It's like a second nature.
Man,
Hey,
shout out to Akon, man. He's a foundational African brother, man. We love
yeah,
Akon, man.
they wake up.
He's bigging up the Africans, man, just
All
like
right,
Tariq do
Collar, that's
African
enough. That's
Americans,
enough,
man. Shout
Collar.
out
We
Akon.
heard enough.
Bible has
We heard
us
enough. I got
very,
something I want to
very
say. Right,
flag that keep with them. Like
I'm
we
weak as
take
like
hell.
care of the new generation
Wait,
you could you.
African talent.
All right.
You know,
Because you
Akon
think
need to make
about
a
Africa
podcast and start
more,
dissing,
I
man.
would
Elvis,
say,
I'm
and
gonna say it one more
Afrobeats
time.
before
Be
it
quiet.
was the cool thing to
Now
do.
you mad,
Because
Collar?
I would say
No,
you were
I
one of
want
the
to hear the
first
Oh,
video. I
we're
don't want to
trying
hear
to
you.
watch
push
the
it
video.
as trying to go against what we see on the TV of how Africa is presented. You were trying to show us like, no, yes, this is there, but also this is Africa as well. Africa is a beautiful place. There's money
Africa.
here, there's richness here, there's cultures here, there's people here, like the people are full of life here. What made you want to do that? And is it nice now to see everyone kind of getting on board and appreciating what Africa brings to the world?
yeah. So honestly, it feels amazing. Like it feels really, really good to see the world accepting it and seeing Africa differently from how they did. But it feels even better to see Africans and people from the diaspora pushing it. Because I remember there was a moment in time where even Africans didn't want to say they were African.
Yeah, no. When I was going to school, it
Um,
was everyone. I'm
childhood
Caribbean,
trauma.
Right.
Jamaican, and like people would lie and say they were Jamaican,
Right.
and
No,
not
for
say
sure.
they would. It was not. You didn't want to say it. Now
You're
it's so
right.
funny because I had someone else on. He's Jamaican, and he's like, back in the day, like the African kids in school, they didn't want to say anything, and all the African guys were like, no. But now all the Caribbean girls, we want all the African guys now. We're like, oh yeah, like we want to come over, that I and he was that's what he was saying, because now it's cool. You
It's
guys are
cool.
cool, and
Right.
we enjoy you lot. We enjoy the culture. I'm going to Ghana in December. I went to
That's
Ghana
dope.
last year, and I fell in love with Ghana. Like I fell in love with everything about it, just the temperament of the
That's
people,
amazing.
the culture. I went with my cousin on the way
I
home.
think
She
that's
cried.
done out there.
We're both Jamaican, and
Right.
she wants to live there now. She's like,
That's
I
dope.
have to get back to Ghana, and I think it is nice. It's nice to also see a lot, like you said, a lot of the
And that's what people need to understand. Most of the people that people think are African Americans in Ghana are actually people from the UK and Caribbean. You don't see a lot of African Americans in Ghana.
Kyle, how would they mistake an African American and a Caribbean
No, but
from the UK?
people be bootleg. They have be bootlegging African American. Like this one group of people, like a bustle of people in Ghanaian or Ghana a couple of weeks ago. They said, "Look at all these African Americans. These are all fucking Ghanaians that were fucking they're living abroad a couple
Okay,
of
Yup.
Carla, good.
Get
Don't go to
out of
Africa.
here, boy.
Let the Jamaicans go to Ghana. We'll take the Jamaicans.
Yeah, like I said,
Stay in
like
America.
hey, I have nothing against that, right? I'm just saying, but just don't exaggerate it, There's some black people in America go there, but it's not that
But
many.
Kyle, can I say something right?
Go ahead.
I don't know. It's like it's like I understand where you coming from, right? Where he said what he said, but people, you know, people be saying stuff like that all the time. Like,
Steve is Senegalese now.
no, I'm
Yeah.
not Senegalese. I'm not. I'm talking about like it's like
Steve,
this. I see
let's be
black
honest with you.
Americans.
You were
Yesterday
born
you were
in
Jamaican.
you
No,
were born
the
in
reason. Listen. Listen. Let me finish. I'm a fair person, right? I see. Not all of my people. I see some of my people say the same thing about oh we different. We got this and we sing like this and nobody sing better than us and all this. So like, what's the
Hold on,
difference?
that's a lie because
Nah.
Black America, right? Africa
Carla,
not even in
Volvo
there.
just said it on Dinah's platform the other day.
Hold on. I'm saying, look, this is what I'm saying.
Oh, a clown though.
Africa is not even in the vernacular or the scope of the matrix of most black people in America. We're not thinking about Africa. But these people, we're
Kyle,
already
I'm speaking
Except when
on.
you refer to yourself as African American, you use that word every
I
day.
know that, but the whole
Nah,
So
yeah,
yeah.
black.
African
I'm
American, but
black
they're already in there
American.
thinking about
I
African
don't ever use
American.
no African.
You know,
Kyle, I'm
I'm
speaking as
black.
far
What
as
I tell
like
you? Didn't
people
I tell you
saying
there
that
was an FBA undercover coming on the panel?
we already knew that. But Kyle, I'm speaking as far as people saying
I'm
we do
FBA
this
because
good, we do this
I'm
better than
FBA as
anybody else.
well.
Can't nobody
well,
do it
I don't
like
know.
us and all this.
Hold on.
Steve, you got to have context if you're going to talk about it. Imagine me going to Nigeria, joining in Afrobeats, copying everything that Nigerians do, get rich off of Nigerians, and they be like, "Oh yeah, man, them niggas ain't shit."
But he was speaking about Africans in Africa though, about them that
Bruh,
music
bruh.
they got going on.
There's no reason to make the statement that he made.
Yeah.
There'll
Okay.
be no reason for me to be talking to African Americans. Yeah, we're talented, but them Nigerian niggas ain't shit. There's
I
no
don't think
after I made money off of them. That doesn't even make
They don't
sense.
have no
You know
stage
it don't,
presence.
Steve. Be
He
frank.
said it got a little different stage presence. A little different.
Yeah, but hold on. He said all of
Oh,
us, right? Is he
It's
talking about?
criticism, bro. Get
But
over it. Criticism is meant to be,
hold on.
Is he talking about Chris Brown? Is he talking about Trey Songs? People could sell out stadiums with that.
Hold on,
Is he
Carla.
talking about
Let me.
Beyonce? Is he talking about Beyonce? Are you come on?
Exactly. It's Beyonce, Chris
is
Brown,
Beyonce a
Trey
nigga that
Songz
sag her pants, Collar?
Like,
on
he
stage
said them
getting drunk on
people.
the.
Yeah, he said
so why
we
he pick
Africans.
young
And he
people out
compared
of
them to
all?
all of us. And he's talking about
When
Chris Brown. He's talking about Beyonce. Who's he talking
no,
about?
he's not.
He's
Well,
talking
He's
about
Kala,
not.
young
Kala,
people. Black
Kala,
Shervick, a
He didn't
Kala.
say
20-year-old
that. He
Ghanaian
No,
didn't
no,
say
no,
kid.
that.
no, no, no,
No,
He's
he
no,
a
no,
didn't
no,
say
no.
rapper.
that.
No,
He
no, no,
didn't
no.
say
He's
that.
not
Don't
talking about an
lie.
R&B
That's
singing and
all.
dancing ass nigga.
No,
He
he
didn't
was
say
talking about
he didn't
no.
say young people. He said them niggas.
He
He
doesn't
said
need to
gambling.
know
Right,
all
and
of
we
it.
and we and you
Them
know
niggas,
exactly
them
what.
niggas don't have no damn age limit.
No, but you
Cut it
knew the
out.
context. He was talking about Black Sheriff from
Come
Ghana,
I
who's
on,
like
know,
man.
but
20
I
years
know,
old,
but
who is
I
a
get your
who is a
point, but
Ghanaian rapper, a young kid.
that's not that's a lie, you know. And
You heard the context. He was talking about the kid.
I've seen some
No,
rappers
he
that
was
Who's
talking about
that?
Black Sheriff. He was in this interview.
He, no, he was not talking about all black people.
yeah, well,
All
that's
Yeah,
black
what
he
he
was
may have not
comparing
have,
him
but
with
the
his
bottom line,
peers,
hold on,
right? Saying that he's so
hold
young
on,
and so mature on the stage
He
for his
said in
age.
He ain't talking
America.
about all
Hold on.
African Americans.
Usually when
Them,
people hold
Yeah,
on,
them
he said
ends
usually
in
when people
America,
say
but
stuff
they
like
he
that,
paying
was
SAG.
hating. Donald,
what
he was
they'll do
hating,
is
bro.
say,
I'm glad
hold on,
his,
what they'll
I'm
say
glad that
was,
got his
what
down.
he should have said was, now I'm not talking about all of them, right? He
right.
shouldn't even said that. He didn't even bother
I
saying
agree
that.
with you,
He
Carla. I
didn't
agree with you
care
on
He
that.
could have never
how
said nothing.
it was going to be perceived. That's how vicious he was in that
Because,
statement.
Kyler, you say that. You say the worst thing on your platform every night. You said it
No,
about 10 times tonight.
but I always say, I'm not talking about everyone,
You
obviously.
don't
You,
always say that, Kyler. Stop it.
But hold on,
Hey,
Carl.
let me
just
say
like
this. Let me
I
say this
know when
thing.
I
When the
talk
girl,
about Black America, I know I'm not talking about myself. I know it's about people I know. You know,
when the
if you know,
girl,
fly, fly. So the bottom line is this:
Carla,
what he was basically saying is something egregious, and if that's the way he feels, I'm saying like fine, but don't be talking about we need to come to your city when you really feel about it. We don't want nothing to do with you. You know, simple as that. Stop
Carla,
acting like this. How about this? Why don't he take the Ugandans kids, like he said, and the Nigerian kids, Akopana and whatnot, and then he could build his
I'm a
ACON.
piano, Kyler. You know what he was
Yeah,
talking about? You see these
but
little
Carla,
African
Kind
kids. Hold on, big black.
who
These
that?
little African kids on TikTok in their little village doing a little dance, little
Yeah, I know. Yeah, hold on.
choreography.
I agree.
You
Look,
know,
I
that's what he's
agree with
talking
that.
about. These are like
I
five,
agree with
6
that.
year old
I
kids
agree
doing
with
that.
that.
talking
Elvis,
about the
I agree
ghetto
with that.
kids, whatever
He
it's
should
called.
take those people,
You
right?
talk about the kids that's trying to raise money on TikTok. Of course they're doing all of that.
right,
Oh,
I'm like, wait a minute.
I mean, with all
listen,
due
No,
respect.
no,
come
With all
they
due
are
on, man.
respect.
dancers and they
Now,
are very
Carla,
great dancers. Leave the kids out of
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
You
yeah.
guys are
No
so
shit. They're
silly.
very great dancers, but we know
Let me
why they're
say this
doing
right.
it.
I see MP said something in the chat, right? She said that
Nonsense.
it was disrespectful because he said them niggas, right? You know what's so
Exactly.
crazy?
It's common
If you
sense.
be listen, and let me explain something. If you around some black Americans, not all black Americans, we say stuff like that every day. Those niggas over there, them niggas right here. It's like so I don't really
It was
understand
disrespectful.
when
He ain't one of
listen.
us. That's the part that you don't
Hold
understand.
on.
One was calling us niggas like that. You know, that's
Yeah.
Oh my god,
and we
Colin.
saying
Hey,
to each
brother.
other, but he's on a national television. Something. Hold on.
Africans are not
Have
allowed
you
to
ever
call
heard?
African American niggas, Kyler.
Hold on. Have
We
you
keep it
ever heard
game, bro.
anybody
Y'all
on a
ain't getting away with
major
that. We ain't
interview
letting nothing
use
slide.
the N word? Hello. Have you?
Bro,
Look.
you can take your FBI ass back to where you came from, man. We ain't trying to hear your shit. I'm asking you a question, Kyler.
I'm in America.
So
Where your African ass
African
from?
American can't
You need
say
to take your
niggas to
ass back where
African
you
American.
came from. I'm right
When's
here
the
where I
last time
belong.
Kyler.
you heard
I'm
a
right here where I
black
belong,
person,
G.
an African American,
You need to
use
go
the
back where you
N word
belong.
in an interview?
I'm talking about taking your ass off the platform. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Oh, come on, G,
Well, Kyler, I'm
man.
saying, you saying Africans can't call African American niggas?
No,
Oh.
it all depends. If you're sitting in
Oh,
a
it all depends.
group,
Okay.
It
if
all
you're sitting in
depends.
a hip hop group and we're all sitting there smoking blunts, drinking 40
Kyler, you're making it worse
if
now.
we're on an interview like that, right?
Smoking
And we're
blunt.
across millions of people around the world, well, not white audience, everybody listening, and you say
The
stuff
girl
like
was
Colin, but
Jamaican,
black
Kyler. She's talking to a Jamaican girl
that,
from the UK. She was another black
from
girl.
the
You
UK, and
still
you
sound
want
like
to
a
go
Well,
in
crazy
there
no,
and
hater,
well,
bro.
just
You
Because
I
hate
of
got a
black people.
Carla,
You
question.
hate.
hey
I got
Carla,
a question. I got a
predominantly black
question.
audience, predominantly black audience. Can I just say that?
now play Godfrey.
Exactly.
Predominantly black
Play
audience.
Godfrey, man. Play Andrew Godfrey when Godfrey was asked. So
Yeah, trying to
Godfrey, the homie
Oh, we
understand.
Godfrey,
don't care
man.
We
about
already know about
Godfrey. We
Godfrey.
don't care about him. We don't care about him.
We don't care about Akon.
Big black, you big bad, man. You change your name to big bad. You big bad, big black.
listen,
I'm big black, big whatever, you know.
he said
all
he
right,
big back, but
let me get Kidola
Like
Big
on.
1770,
black.
Hold on,
Prince of B call you weak black.
I gotta hear, I gotta hear from Kidola, man. This is gonna be interesting. Prepared to laugh. Go ahead.
Kidola.
Go ahead, Kidola.
Oh, thank you, Kyla. You see, sometimes I'm confused. When Akon want to be African, Black Americans are pissed that he say I'm African. When Pence want to be like, you say, oh, you want to be like Black American. I think the truth of the matter is the Negro they took from Africa, you can see them 80 something pictures. These are people that look like people from Dahomey, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia. You are nothing. You're just like your people that create you. Maybe the new version of inside 1930s or 19 something, maybe you might be mixed with a little bit white there or Italian there and everything. If that was what is shocking them, somehow I'm very, very confused. It's a pity that somehow the worst of the black Americans are the one on the internet. I was surprised that 70 years old man talk like a 5 years old boy. Say Africans don't grow beards. We Africans, when we see all this shit, we start studying who the damn are you people then? Who are we dealing with actually in the African continent? You know, because we can't understand people that 80 years old man on YouTube talking about with his big old mouth. Where do where down where they do we're different kind of people. Yeah, you people are different. You people have your own culture. It's good to be different. Good to have Africans have different type of culture. But the truth about it is the understanding. You understand me? Nobody's forcing your culture, try to take your culture away from you. That means if somebody take your culture away from them, say that culture is not even yours already. So the truth of the matter is Akon is a man that he said himself that he was being bullied in the United States by black America because of his skin color. They call him too dark, ugly him up. He said it was a Puerto Rican guy that actually um, give him his kind of like support and everything.
Yeah, I seen
That's
that
the Puerto
interview
Ricans.
too.
Them we not Puerto Ricans.
Hold on. Even
I'm learning a lot right now.
even the this guy for actually guy even dump him. What Wycliffe something Wycliffe show?
Well,
Yeah, those guys dump
Wycliffe Jean, yeah, he was with Wycliffe in the studio with the Fugees and writing for them, yeah.
and he said he felt he didn't really, the fact he didn't really belong to them. He kind of smuggled himself in somewhere and get sources out of what he's doing. But truly, the guy got himself. We honor him a lot as an African. He's the pioneer of Afrobeat. You understand me? He was the guy bringing in Timaya and all those Nigerian guys. Eko can walk into Nigeria today without a passport in the airport. He did it. He walked into Nigeria. He didn't even show his passport. He brought some bunch of
Yeah, he
black
brought
people.
he brought P Square, the Bonds, he brought all those guys to the US in Atlanta, man. Akon is a big deal, bro.
He told them, be yourself. Don't change who you
There you
are.
go. You guys got your hero, man.
He's
Let
a
me get.
hero guy.
Let
Ako's
me
a
get.
hero.
Shout out
You
to
have to
Akon
understand.
for putting the
You have
people
to
on.
understand.
It's up
You
in
have to.
South Africa.
You have to understand. It's a dude that actually taught this Afrobeat, especially those guys from Nigeria. Said, don't ever rap. A rap is not for you. Go down to the African root. He told P Square, Whiskey, Davido. He said, no, don't do that. Because he don't want them to cope like Black America. He said, be African because he already smell what it is to be around Black America. That is a very big negative effect on him. Maybe he might talk the way he talk because he actually never been loved. He made money because he smoked himself in.
So
Nobody actually helped him.
you think Aton's racist against Black Americans, Zola?
Nah,
No,
he just realized that you guys would never accept him. So he went back to his roots and left your music alone. So now you
Well, he
can't say
made
he's
all
not
the
one of
money
us.
with
He's
us. He
not
made
like
all the
us.
money with us.
Hey,
So he,
he was he also, bro. He got it how he got it, man.
He
Get
need an
over it.
African American barber because whoever been cutting his hair lately been
Big
messing
Black, we
him
gotta
up.
see your hair, man. We gotta see how your hairline looking, man. Stop talking about
You know
Akon's
you ain't
hairline.
got no hair. You like a cue ball.
Let's see your hairline, Big Black.
you
Don't be like Tariq, man. Don't be putting that Beijing on your hairline with the black hairspray, man.
hey, you ain't had no hair since you was 17 years old. We already know how you
Uh,
Listen, let's not turn into a roast
I
session.
got a
Let's
little
not turn
afro
into a
right
roast
now,
session.
Big Black. We gotta see your hair, man.
I ain't got no afro.
Okay.
All right, let me get Princess on. Princess, go ahead.
Like
Princess
I
Pete.
said this since day one. Y'all can't take criticism, man. And I said this the other day when Kemi Seba went to Haiti, he was criticizing Haitians, but the Haitians applauded him because he was telling them to stand back on their feet. But you guys take simple criticism and become victims, man. I don't know. It's just different. We
Y'all
different.
got
I
no
mean,
It's the
room.
same
Y'all
guy
got
from
no room
yesterday.
for the guy.
big black.
yeah, man.
Y'all got
That's
no
it,
room
man.
for the
It's just
guy.
different, man. You know what I mean? They
But
Listen,
say
like
the
I
Prince,
same
said,
FBA
Prince,
speak,
you
but we
gotta
say
you
the
gotta
same thing
acknowledge
FBA say. What we gotta
President got
acknowledge?
to
What?
acknowledge it's a black thing globally because apparently, according to this interview and what Africans said in America, they hated to acknowledge that they were Africans at one point. It didn't matter if they was in America or in the United Kingdom.
That's because
Either
Africa had a
they were
bad
victims
image.
by Black Americans supposedly, and then they were victims by the Caribbeans in the United Kingdom. Every
Yeah, but you don't
blatant
think that's
victimization all across the board.
And also, but we're the bad guys.
Yeah, because
Everyone's the bad
no,
guys
no,
except
no, 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 no,
Africans.
no,
some
no. But I'm saying
some
if
5-year-old said African booty scratcher.
no, but at some point we all have to acknowledge that okay, we were low at a certain point. We need to stand back on our feet. And when you take out to you guys, you just take offense to it. You know what I mean? So that's the big difference. You guys have whole shows. I seen big black on shows talking about all parts of the world, all parts of the different black world. When you start criticizing Black America, he get his wet wipes out and he start crying and shit. You know what I
Get
mean?
the
So
hell out of here. Nah, I
come
don't
on,
listen,
bro.
I'm
So
a Pan African. I'm a Pan
nah,
I
man.
love black people all
Ain't no such
worldwide,
thing as
man. But
Pan
y'all
African.
just
Let's
can't
stop
y'all ain't
doing
gonna
all
piss
of
on our
that.
heads and tell us it's raining now. Y'all been pissing on
No,
our
no, no.
heads till it's raining. Oh, those you all too
The big
sensitive.
black
You
is
too
finally
sensitive.
waking up, man.
No,
No,
no.
y'all
But
been
it's right.
pissing
But
on our
He
heads
been,
till
he
it
been
was
binge
raining.
watching
No.
Tariq Nasheed videos.
No.
African American would tease your ass because you got an accent. They would tease you if you go to school
how you
without
dress,
wearing Jordans. If you wear regular pants, they would
Yo, man,
tease you for the stupidest shit
That
because they
extends
think
to
shit that you wear
everybody.
is your value, man.
Elvis, you been
That
cooking
extends to
motherfuckers left
everybody,
and
right?
right since
That
you
extends
been
to
on the
everybody.
channel. What you
No,
hell you talking
I'm
about?
being for real because I'm saying we saw this shit
No,
when we was growing up in high school and in middle school and
that's
in
true.
elementary school. We saw this shit,
but
man.
that's us. How many
So
people
when
you
people, when
seen
Jonathan is
Elvis?
saying that African American
Elvis,
was teasing
Elvis,
African, yeah, it's true.
how many African Americans you see roast other African Americans?
I'm saying,
But
right?
you gotta
People
slow down.
Oh,
people
I
tease
don't
a
know.
nigga. Look,
Are
I'll
you
tease a nigga
a
because
fan?
he got a fucked up haircut, right? I'll tease a nigga if he's a bum. But I won't tease a nigga because he's African American. You understand what I'm saying? I won't tease a person because they're from Africa or because they're from Europe. I'll tease you because you're a bum ass nigga. You ain't got no swag. You don't get no bitches. You know what I mean? But niggas was teasing us just because we're from Africa, man.
How long was that happening?
I don't remember that.
hold on.
Wait.
Can I say
Elvis,
this?
you were teased because you're from Africa or you from Liberia? I mean, what kind of jokes would they say?
I mean,
Yeah.
niggas got an accent. You know, can't pronounce certain words the right way. Nigga, but oh, that nigga from Africa. What you live in the tree? I remember I was in New Jersey, man. I was going to Fisher Middle School in Ewing, New Jersey. Niggas was making fun of me because I was African. You know, my first year I was in ESL, so niggas. I mean, come on, man. If you want to school Africans, maybe you guys didn't go to school a lot of Africans, but people who did, they know Africans got teased. And once you start learning the English, your accent started to fade a little bit. Niggas started, they might come around you, listen to you, they might hear a little accent, and like, where you from,
Did they?
man?
But did they?
But it's different
What
then
Did
at
they?
what
that
what
time.
that in? What
Hey,
grade was
Elvis,
that? Was
Elvis,
that
let me
high
ask you
school,
this.
middle school? What
Let
grade
me.
was that?
Food off your lunch tray and stuff because you was African? Were they stuff you in the locker because you was African? Okay, you have a funny accent. Anybody gonna laugh at that? Little kids gonna laugh at that.
Did they shun you? That's the question. Did they shun you?
I
Elvis.
was
Hell no.
nah. The thing about me, I was a violent ass nigga, right? And this dude Lonnie, this is a nigga named Lonnie, tall nigga,
With that
man. On the
prom
bus,
blood.
we had this other African dude on the bus called Lewis, right? It's a Liberian dude, but he had a speech impediment. Dude kept, teasing him, poking at him. So I had to go in the back of the bus and took a nigga out, got suspended from the bus. But I was violent. The thing about me, I was a violent person, and niggas didn't want to fuck with me in school. So I was kind of cool. But they
Hold on,
did tease a
Elvis.
lot of the
Well,
other
in
Africans
general, I'm not
who
saying we want
are
to hear
weak.
about
When I
you
was
beating
in
up
fifth
a
grade, I used
tall
to get,
guy that
I
was
went
in
to,
2 grades younger
I
than
went
you.
to school in North Carolina when I was in fifth grade. I used to get beat
Yeah,
up
we used
because
to punk Colin, North
I was
Carolina.
in New York. I was in New York. They said I had a New York accent. They said I talk funny. They were not. They
Yeah.
used to beat
They
me
was
up
like, go back to New York.
every friggin' day. Those are black kids, So it happens, man. It happens.
Hold on, can we going back to this
That
conversation
doesn't make
again,
it
right?
okay, though.
Exactly. And that's the point
Don't
I'm trying to
matter.
make. That does
It
not make
happens. I deal with it. I
hold
don't
on,
go
hold
around
on,
telling
Colin.
I hate all black people from the South. I
Till,
did not.
till this day, Kyler talk about how people in Virginia, they got little cliques. They don't like New Yorkers,
Yeah,
and you
but
got to know them
I'm
since you
not
was a
complaining.
baby. You
I'm
still
not
complain
complaining.
about that. That's hurt that you still have, Kyler.
Complaining about it. It
But
is
we
what
still
it is.
see that
It
this
is
is
what it
hurt
So
is.
don't
from
blame
this
the
is hurt
Africans
from
if they got
oh
some kind
boy.
of hurt that they brought over from their childhood, man.
Yeah, I don't.
But
Akon
Elvis,
hurt.
I
you
don't have
got to
any hurt.
admit though, that once you get accepted, you get accepted in. We don't usually shun Africans. You
Big
didn't get
Black, it's a
shunned.
reverse right now. Niggas will tell us, you're not like us. You're not us. You know
Right.
who us? You're not black. You're African. Now it's a whole
Right.
thing. So we
Oh
just
yeah,
gonna
it's a
embrace
whole
being
thing now.
African
It's definitely a
and
whole
go all
thing
the way
now.
You talking
out.
about on the internet?
Man, we
Oh,
see
it's
that every
pretty.
day, bro. You
So
see the
you don't.
nigga
So
like
wait a minute. So you
Phil,
don't. So you
Phil
don't
who
have
started a
any.
Pan
So
Africanist
you tell.
channel, right? It's
Oh,
now
Phil
doing a
got Phil,
180 and switching over and talking about us. We
Phil
FBAs
got
and
Phil
Elvis,
them.
Doing
Elvis,
that? Who's saying that?
Elvis,
is feeding
Elvis.
the
That's not.
feeding what he's called feeding the dogs, whatever. He knows that's where his bread's buttered. That FBA hate crime.
Listen, and I'm gonna have to
It's
go
not a
back and
hate
say it
crime.
again.
Come on,
And Black Americans hate me when I say this,
Shit,
but
I
a
know
lot
Nigga,
of
are
these
you
problems.
black
Africans.
American
hold
or
on.
not?
We don't know
He
you,
is,
Black
John.
American.
Don't try to check his FBA card. He's
Hold
black
on, hold on.
American.
No,
No,
it
he's not
ain't
Black
that.
Let
American.
me
He's
He
saying,
was
let me
Jamaican
finish.
yesterday,
No,
yeah,
I never claimed to
and
Jamaican.
now you
Shut up.
Big
Senegalese.
Black,
the
you
way you be
damn lie. You
talking
never
to
No,
him,
you
claimed
you
don't
be
need to
Jamaican.
be
talking like
Stop
a
talking like
black
that.
lying.
He
That's
was
American.
Jamaican
a tether.
yesterday. He was like
Listen,
Oh
Mumba
man, so we
Clyde.
doing some. See,
can
that's what
I
we do.
finish,
That's
bro?
what's called tethering, though. Go ahead.
Listen, let me finish, right? And people like some Black Americans gonna hate me when I say this, but a lot of these problems we have with Black immigrants, we started it, and that's a fact. It
That's a
usually
lie.
it started in school.
Bro, go
You
put that
you
pipe
think that?
down.
That's a
That's not a
lie.
lie.
I
You
mean,
think Africans was coming here talking shit about you in school when
exactly.
they
You
just
was
came
the
off the boat?
majority.
You
You
think
was
that's
the
true, Jonathan?
majority.
I would say this. I would say
Listen,
this.
man.
Right. Hold on.
How did the
Hold on.
black American adult
Everybody,
treat
give
the
me. Hold on.
I'm
African
talking
adult?
about jokes, really though.
Yo, look. I
You
promise you.
see,
If you
Steve?
give me,
You
hold
see?
on. You can give me like 2 minutes. Let me say this. Right now, what I noticed, right, years ago, everybody knows when I was on Blog Talk Radio and I got on Diane, I was a fire and brimstone Pan Africanist, hardcore, right. But the thing is, I noticed something, right? The people, as much as I had the Pan African zeal and whatnot, the people who attacked me the most was Africans, right? And the people that they didn't attack were the black people who said they want nothing to do with Africa. Why do you think friggin' Afro Dumbass and Nakneezy formed an alliance? But the people like me, I became a public enemy number one because I did embrace Africa, by Africans. That's what started off. So people like me are like, and a lot of my people are like, Colin, why are you always defending these people and whatnot, against your own people? When they clear, I said, no, that's not true. And then over the years, I'm just like, something, I guess I was wrong. So don't say that we started this, right? Because there were people like me, Dinus,
Collar,
whatnot, that
hold
were
on,
basically pro-African, and you guys took us to the point where we're like, something. I'm like this. We all on your own now. That's
Collar.
why
We
I
got
even
Collar.
though people like FBA, I
Hold
don't
on, let him
friggin'
finish because I got something to say after that. We heard you too much, Steve.
like I said.
No,
Look,
we don't. I don't want to hear you.
even
I don't
though
want to
listen,
talk
Yeah,
to
I
Collar.
don't want to hear you
like,
now.
like, I
Let me
said like
say
this.
this. Let me say this, Kyla. Now they're making a fuss. Now I'm in high school, right? Now Black Americans, African Americans, they didn't had like school fights with white folks. You know what I'm saying? Like group fights. White folks over racial differences, Mexicans over racial differences, Puerto Ricans over racial difference. When have the last time you seen groups of black people
We have
fight
never had
groups
any
of
violence towards Africans. Never.
African Americans fight groups of Africans
We
over
never
ethnic
did.
differences?
Never
Never
happened.
did. Y'all just over exaggerate stuff, man.
That's what I'm saying. Look, the bottom line, and that's what I don't want this to lead to, because it's like this. Look, we used to have rumbles with Puerto
Big
Ricans.
Black, don't exaggerate the conversation. Nobody said African
Hold on.
Americans were
No, but
beating
No,
on
but what I'm
Africans. We
saying
said
is
you
I'm
were
making
teasing us.
even in Jamaica
we used to
Okay,
have fights. We used to
Jamaicans
have
and wait a
fights.
minute, when the Jamaicans and the continental Africans in Britain, they used to have actual rumbles. It used to be way worse than
Can,
that.
can I can, can I can I ask Frenchie a question about that?
We've never had any rumbles with Africans. Trust me, we never
Can
did.
can I
We never did.
actually? I heard stories that in New York there was some
That's a
Africans and
lie.
Black
That's a
Americans getting
lie.
into it.
It's a
Okay,
lie.
it's
That's
a
a
lie,
lie.
but
That's a lie.
okay.
And people lie. Look, a lot of Africans are good liars. Trust me.
Oh, okay. Here we
They're
go.
liars.
So
There was
so they if
there's
they
no
if they say
evidence
that
of
we good
Well,
white
well,
liars,
people in America jumping
show us the
Africans.
video.
Yeah, people say stupid stuff, but there's never evidence of African
Kala,
Americans doing
Kala,
mob
Kala,
violence. In fact,
Kala,
another thing is this: Black America is the only group of people has never had any political violence among ourselves. There's never been any political violence in Black America, and there's never been
Colin,
any quoted nativist violence in Black America.
Colin. Let me tell you something. Right, no other group of people can come in when you're the majority and
Oh,
try to
hold on. What I'm saying is this. Africans and Caribbeans come to our America in our communities. They go to our churches, they go to our HBCUs, all that stuff like that. Now, if we were violent like that, why is that happening? It's a hypocrisy.
I didn't say everybody was violent. I didn't say
Wait,
all
no, no,
But
wait, hold on.
most,
situations
the
were bad.
majority, the well majority of African Americans, we don't group up against Africans. Cotton Africans, point blank,
Okay.
period.
All
The
right, all right.
vast majority.
Listen, Carl. You remember how on a few
You gotta acknowledge
shows,
that though.
you remember how shows you said that there were some Black Americans that looked down on Africans because of the the media coverage and everything else, how they seen Africans in a bad light, right?
Hold on. I'm saying like this: most black people in America, right? We do not like the media. And also, check this out. You know when I was growing up, right? You know what people used to say all the time, right? Even my father, right? Father, he was no Pan African like that, right? He used to always say, he goes, "Man, I know Africa got beautiful cities, right? And they got beautiful people." But that's what always black people always said, you know? We know Africa ain't no jungle. They got cities. So we always, even though we didn't know, that's what we wanted to believe. That was
Carla, you had a man that was you had a man that, like a
hold on,
year or
hold on,
or
hold on.
two
Let
ago.
me finish what I'm saying. That was our coping mechanism against America. That's why the whole people Stanley didn't create Wakanda. That was created by a black artist. You know, this idea, we always had this idea of this powerful black civilization that was highly advanced in Africa that's one day going to deliver us. You know,
Uh,
that's we always had in African American culture. You know, we
Kyla,
all
are you saying that we were always stupid?
what?
Huh? Are you saying we
Nah,
were always stupid and
Like I said,
delusional?
Marcus Garvey came over.
Carla,
Marcus Garvey
Carla.
came over here
That's
and
what
led a
Black
whole
Americans
Back
say.
to
Yeah.
Africa movement.
Hold on. So that's why when they made the
Yeah.
movie Coming to America, Zamunda, we always had this fantasy about Africa being this great, fantastic place. So this idea that we look down on Africa is a lie.
Kala,
It's a
Kala,
lie.
Come
Okay,
on,
but
come
They
Coming
on.
to
had a
America was
They just
was
confused to
full
try to
of
criticize Black America.
stereotypes about
Kala,
Okay.
Africans.
If it was stereotype,
Exactly. The
right, hold
movie
on.
was full of
How many?
stereotypes.
Like
yeah,
let's
but
not
no,
do
but
that.
who
Hold
was
on, hold on. The two pictures of
who was
Africa
perpetrating them?
that's populated in Black America was Coming to America
Who were
series.
the actors? Are you being friggin' for real right now?
Yeah, I'm being
Who
Kala,
were
for
the
real.
actors in that movie? Who were the
Hold
actors
up.
in
It
that
was
movie? Be black?
We
what
talking
you
about
call
Coming to
About who's
America. That's
It
perpetrating
was
them?
John
Were they
Amos,
not
you know.
like? Are you being serious?
My point I'm trying to make is this: Black America, we have never
That
made sure.
the dude from So Glow who thought they were like monkeys and living in trees.
Show me one movie, one video where we made and showed African and
Kala.
nigga.
Okay, Kala.
Tyler, I'm telling you, the dude from So Glow, right? Lisa boyfriend. I forgot the dude Daryl, right? In that movie, he was talking to Priest Hakeem and asking him if they wore clothes, if they lived in trees.
That was showing
That
them.
was a movie that was
Understand,
distributed to the entire globe. An African American
understand.
saying that shit to other African
That was
men.
basically that was putting him out there as the ignorant one, right?
But
Because
I'm
you know.
saying that didn't come out of nowhere, Carter. Some African Americans did think about Africans like that.
Like it was basically saying, and then the way she looked at him, like, "Why are you saying that to him?" Whatever, like that. And then she felt.
Kyla, you had a dude recently who got it. It was some cook show, some Black American dude, right? Who was talking to his daughters, like, it's a good thing we in America because you could still be in Africa, living in trees and stuff like that. It was a grown man that said that in
Carter says that
2022.
too. Carter said he would
Exactly.
even 1776 said he would rather his ancestor be enslaved
People
than
say
to be
something.
in continental Africa.
Hold up, but
Kala,
what
can you give
about
me
when
2 seconds?
people look? We say ignorant stuff back and forth, So what's the?
Kala,
Right, and I
Yes, back
understand
and
that, Kyla,
forth.
but the
Yeah.
problem.
We say
Oh,
ignorant stuff
go ahead.
back and forth. Yes,
Hold on.
black people in America say ignorant
Hold on,
shit.
Kala.
So what's
Kala,
happening?
Kala. Sometimes I wonder because look, Kala, even even Black Americans sometimes are surprised that Africans can talk to white women. Let me just tell you the truth. Sometimes they wonder that wow, can this African jungle talking? They call us jungles. Can talk to this white women? Then when they see the white women started flirting with these African guys, they start asking that white woman, he's not
That's
us.
not an accomplishment,
Hold
Kyla.
on,
I mean,
hold on.
Ola.
Hold on, hold on. Let me finish.
We know black
Let me
white women
finish.
love
Let me
black
finish.
men. That
Let me
that
finish.
ain't nothing to brag
Hold
about.
on, hold on, hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Hold on. This your B1 is all fake. Then, then, then you started seeing this. Then you started seeing the same
Give it
the
to
same
him, Condola. Pause.
right? The same big
Dude,
running around
Say
with
that
white
word.
women. hold on. They said you could surrender around these white women. They went. They something they look really look down on you. Then when the disco is out, maybe the when disco is closed, the data us Africa came with S600 Beast. They will call it Beast there. This S600 or S350. They say, hey my man, what's up, bro? What you doing, my man? They you that start looking, they're like, fuck out this place. Who's your man? I understand some Africans because these black Americans they can want to intimidate you sometime because they're the military base. You know, the army people sometimes some of them quit the army but refuse to come back to the United States because they cannot survive United States without these white women taking care of them. You understand me? So the truth of the matter is you will see that they look down on you sometime just because you're African and they wonder how can you talk to these white people? We closer to them and when this after you start approaching them all when the district they see your whip that you came with your friends, they say, hey my man, what's up, bro?
Okay.
Is that you? Is that your whip, man? You know, man, you start thinking, motherfucker, you would just say that shit, but you don't want nothing to do with me. Fuck you.
Condola, you saw traumatized. Let that shit go, man. That was all the way
Uh,
German. Let it go.
man,
Hey,
hey,
Colin, can I say
Ola,
this?
let me just say this, Ola. White women be going to the ghetto and getting the darkest dude they can find for the longest. So we not
Bro,
surprised that
Condola, it's called dirty macking, man. They're trying to tell the white women they're a better kind of black than you, so they should go with them. It's just dirty macking, man.
Hey,
Oh,
Colin, let me say this right.
what you
you get
talking
shit.
about, Elvis?
Nothing good
Your
about
ass
it.
crazy.
Colin, we don't need to see no more videos, right? Listen, Colin, let me say this.
Let the Haitian talk.
Right. I'm fully Black American, but whatever.
Nah.
It's kind of funny
No,
if you don't
no,
agree with something.
Steve is a compliment, man. When you smart like you are, stupid people like
Listen,
Big
such a
Black,
complaining man. I'm tired.
think
I
you
don't want to hear no complaining
Steve is
guy. You
naive, man.
went on that complaining
He's a
yesterday.
country bumpkin, but he got a good heart, man. I don't like big black. He's too fake, man.
when you got high
Nah.
comprehension, Steve, like yourself, man. When you got high
Steve
comprehension,
embraced Pan
Stay.
Africanism with his whole heart.
yeah,
No,
Yeah.
O Block,
listen.
That's all that is.
Big Black
When I
from O
first came
Block,
on
I
this
hate
app,
on you, Steve.
He
Hey,
said,
hold
no
on, let me
matter
speak.
what, we
go,
gonna
Big
stick
Black from O
together.
Block, I hate
Steve need
on
to
you,
go build
Steve.
some hay. I'm tired
I
of listening.
mean,
Okay. You need to worry about not getting shot. Okay, but anyway, going back to my point.
Damn,
Um,
bro.
Wait,
Steve
what
talking
that
like a real
mean?
African.
What that mean? Worry about not getting shot.
cause he live in Chicago,
Because
right?
Big Black live in a war zone, man. Nigga live in Chicago,
Right.
man. Nigga get
lives
shot
in the
every
war
weekend.
zone.
Chicago ain't
But
no war zone. Y'all crazy.
let me get to my point, right? It's
Minneapolis
like this.
bad too. Don't get me started on Twin Cities.
Big Black, be
Nigga,
quiet.
I live in Plymouth. I don't live in Minneapolis.
All the good white folks, huh?
Listen, the point I'm trying to make, right? We got ignorant people on both sides, right? I'm a Black American, so I
Yeah,
see.
whatever.
Okay, right. I see. I'm not going to stick up for ignorant people, and I know there were ignorant people in my community that did start stuff with other groups of people. So I'm not going to defend them and make excuses for what they did to other groups of people, because when you do stuff like that, people start looking at you like, okay, they all feel like this or they all feel this way, and that's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay,
That's
I
But
all.
Steve,
can rock with that, Steve.
just for the record, you seen this personally with your own eyes.
Listen, it's like this. Everybody
Damn,
can't be lying.
you trying to think of a lie, Steve?
That's either yes
Colin,
or no.
bring Frenchie back up. She's backstage.
Bro, hold on. Can I say
Hold
something?
on.
I seen
That's
it with
either
my
yes
I
or
They
seen it
gonna
with
no.
they
my
gonna
two
sub
eyes in New
Steve out.
York,
They
bro.
subbing Steve out for Fritchie.
I seen it with my two eyes during the pandemic. It was an older Black American woman. She was talking about everywhere she looked in New York, she's seen she see people that she thought was like Black Americans, but they were foreign Black, and she was bothered by that. So this was the precursor to FBA, right? So you guys want to act like these tenements didn't exist before FBA, but it did. And
Exactly
then
my
there's also
point.
bullying that existed previous before FBA. They used to call
No.
And
Jamaican boat
Wait,
people.
wait, wait,
They
wait,
used to
wait a
call
minute.
them
Wait a
So
minute.
black
Wait a
go ahead.
minute.
black
Wait a
women
minute.
were
Wait a
bullying you.
minute.
they used to
Does
call
that?
it
Wait a
like
minute. I
coconuts.
went
Come
to
on,
a
bro.
place that I've been going to all my life, and I'm concerned that the people I grew up with and seen all my life no longer there. Everyone else is a foreign black. That's a
Bro,
bad
she talking
thing.
about going around the city, bro. She like mind you, she lived in Flatbush is a
Jonathan,
Caribbean
black
Indian.
is black,
And
bro.
mind you,
Black is black.
she's originally
No.
from like
That would be
the
like
best
me
South. When I
saying,
asked her
man, I've
why,
been going to Igbo land all my life, but for
hold on.
some
When I
reason
asked
the
her why,
Igbos are gone, and
hold
there's a
on,
whole bunch of Yorubas here.
hold on.
Hey,
When I asked her
black
why
is
you don't
black.
go
We're
back
all
to Best
Nigerians,
Buy if
bro.
you felt bothered like that, she tells me she like it in Flat. So she was nagging and complaining, but she like it in Flatbush. So you see, and mind you, I'm not even from Flatbush. So when I hear her speak, she sounds confused. That's what the FBAs are. They're confused. They don't like the Africans being here or the Caribbeans being here, but at the same time, they love them being here because they got a new person that like them to hate on. That's it. They're confused.
You know what I think about Princess? Where you just fucked up at is that she liked it, but she was
Well, she
concerned
likes it.
about it. She liked it, but she concerned about
See,
it. That's
see,
not
she
hate,
likes
brother.
So,
somebody
but
to
that's the
punch
same thing
down
with
on.
FBA.
That
See,
The
that's
definitely
FBA
that's
is
got
what
what
I'm
I'm
same
No,
saying.
saying.
thing.
I'm saying you got some jerks on both sides, but let's be real. Before this whole Tariq thing, who was the main man? As far as like YouTube, right? That was the most looked at. Umar Johnson. He was the main man pushing Pan Africanism, right? He was the top dog. So let's not act like you know what I'm saying. We had this big disdain for Africa. Come on now.
All right.
Right. We're just saying
Listen,
it
listen.
exists on both sides.
Prince,
That's all we're saying.
Prince
It
P,
exists
can
on
I
both sides.
listen? It's like this, y'all. Like I understand where how some black people look down on Africa. I know where it comes from. It started. It didn't even start within the last 30, 40 years. This came all the way back to the plantation.
I don't know.
Cause
I don't know what
This
you're
one
talking
right
hold
here.
on, listen. I'm gonna tell you why. Remember, I told you I read that book. The Barracoon, Cujo Lewis. 'Cause even when Africans came back then, the ones that came later on, it's like the black people that been here for generations treated them differently than the Africans that had just arrived in the.
Yeah, yeah, if I was
Listen,
a slave and I was an African American slave, I probably would have a little bitter taste. Come on now, in my mouth. I just got sold as a
no, like they
slave.
used to make. Hold
Come
on, let
on
me tell
now,
you why. Let me tell you why they used to make fun of
because
them. Because,
an African got
oh my,
sold. What do
no,
you
that's not
mean?
why. No, that's not
Oh,
why.
Big
They
That's
make
Mike,
not
shut the
fun.
why.
fuck up,
Listen,
bro.
Oh,
oh
he
my
like
god.
being
Let me
he
finish.
like
Let me
being
finish.
sold, huh?
Oh my goodness. Let me finish.
I mean,
Let
come
him
on, man. You
finish,
They,
stating
man.
the
Let him
obvious,
finish.
Captain Obvious. Come on.
No. He's trying to say that they probably thought they were better than the Africans.
And
Let him
Big Black,
finish, bro.
you starting to
exactly.
sound more and more like an emotional lesbian, man. Just tone
No,
it down,
no,
man.
no, no. What I'm saying is y'all forget that first of all, okay, coming to the African slaves coming to America, they had to accept the fact they got sold by other black people into the
That's not
foreign
how they
land
felt. That's not.
where
That's
they
not how
was
they
worked
felt.
up and
That's not how
down
they.
from
Have
sun
you
up
read
to
a slave?
sundown.
Have you read a
Okay,
slave
yeah, it's gonna
narratives
be
by
some
Africans?
naturally it's gonna be some bitterness there. That's human
No. Have
nature.
you
No,
have
that's
you
not what
read?
he's talking
Hold
about,
on, hold
though,
on.
man.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm gonna add on to that point.
Hold on, Steve. This is the
Go ahead.
problem with the comprehension in Black America.
What are you
When you hear
talking
somebody
about?
like,
You
when you hear somebody like
so
Big
that
Black
was the
speak,
first so that was the
he
first
can't sit
time.
down and wait for him
Wait a minute.
to
So
finish
that
his
was the
point.
first
That's it.
time black people. What he's talking about is the first time black people felt some type of way about Africans on the continent.
I didn't.
What
I
Steve
didn't.
just said.
All I said
He's
is
not
it even
saying, let
goes
him
back
finish
to the
his point.
plantation. It
Yeah,
even
but
starts at the
yeah,
plantation of
when you
them
land
looking
on the
down on
plantation.
Africans.
What you
You
talking
said
about when you
what?
land on the plantation?
All right, panel. Let me play this video. Y'all
What the hell
tell
you
me
talking
Hold on,
about?
Colin. Hold on, Colin. Let us address this real quick, please.
Come on the
Listen,
plantation. Yeah, when your ass start working on the plantation day one, yeah, you gonna have some bitter feelings.
no, I'm not
That's
talking
not what
about.
he's talking about, man.
I'm saying the Africans that came on the Cotilda, they were being made fun of by black people who were here for multiple generations.
Catilda.
That's a fact.
That's true. That's true.
And
Steve,
listen,
Steve,
now
that's
going back to
that's
your other point, most Africans that came here through the slave trade, if you read their narratives, they were trying to make their way back to their homeland because they had family and everything else that was left back. They did not want to stay here.
nobody wants.
They
No shit. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
okay. The reason why I'm saying that because he said, oh, they had bitterness in them because they got sold.
Yeah,
But
you don't think the
no,
African Americans, the slaves, the
there
first
was no
slaves that
such thing
came
as
over here.
blackness in Africa. There was
I'm
no such thing.
not even just America,
Listen,
right?
let me
I'm talking
explain.
about
There was
throughout
no.
the diaspora, right?
Oh my God, there
No,
was no such
throughout the
thing.
diaspora. You think they had some type
Oh
of negative
my
feelings
God.
towards Africans?
There
let him
was
finish
no
his
such
point,
thing
man.
as blackness in Africa. So them being sold by a rival tribe, why would they be bitter about a black person
Man,
selling them? But they
who
didn't be.
out
What
there
are you
scribbling in a
talking
damn
about?
pot, man? You gotta mute yourself. Scribbling in a pot.
Hold up. This is where I'm going to destroy that talking point. You know why? Because this showed you something, right? And you guys would say, okay, If that's true, what you just said, that means Africans are inferior. Why? Because the Greece was divided by different tribes, the Spartans, the Thracians, the Athenians, everything like that. But when they faced an outside threat, right, just people coming, the Persian emissaries there, right, and there was this foreign power far away. All the Greek tribes united because of fighting an enemy far away. It's completely different from you. It's different than all the beasts we had with each other. Same thing will happen with the Mongols when they basically threatened the Chinese. All the Han tribes and Tibet tribes lined up against the Mongols. It was like that all over the world. The Gaul tribes, right, and the Calvins and the Lombards united against Rome. Put up a same thing with the Rhine. The Rhine tribe right against Rome, right? Only in Africa where they saw somebody far away as a friend and they're not people in their circumstances around as the enemy. Only in Africa did that
That's
happen.
not
Tyler, we
true. That's
understand that
not true.
it's the Bantu
The,
DNA,
the,
right? We're
no,
Kyla,
no,
African.
to
no, no.
go
Hold on,
further,
hold on. That's
Kyla,
not
to
true.
go
That's not
further
true.
than
Hold on,
that.
hold on, hold on,
Only in
hold on, hold on.
Africa
That's
were
not
they
true.
dumb
That's not
enough
true.
to sell their
That's not
own
true.
people.
The
You can't
Moors
find
ruled
that nowhere
400
else in the
years in
world.
Europe with the
Oh,
aid of the
please
small
get
hats. Why is
over
that, bro?
yourself.
That's not true. That's not true.
A
The
lot of
Moors
people
ruled
fall in
400 years in
Africa
Europe, bro.
with the same tribe.
Who was the allies of the Moors in Europe, Mr. Kyler?
Hold up. The Moors were not black, bro.
All right, but who was their allies? You believe that, but
Hold on. The
Kyler, go,
Moors
go.
were not
No,
black.
no,
The
hold on, hold
Moors
on, hold on. Let's disprove that myth because they still have celebrations
what I'm
of the
saying,
getting rid of the of them getting rid of the Moors today, Kyler.
hold on. What I'm trying to say, principally, is this, right? If you want to believe Africans are ass backwards, fine. Okay, fine. But
So
this,
why did I say that about the Europeans, man?
wait, hold up. Kublai Khan, he sent a massive fleet. He sent the emissary first to get the Japanese islands to
Just the Moors, Mr. Kyler. What
listen
about
what
the
I'm saying.
Moors?
I'm giving you some history lessons. When Kublai Khan threatened the Japanese islands, these were all prefectures, provinces controlled by different shoguns and everything like that, samurai, different sections. But when Kublai Khan came, guess what? All these provinces in Japan united because he was a foreign threat. So they united with each other. Said, "Well, look, we may not like each other, but we're still all Japanese. We're still all part of the same. This is our homeland together. We're here together." Only in Africa did they see a foreign somebody from.
Kyler. Even the other Asians view the Japanese as a threat and help the Europeans against the Japanese. You telling fake history.
You're missing.
Address the. Come on, man. Stop that, man.
Really
When
missing
when
what I just say.
the Japanese was viewed as a threat. Just less than 100 years ago, bro, in all of Asia. When the Europeans came, they sided with the Europeans. So you telling me bullshit, bro?
No, that's a lie. Thailand side and Indonesia fought with Japan. What are you talking about?
That's very few nations, bro. What are you talking
Yeah,
about, man?
and also Mao Zedong only used the Europeans so they basically he could seize power. They weren't trying to fight Japan. They saw the Japan as a
Japan was very racist and radical to
yeah,
other Asians there, man. So you telling me that all the
you know,
Asians are back to Japanese?
the Chinese used used Japan to uproot the Europeans. When Japan invaded Shanghai and whatnot, the Europeans fled. That's how the Chinese gained their government back when the Japanese invaded. So it's not wasn't what you think it is. And also a lot of Filipinos, right? The guerrilla movement in the Philippines resurfaced during a Japanese occupation, and they regrouped, and they were ready to fight the United States once the Japanese left. So the bottom line, you don't know your history. But let me play this
So
video.
how long the British were there? Because there's certain areas in which the British
I'll get back to you. Let me
took
play this video.
certain.
My
Hala,
son,
can you let Steve back on, please?
he's on.
I'm back. I'm
Okay.
back on. I'm back on.
All right, let me play this video. You guys tell me what you think. Okay.
You don't see a Haitian saying I'm African Haitian or Jamaican saying I'm African. We try to do the right thing and acknowledge our ancestry, and now it's being used. Well, what part? Like, no, just for that, we just Black Americans now. Like, fuck all that African American shit, bro. We Black Americans now.
The reason why Africans have this negative connotation on African Americans is because of the stereotypes, what they're seeing on TV. For an example, my mom, she's American. I don't know what part of Africa she was from. My dad, he's Ghanaian.
She's American. Like,
but at the end of the day,
I don't know. They're American.
But
you wouldn't say that to a Jamaican.
But they're African American though.
Would you say a Jamaican don't know what part of Africa he from?
Jamaicans are Caribbean, so they already have their own like.
Would you say he don't know what part of Africa he
but
from?
he know where he comes from. He comes from Jamaica.
A Jamaica is from Jamaica, right?
Yes.
An American is from where?
An African American is from Africa and America.
And this is why that term is confusing, is which I hear people just say Black Americans now, because we try to do the right thing and at least acknowledge our ancestry. You don't see a Haitian saying I'm African Haitian or a Jamaican saying I'm African. We try to do the right thing and acknowledge our ancestry, and now it's being used. Well, what part? Like, no, just for that, we just Black Americans now. Like, fuck all.
Kyla, some people just slow. She's just slow.
When I said that to Dollar Bill, he said I was trying to take away his Africanness, right? So let's just call yourself Black American. Take away the African.
Let me just say this, Kyla, real quick. Let me say this real quick.
No matter what we call, so we're still the same people, you know. So
let me say this real quick, because Person P is kind of slow. Do you think those people, before they even left the shores of Africa, they're knowing they're getting sold to a whole different group of people that look totally different than them? You don't think those people on those ships had a bitter taste in their mouth for Africans, people that look like them?
No.
Yes, they
they did,
did.
man.
Yes, they did. But when you talking about, especially when they got to the colonies, these people formed their own cultures. Like the African American culture is formed by different tribes becoming one. That's why some of us don't have the understanding of the tribal wars going over there, because some of those same tribes that were warring over there became one, you know, in the Americas. Because even in Haiti, they have a term called bossal. Bossal is the Africans coming first, fresh off the boat, and the Creoles are the Africans that was born basically in the colony. That's the main concept of a Creole. You're born on the colony. You probably a different mixed tribes, shit like that. So you'll call you a Creole or some T Creole. You could be 100% African, but you're a T Creole, right? Because you're born on the colony, right? Versus a Bossal. A Bossal was born directly from
Yeah,
Africa,
but
right? So
still,
those
even
concepts
even
are
in that
different.
even in that scenario, right?
Big Black,
Follow me.
relax for a second.
No. Even though no Elvis, even in that scenario, right? You don't think those quote unquote pure blacks had a bitter taste in their mouth about being sold by other Africans? You don't think none of them did?
Yeah, but again,
Come
even
on
as a
now.
descendant of those
The
people,
ones that were
you
sold,
understand
but
that
the majority were not sold.
no,
So what's your point?
no, a lot of them were
Majority
sold
were
because of
sold.
tribal war. There was tribal
No,
Tyler,
the
pull
wars.
up the
majority
link,
were not
man.
Frenchie,
sold. The
Frenchie,
majority were not
Post the
sold.
link,
Frenchie,
The
Tyler.
Frenchie,
The
majority were
Majority
resident.
sold.
of
Frenchie. There was
Jamaicans were
The
not
tribal
sold.
majority
wars.
were not sold.
They
Color,
Yeah,
were
was
there
the
was a
majority
A
lot of
lot of
sold?
people also capture
there's
too. Don't
tribal
forget
Color,
war.
that.
Color, were the
When he
majority
says the
sold?
majority
I'm
sold,
talking
he's
I'm
about
not
talking
tribal.
about
I'm
speaking.
the
talking
I'm
about
people in
speaking to
America.
Color. I'm
Somebody asked you
speaking
a
to
question.
Color.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm
guys.
speaking to Color. I directed that to Color. Color, with the majority sold.
Who? Majority of what?
Collar people were selling people in
African
Angola, man.
American.
What are you talking about, Frenchie?
Hold on. Majority of what, the African population?
Yeah, the African Americans.
What about them?
Were the majority sold?
Okay, first African Americans that came here were actually Creoles. They came from Spain. They came from Portugal. They came from the Netherlands. They came from England, Ireland, and whatnot. They spoke English, Dutch, all these other languages, and they were called Creoles, Atlantic Creoles, because although they were African in race, they did not have an African language and African things. They're sort of like Anglo-Saxonized, Dutch, Spanish, whatever like that.
Tyler, she's asking you if majority of the slaves
Carlo,
were either
were the
captured or
majority of
sold into
African
slavery.
American
Listen what I'm
slaves?
saying. Listen what I'm saying.
It's a simple question.
The initial 100 years of our existence, since the 1500s, black people were just indentured servants.
most of us came here in the 1700s.
No, I know. Hold up. What I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, right? And then what happened after 1619? That's when the first Africans were over here, right? And then the idea of race and slavery became synonymous, right? while that was going on, there was a large numbers of Africans that black people that were free. They lived in places like Nantucket.
Carla, that's not what we're talking about,
Kala,
man.
Kala,
The slave trade
Hold
are
became
on,
the
hold on,
lucrative on the
majority of
continent, and a lot
African
of people
Americans
started looking for
descendants of
slaves.
slaves?
Yeah,
Wait, let
to
him
sell them.
finish. Let him finish.
Damn.
Let him finish.
Hey,
Let him finish.
Kala, we know what you're hiding,
Let
man.
Carla
You from
finish. Let
Kala,
Carla
Angola.
at this
finish.
You
point,
from
Kala, at
Angola.
this
We know what
point,
you're
you're giving
hiding, brother.
FBA a lot more
Wait, we can't
confidence
hear
We
now.
when
know
you
what he
all
hiding.
speak at once. Let Carla
Okay,
finish, please.
let me
Frenchie,
say
Frenchie,
this.
you gotta understand. This guy
Hold on,
from
hold on.
Angola.
It went from in the early 1600s, right? That the majority of black people here were free, right? And then they felt safe. Okay, we're just colonists like everybody else, right? Then when the large numbers of Africans start coming over here as slaves, right? The term slavery and race became synonymous, and a lot of black people that were free found themselves in a situation where they were judged and being disenfranchised because it would they associated you with being a slave, because you're being black. That's what
Carla,
race.
did you hear a question?
Yo, let me
Kala,
Her question is,
are the
hello.
where
majority
the
of
majority
African
Hey, can I?
Americans descendants of people that were sold as slaves?
Yes,
Yes or no?
yes,
all captured?
yes, yes.
Can
Okay,
I
Okay,
say
there's the
something
okay,
real
yeah.
answer.
quick?
Hold on, hold on,
Hey, can I say something real quick?
hold on. I'm gonna
Wait,
ask
hold on,
Frenchie a
Wait,
hold on.
wait
question.
a
Sorry,
second.
sorry. Carla,
I
what
want
were
to
you
ask.
saying yes
Okay.
to? Because when you and I had that
I said, hold on,
conversation, you
I said,
said multiple times
look,
that the
initially,
minority was sold.
okay, no.
Carla's two
Hold
faced.
on,
Don't
hold on,
believe
hold
him.
on, hold on,
Can I?
hold on.
Can I? Can I say
Look,
something real quick?
hold up. Look, the majority of black
Why is
people.
he the front of this screen?
Okay, hold up.
Wait, hold on, Fritz. I like that idea because if the minority was sold, then man, the majority of us were already here, Colin.
Oh
No,
Hey,
No,
let
sold,
me
being
let me
No,
sold
say
and being
something.
captured
Jonathan, that
by the
doesn't even make
slavers are two different
sense.
Can I?
You
things.
know,
Can I
most
build
were
real quick?
captured and
But
kidnapped.
Frenchie,
Can
sold
I
as
build real
compared
quick?
to capture, is that what you mean, right? Because I don't think you put the
what do
other
you mean?
side
What do
to
you
it.
mean by
Hey,
Yes,
sold?
fellas,
captured, Elvis.
let me
Captured.
speak
Can't
for.
hear. I can't. Oh
Hold on.
my God, too many
Everybody gonna let me
people
finish
speaking at once.
talking? Can I be a host for once? All I'm
Can I?
saying is, look, initially slavery had nothing to do with race. By the time the late 1600s came around, millions of now hundreds of thousands of black people came in to a total.
But
By the time 1800 rolled around, a total of 500,000 Africans were brought to America. Right now, forget this. From the late 1700s to to the 1900s, how did it go from 500,000
Carla,
people?
that's not the conversation. We're talking
we're
about
not
on the
Hey,
we're not
can,
continent.
asking
can,
about
We're
that
not talking
power.
hey,
about
can
here
I
in
say
America
something?
yet.
Hold
We're
up.
talking about people who were
Time out. Can I
captured
say something?
on the
Hold
continent.
Can
on,
I say?
listen to my point.
Time
Listen to
out.
my point.
Y'all,
The
can I
majority,
say something real quick?
majority of black people that came here were bred here in America and sold as
Oh,
slaves.
okay, Carla, we get
Can
that.
I?
We
Can I?
get that.
Hey,
No,
can I say something?
No, no, that's
17.
1776
Wait.
says six. Speak, man. He just got on. Let him speak, Steve.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, you got to understand. Like we're touching on roasting Africans, right? See, it comes out of slavery. It comes out of that eternal trauma of being sold by Africans. So that inner pain that we don't know how to deal with of being sold by our brother into slavery manifests itself as joking. You cooking them because they too dark. You cooking them, but it's really that trauma of being sold, dragged out of the interior Africa to the beach to be sold to the white man. So when you see an African, it's your DNA and your spirit that feels that pain of the African selling you. So you don't know how to deal with it.
So
So
the
it
roots are
Hey,
manifests.
spiritual. Is that what you're saying? The roots are
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah,
spiritual
like
coming from
yo,
your
yeah.
spirit.
you need
they
So
were
if
doing
you
it in
watch,
themselves before they
therapy.
came.
time out. I'm
Therapy.
almost finished. Time out. If you watch Roots, you see how Fiddler look at Kunta. Fiddler was like, I hate this nigga, right? But over through the episodes, they built a relationship. And that's the same thing that's going to happen in America. After the first generation, we're going to build that relationship with the Africans. But you're not going to come fresh off the boat and integrate into the society. That's what Roots was showing you. Fiddler couldn't stand
So you
Kunta.
agree? You agree that there was animosity from African Americans
Yeah,
towards
yeah,
Thank
Africa
yeah.
you.
because
You
of
you
And
that
I
proved
would
my
that
point,
say
generation of pain.
75%,
Thank you.
75%
So
lays on
yeah,
African
and you're
Americans, right?
right. That's what Jonathan
Because of
Collar doesn't
colorism,
want to
Thank
because
acknowledge.
of
you,
colorism, it goes
1776.
to colorism, and it goes
Thank
to
you,
like Big Black was
1776.
saying slavery. We don't like these
And
niggas
also,
sold us,
it's a
man.
little mix of not wanting to be African because these are the
Right,
real raw Africans. And what the white man said about Africans through their movies and through their rhetorics, now you
right.
don't want to be associated with them. So
Fact.
you bully them, you
Because
try
like
to make them feel like the
like
others
we
rather than
time
being a
out.
part of your
But
community.
At
Wait,
the
wait, wait.
same
Time out. We
time,
touched on move.
we
We
have
touched on.
always addressed ourselves as African in
But you
history.
always make that
Not
distinction that you're
until
not Africans. Don't
See
go
this,
there, Jonathan. If
but
somebody
you
call
got.
you an
nigga,
African, you be like, I ain't no
that you're
African. I'm
talking
African American.
about you're talking about today.
But
That's
you
your
got to see the
problem.
power.
You need to separate today between 100, 200, 300 years of us identifying as African.
But what you
Well,
got to
hold on.
understand, these time out these movies that we've watched as we come up in the cartoons and the movies, Tarzan, that played a role on our perception of an African. Like I didn't know an African knew how to add to 100 till I was close to college. You know what I'm saying? Because you just see. Now, seriously, I'm telling you, like I didn't know about Timbuktu or none of that shit. So when I see an
We figured that
African,
out on the panel, man.
Wait. Is that
I
what
saw.
you got from Serafina?
Yeah, when I see African, I see like a black Homo erectus. You know, like you
Nigga,
like,
what?
oh,
We're Homo sapiens, nigga, not Homo erectus. What's wrong with you, man? It's
Hey,
like taking us a step
Colin.
behind human beings. What's wrong with you, man?
1776 is proving my point that we had some ignorant people amongst us in Black America,
Homo
and this is
erectus. Nigga, we
actually
Homo
interacting
sapiens.
with.
time out. Have y'all ever watched School Days when the one guy he's like, I'm no African, I'm from Detroit. You remember
That's what I'm
Right.
School
saying.
Days and all?
I'm not
That's the
African.
sentiment with most
I'm from
African
Crenshaw,
Americans. They're
Mafia.
not Africans.
Right.
They're from Gary.
Okay.
They from New
Hold on.
York.
Right.
Let me play. Let me play another
I'm
video.
not African. I'm from
Hold on,
Crenshaw,
let me
Mafia.
play a video.
Colin, can
Let me tell you about the video. I think you guys gonna like this one. Let's see what this young brother has to say.
Colin,
This
can
is
I
like I
ask
said.
Frenchie one question?
What?
But it seemed like y'all should have more smoke for the white people.
Frenchie, can I ask you a question?
That was the ones that was putting that
Is
stuff
Frenchie
in.
up? I don't know if she's up there.
Yeah, Frenchie's up.
They was the ones
Yeah,
spreading
sorry,
that
I'm here. I'm
propaganda.
here.
All right,
All right,
Frenchie.
let
What do you
Frenchie. All right,
mean,
everybody be quiet. Let Frenchie talk.
Frenchie? What do you
Sorry,
mean
go
by
on.
sold? Like, what do you mean by sold?
Well, I meant captured. Elvis did correct me, and I was referring to on the continent, not in the Americas. And I think Carla
Right.
answered based on the Americas, which is why I'm really confused with where this conversation is going because everyone's
Oh
speaking
no,
at
no,
once, and I'm
no.
unable to hear what Carla's actually trying to say to me right now. Because we've had many conversations about this, and Carla did say to me that on the continent, a minority were sold by other Africans,
Oh, I
whilst
agree with you
the
then.
majority fought. But in the Americas, a lot of them, of course, were sold by white
Right.
people.
Yeah,
Colin was just trying
Am I
to
right,
butter you
Carla?
up. He know the reality is a lot of them were
Uh,
sold.
hold on. There's
The
this
slave
young.
trade picked up a
as
lot
somebody
more
that
when it
went to
became
the slave
lucrative.
trade
So a
See, you
lot more
guys are
people
doing
museum,
it
started getting
again.
sold.
You
Hold
guys are
on,
literally
as
doing it again. You're
somebody
all
that
talking
went
hold
to
at
on.
the
I
once.
know
slave
young
trade
Frenchie. Not every
museum,
You're all
African.
we
talking at
were
once.
fucking
One at
sold
a
for
time. One at a
mirrors,
time.
rum,
One at a
and
time.
one shot
Is
Yeah,
guns.
but I
no one
know,
is
but not every
denying
One
that
at
you
a
were
time.
African
so.
participated in the slave trade
Gosh,
The
equally.
majority, the
No,
One
no,
at a
no,
majority.
time.
no,
One at a
It
You
time.
know
wasn't
there
no
was
can you?
a
captures.
slave trade boom in
Oh,
the 1700s when a lot of people on the
When y'all
continent
say
realized that
capture,
it was
y'all
real
saying capture by
profitable,
Africans,
and
right?
they started just capturing people and selling them. So the majority became sold rather than capture. At first, it was something that was a mixture of being captured and being sold into slavery. But once people realized that they could get goods and money and things like that, they started capturing anybody they can put their hands on and selling them. So yeah,
That's the point I'm trying to make. That's why I say that most people were kidnapped. These were just
and
random
sold,
individuals.
kidnapped and
Right.
sold.
Exactly. This is my point. Right. They were sold. They were kidnapped.
Like the
Right.
Tinubu's in
Five more. Five
Nigeria, the
Hold on,
more.
people in Dahomey.
let me play
Yeah.
this video. Let me play this video. It's interesting what this young brother had to say. Right?
This dude was a clown, Colin. Why are you playing all these dude?
Yeah, man. Like let us build, man.
It's
African
it's a
imposter stuff.
YN.
And he
This is
told
what
me, you
Connor
know why
watch all
African
day,
people
man.
look
This is
down
what
on
Connor
black
watch
people?
all
I
day.
said, why?
He
He
sounds
said, because y'all
intelligent.
are ignorant. Y'all don't know who y'all really are. Y'all go by false labels. Y'all think y'all are African, but y'all don't know what Africa looks like. You letting them compare you to us when we're not the same. We're from two different areas. So that made me think we're from two different areas. Then I did my research. 94 to 96% of all slaves from Africa were sent to South America or the Caribbean. So you telling me all these black folks is
That's a
African
damn
on the
lie right
slave?
there, Carly. You know that.
I know. Bottom line, I knew he was going to go into that stupid. We were already
He,
here
We're
shit.
this
already
dude is
here,
an
yeah.
aboriginal, man. He's an
Kyle, why you play
aboriginal.
that stupid shit, man?
We were
What's
already
that?
here. Well, every time, check this out. This one chick was doing good. She was saying she was really speaking about the effort, but then she started with, "You see, we were already here." And he did. I said, bump, bump, bump." I said,
Right.
Kyle,
"Sister,
you be lying to Frenchie when you talking about slavery, right?
what are you talking about?"
Saying that most slaves were captured and not sold. You believe that?
What you call? What are you talking about? Capture and soul, same thing. You
Nah,
can't.
nah, nah. That's not how she understood it. That's why she asked
Well,
that question because she was
what do
I
confused.
you
don't
mean
know.
by
Maybe I understand what
capture?
she's saying. What she's saying, people didn't voluntarily jump on a slave ship and say, "Look, let me take you to America." If that's what she's asking me, no. You were people who were bound, gagged, put marched to the coast, were not starved, and were not put in a holding cell, and then shipped off and whatnot by the passing by ships. Simple as that.
Right.
You know.
Right.
So
You didn't tell her that. You told her that. No, you try to make her feel better about being African. That
no,
you
no,
guys
I
didn't
didn't.
sell us.
No,
Most of us was
I don't know
captive.
what she was. I didn't know exactly what she was asking. I thought she was asking me about the black people in America, and I tried to say that 10% of the black people initially, the majority initially were free blacks that are indentured, right? And then over the years, that population, like, was a majority, right? In 100 years, they were a minority, and the majority of people brought here, black people here, were slaves. And then basically, people don't realize this. By the time the Civil War ended, there was all these people that were never slaves, never part of the slave.
Kyla, when I said that, you said I was lying, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I
Well,
told
see,
you.
I'm
Your
even
mic is
more
too loud,
confused
bro.
now.
Damn.
I've been saying that for years.
I'm
What are you
even more
talking about?
confused.
Look, I'm saying,
Kyla,
listen,
she's even more confused because you lied to her. That's what it is, man.
Wait, no,
I said there was
I don't
free
think he
black
lied. I
communities
don't
out
think.
here. Look, there was black communities out here since the 1600s.
But I
We're
said they
not
were
talking about
free.
here,
We're not
Kyla. We're
No,
talking
talking
about
we're
the
about
talking
continent.
about
that.
in
Stop coming to
America.
here.
We're talking about on the continent,
Still
Tyler,
though.
on the continent.
What are you about on the continent?
Kyla, now he's trying to walk back his lies, man.
No. Walk back. What lies? What are you talking about?
She
We're talking
asked
about
you. Okay,
free
here's the
blacks.
question, Kyla.
Well, hold on.
Where?
I don't even know what you're talking about,
That's
Elvis.
why I'm going to ask the question.
Hold on.
Frenchie, ask the question,
Elvis,
please. Ask the question,
you shut
Frenchie.
the hell up and let her ask
J-
me the
Just
question.
leave it.
Let Frenchie talk. Let
Yeah.
Frenchie cook.
Let's see. Elvis,
I think
Elvis,
we
are
should
you a
just
Yeah,
Pan
leave
let
it
her
African?
ask me the
because
question instead of
Elvis, are you a
15
Pan
people
African?
talking.
Frenchie, be aware.
I
Just
think
make
we
your
should just
question
leave.
very clear. That way
Nah,
it'll be like
big
a
black.
10.
I'm a
It don't
pot
be a
African.
10
Right? You
minute
from the
talk.
pot?
Elvis, if you shut up,
Huh?
if she's trying to ask me a
What you say?
question. Go ahead, Frenchie.
Okay, so on the continent itself,
Yes.
the African Americans and the Caribbeans that were slaves, were the majority of them sold into slavery by Africans, or were the majority of them kidnapped by white people, for instance?
Okay, that's very easy to
Please
answer.
let me
Was
answer
that
this.
better
Please.
Hold on,
formatted, or I don't know?
let me hold on. Okay, if I get 5 minutes to answer the question, right?
5 minutes?
Okay, majority of people that were on the continent, right? Continent, it was like this. Europeans basically. Let me tell you something. How it is. Before I say this, right? Europeans set up a global mercantile system. It was the Dutch that set up a global capitalist system, right? If banks and finance companies finance a slave ship, right? They will pack the ship with a whole bunch of nonsense they could sell on the continent, right? Guns, weapons, mirrors, whatever the hell they had, right? That costed one thing. The ship, everything, paying the captain, everything. When they added all that up, right? Potentially they splice it up to like 15 or 20 investors, right? They put their money up to finance that, right? Their, that thing has to serve a profit or they'll go bankrupt. So therefore, given that, right? Given that, if you know Europeans how they operate, those ships had to stay on that coast of Africa until they put human bodies on those ships, right? Usually 500 to 600 Africans, right? Once those slaves Africans got on the ship, right, and they docked at port, the bill of lading, the manifest goes into the local banks and everything, and the stocks they goes through
Hey,
the
Kyla,
roof.
answer the question,
Hold on,
man.
hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. It goes through the roof. Now, that being said, right? The Europeans had a vested interest of keeping the slave trade going. It wasn't like Africans were saying like this. If you were a kingdom on the coast of Africa, right? You had two
Jesus
choices.
Christ, man.
You participate in the slave trade, or eventually you're going to be
This is
enslaved.
where we disagree. This is this.
This
Now
man,
that's the
Kyler.
truth.
See,
Hey,
when
look,
you
Wait,
a
Collar,
lot
the
of
Carla,
majority of
wait,
them were
Carla,
sold into
Carla.
slavery
So
hold
by
give
on.
me a
black
second,
A lot
please.
of
Africans.
A lot of Africans
Carla,
tried to resist the slave trade, right?
stop
that's what I was
lying,
going to
man.
ask. That's what I was just going to say it like this. So, Carla, are you saying that the majority of Africans fought for their brothers and sisters, or did the majority of
No,
Africans
the
sell?
majority of did not want to participate. Anybody told you that
Oh
is
man,
lying.
got you.
The
Exactly. See, that's my point.
majority of Africans
All right,
initially
Collar.
You know,
rejected
you know.
Thank
the
you for wiping
See,
away the
slave
guilt
trade.
of the
Hey,
Africans,
hey,
Collar.
hey,
Thank
see,
hey,
you.
you guys
Elvis,
are
Hold
making
Elvis,
it
on,
hold
harder
hold
on,
to
on,
get it
Elvis,
hold
from
hold
on,
me.
on,
hold on.
Elvis.
Time out.
Anybody told
Wait a
This
you
minute,
could
wait
be
a
answered
minute.
in 30 seconds.
anybody
This
tell
could be
you
Y'all need to.
it
Can
was a
you
lie.
not sound crazy, Kyla?
Europeans would
The
come in there,
majority
man,
of
and
people were
look,
fighting to prevent their
the
people from
whole
being sold,
global system.
and they
The
Yes,
lost.
they
whole
were.
whole
Technically, he's
global
right.
system.
He's right.
Oh, the
listen,
whole
listen,
global.
friend.
Hold on. Look, if I could say a word, the whole global system was based
Jesus
on the
Christ,
transatlantic slave
man.
trade. So it was going to happen regardless, as
Like,
simple as that.
you can answer this in
But
30. Time out, time out. You can
Hold on,
answer
Collar,
this.
Collar.
You can
Can I make a
answer
can,
this in
can
suggestion?
I
30
listen? Hold up, man.
seconds.
You just spoke, bro. You
Hold
just
on,
spoke,
Collar. Can I
man.
make a
I know.
suggestion? Anytime, hold on. Let me say this. Let me make a suggestion, right? So everybody start over talking each other. Let everybody get 30 seconds to speak and go in order. So start at the top and go to the bottom. So
All right,
nobody speaks out of turn.
okay. I'm gonna give everybody. I'm gonna put the timer on. And give everybody 30 seconds. Then you shut up. All right, Elvis, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you, Collar. It's simple, right? Majority of Africans were captured by other Africans and sold and traded to the white men, usually
Facts.
for guns, for trivial things. And they used that gun to perpetuate the slave trade by going deeper into the interior and capturing more African slaves. You have more powerful tribes who could probably fight them off in hand-to-hand combat or
All
spears,
right,
but they
30
had
seconds
guns.
up. 30 seconds up.
Oh,
Nobody
damn.
needs to talk other than Elvis.
Okay,
All right.
okay. All right, hold on. Next in person is Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, yeah. The majority of our people were captured and sold by Africans. An example is that there were three evil kingdoms. Two evil kingdoms were literally selling their own damn people, and it was a part of their culture that if your king or your the person that's in the top of your ethnic group sent you to go ahead and be punished, you had to take that L, and they voluntarily went only because they were sent to. All right, go ahead, next person.
Okay.
All
All
right,
I would like
big
to
black.
say is, yeah, just Pan African power. I love all my black people worldwide. You know, but it's some things we need to get fixed, man, and stop pissing on people's head, tell them that it's raining because it's not raining, and we don't like piss. All right.
All right, next person is Princess P. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kyla is somewhat right. The only reason is that most of the people in the kingdom protected their own tribe and their own kingdom, right? So technically, he's somewhat right, but most of these people selling to other people, their neighboring tribe or whatever, So that's where he's wrong. You know what I mean? But technically, he's right. It's like a half truth, you know.
All right, Frenchie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of people are conflating indentured servitude with slavery. That is what was going on the continent. And as I said before, as far as I'm aware, and I believe a lot of people on the continent will probably have the same sentiment as me, that the majority did fight for the people rather than sell them to the white slave masters. And yeah, that's all I've got to
Okay.
say on that note.
All right, Steve, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right. Yes, there were some tribes that did sell their own people, whether they criminals or whatever reason. There was some that didn't, but yeah, most it was certain kingdoms. White. They would go capture their neighbors and sell them in the slave trade. So basically, yeah, that happened. And yes, slavery was different on the continent than what it was in America. That's true. It was matter of fact, they said that slavery was so different they don't even know if they can call it slavery in Africa. But that's all.
All right, that's done. Okay, 1776. Go ahead.
Hey man, I corroborate what Jonathan Miller and Elvis said, man. And what Frenchie and Steve said is just whitewashing history, man. The white man wasn't able to penetrate the continent till the 1850s. The African man is 80% responsible for slavery happening. They ran all through the interior Africa, grabbed niggas, took them to the shore, beat their ass, threw them on the ship. The African was going on the ship and locking those guys in, so the
But
African
that was
man.
okay. Your time's up. That was not all African. That was a crew tribe. That one particular tribe.
Colin, was
Colin,
that 30 seconds? That was like 15 seconds, Colin. Man, you
That was
been
great.
unfair.
hold on,
That's not
Colin,
that's not
Colin.
true, Carla.
Well,
It wasn't
That was
just a
actually,
like
crew
10
because
seconds.
even
I was watching the clock, man.
it was actually 29.4. You got like 7.
Oh, come on.
Oh
Colin,
man.
All
man.
right, go ahead. Go
He
ahead.
did. He gave me a 17 seconds, the shortest time.
Yo, no, you got a couple seconds left. Go ahead. Okay,
Oh
you're
man.
done. It's done. I gave you a second. Yeah, you're done.
Oh
Okay.
God, man.
Colin, can I respond to 1776?
All right, hold up. Let me give you one. Let me give you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, 1776. I don't know what you were listening to. What I said, I literally said the same thing that Elvis said. I said that Africans did sell other Africans to the slave trade, whether they were from the same tribe or different tribe, depending on the particular tribe. Some tribes did not sell their own people. Some did. That's all I said. There was no such thing as a black people in Africa at that time. They did not see themselves as all the same.
Can I respond? The African man invented Amazon. That's how much slaves were stolen from was sold from Africa. It was like an Amazon, Jeff Bezos African production. Niggas was flying up out of the continent so
Well, let
quick
me
it
ask
was
you a question.
unbelievable.
How come there's no evidence of like Amsterdam was a friggin' was not even a city like Benin City, right? But look at Amsterdam at the end of the slave trade and look at Benin City. So you gonna
Yeah,
tell me Africans benefited?
Did I say they benefited? I said
You
they
actually seem
maybe.
like Africans got rich and they built.
Nah, they was too stupid and sold their people for trivial stuff, bro. For
Trivial
umbrella,
shit.
for rum,
Like
and then he
like
sell
this
them for gold and silver.
Hold
lemon
on, Elvis.
cake,
What do you
lemon
mean by
cake.
their people? What do you mean by their people?
They were
I mean,
selling their
Africans.
own.
We're all Africans, right? Different
But
tribes,
no,
but we're all
but
African
hold
black
on.
this
people.
guy's very
Well, I understand
disingenuous,
that, but
man.
did
Elvis
Africans see
is
themselves
kind
as
of
that back
goofy
in the day?
tonight, man.
No, it
I mean,
doesn't
what are you
matter what
talking
you
about?
see
You think I'm
yourself
going to
as.
take the blame from us Africans? We sold each other
No,
into
I'm not
slavery, nigga.
saying.
That's
I'm
a
not
shame on
saying
He
us.
was
that.
I'm
I'm
not
tribal
going
not
to
war. He was
saying.
whitewash it. What
tribal
do you mean?
war, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
hold
disingenuous.
on.
He's
Let me
disingenuous,
explain,
bro.
right? Because
Disagree, disagree.
those are FBA talking points, right? Because they'll say stuff like the Africans sold us,
It's
right?
true. It's
And no,
true,
no,
bro.
no,
I
no,
ain't no
no. Hold on.
FBA, but it's
Let me
true.
Bro,
explain.
bro,
Let
bro.
me
It was
It's
tribal
not an
let me
war, bro.
FBA
explain.
talking point. It's an African talking point. They
No,
said
let me.
themselves.
Oh my
No, the
God.
heck it
Let me.
isn't. No, the heck it isn't an African talking
Did
It's
point.
not
Finish my
African.
point.
No, the
did the
Can I
heck it
finish my
German
isn't.
point?
did the Germans stop?
Is there not a slave
54
museum
countries
Hold on,
do
hold
not
in
on, hold
say
on,
that,
time out,
Calabar? Is
time
Jonathan.
there
out, time
not
out,
a
Stop
time out,
it.
slave museum
Stop it.
in
Time
The
out. Did
entire
Badakhshan?
continent
Stop
Europeans
does not share
lying.
that sentiment,
Damn.
so stop it.
Can I?
did
Can
Europeans
I?
sell Europeans to
Stick to the
Africans?
Igbo culture
Listen,
that you
can I
know of.
explain myself? Please let me finish. I'm
It's
what I'm
nothing to
saying.
explain.
Oh my God. Listen, all I'm saying is those are FBA talking points. They say they sold us like if Black America was a tribe in Africa. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Nigga, they
We did not.
sold us. Get over it.
Get
I'm not
bro. It
over
was
it.
saying. I'm
tribal
not.
The
war.
fuck?
Hold
Time
on, can
out
I
the
say something
whole
real quick?
This
Can I
is some
say
No.
something?
stupid
Hold on.
shit at this
the
point.
whole
No.
1776, can I say
Hey,
something?
okay.
time
Listen. Let
out.
me explain.
Time
Let
out.
me
The whole
explain.
Caribbean is filled
I
with black
know.
folks. The whole of America is
Right.
filled with black folks.
Oh my
Hold
God.
on, hold
Come
I
on.
on.
get that. But
1776.
there was.
Hold on. Can I say something?
Go
Can I
ahead.
say something? I know 1776. He been in the military so long, they don't let that nigga speak. Like, he just bum rushing everybody, man. But like, yo, when you look at history, the European was also putting their criminals and all these type of people on the ships. You don't put this negative imagery on them. And then
Europeans,
on top of
well,
that,
the Europeans was smart enough to give their people land, and they basically gave them mercantile
no,
capital,
no, 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 no.
free
They
labor.
purposely put
When
their
that,
own
when we
criminals and people on ships,
America,
man.
look, America,
Bruh,
Even
they
even
put
after the
their own
Crusade,
people on
they put
ships. They
the
didn't
small hats
sell
on
them to
ships,
other
bro.
people.
America,
Hold
yo,
on.
America, look, they
What
send their
happened in
people on
Africa
ships.
was tribal
They send
war,
people
bro.
to
It's not the same
Australia and
thing,
said, "Look, man,
They put their people on
there,
ships. They
put
didn't
it
sell them
in
to
a
other
Hayes
people to
Island."
be slaves per se.
bro. There was tribal war. You know what
No,
tribal war
bro, bro,
means?
bro, bro, bro. Use your brain. One group is selling their people into slavery to a whole nother group of people. One people
What
is
do
putting their
you
people on the
No,
group
it's
and
not
sending
one
their ass
people.
to
what
It's
is
a
the
Australia.
tribal
group?
war. It's not the
Exactly.
it's
They not the
the
same
neighboring
people.
tribe, dude. The
Okay,
European looking
time
for
out,
their
time
own
out, time.
people on
Can I
ships,
can I
dude.
say
What I
something
talking
real quick?
about?
That's not true, Princip.
Oh
Can I say
man,
something
go
real
read
There
quick?
history,
were
bro.
tribes selling their own fucking people into slavery. Get
Yeah,
Let me say
over
this.
it.
Let me say this.
That's true.
I would
Rebellious
say this.
people
Let
and
me
stuff
say
like
this real
that.
quick. I
Only
haven't
in
spoken. Let me just say this real quick. Yeah, there was tribes, some of the other tribes. They look at them like their own, right? But at the same time, when they seen these white people, they knew even though they weren't their own tribe, they knew they had way more common than these white people that come all the way from Europe. So yeah, that
that's the
alone should
only
have
thing
rung an
that
alarm.
Africans
Can I
got to
speak to
take
that?
with,
Can I
take it
can I
out
speak to
for.
that?
Oh, but you
Can
gotta
I add, can I speak to that, caller?
Yeah,
go
go ahead.
ahead.
That is extremely false, and I'm gonna tell you why.
It is no, it's
Ideology.
absolutely the
Hold on.
truth.
Let me
It's
let
absolutely
me
the
let
truth.
me let me let me explain. Ideology is more important than race. It trumps race 9 times out of 10. And that's
No,
a
it
fact.
trumps
That's
no.
what
Hey, hey,
that's
hey,
what I'm
yo,
over here
let
right
Hold
now.
on, hold
hey,
on.
let,
Let
let,
him
let,
finish.
let me
Hold on.
jump in
Let
real
him
quick.
finish, man. Let him
Every
finish. Hold on. Let's speak.
Let me
Finish,
ask you
bro.
a question. Then why is it that if you believe that, right? Then why is it when Kublai Khan sent the emissary and asked for the Japanese imperial government in Japan in the Middle Ages to recognize the authority of the Mongol Empire and whatnot? They cut their emissary's head off and say, "Get the hell out of here." And then all these people on the Japanese islands had no reason to be together, but they saw an outside threat and they came together. And that's how Japan's a country to this day. You know,
Right. And I
but,
and
but
I get your
time out,
I
time out,
I
time
get
out.
your
Every country had tribal wars, and Germany
when the
fought
outside
Dutch
threat
and
comes in, then you
The
know.
French, but no other group of people sold their own people to a foreign people. That's the
they did
difference
not sell
between.
most of them were not selling their
That's
own
not true,
people.
bro.
That's
Come
the
on,
point I'm
man.
trying to make.
You keep
Yes, they
saying
did.
most of them didn't do
Most.
it. There
It's a
were
tribal
there were
war.
literally
Tribal war.
tribes that did it.
There were
Explain the
Yeah,
tribes
some.
that
Most of
did
them
it.
were selling other
Bruh,
They
tribes
bruh.
weren't
into
the
That,
John, you're
bruh,
talking
hey,
about
majority.
hey,
criminals
smarty
They
guy.
weren't
and
the
rebellious
One of
people.
majority.
the top ethnic groups that are outside of the African continent are the Igbos. They would tell you themselves they sold their own people.
yeah. Come
That's
on,
Okay,
fine.
No, no,
man.
no,
We
no, no.
didn't
Hold on,
say
them.
Get
hold on, hold on.
over it.
Can I ask
You've
him a
got
we
question?
didn't say
74
that,
countries on that
but there was not
Can I
continent.
ask
race
How
him a
many
question?
tribes.
tribes have we got
Yeah,
people
but
The
in
how
height of
though?
Can I ask him
how
a question?
Like, get out of
the
so
here.
height of
Frenchie,
insanity is arguing with the
Frenchie.
truth, man. The height of insanity is arguing with the truth. It is what it is.
Can
Listen,
I ask
All you got to do is
listen.
read the
Jonathan?
book.
Okay, agree to disagree and
Jonathan,
move on. Next topic. This is tired. Like, what are we doing here?
Can
It's
I ask Jonathan one
ridiculous.
quick
No
question?
one's going to agree, so why do you keep
All
going
right,
over it and over and
if I
over
could
it?
just say this,
Okay,
hold on,
let
Frenchie.
me get Adama. Let me get Adama on.
If I
Adama,
could just say this, and what's up, Kyla, and what's up, panel, and by the way, how you doing, Frenchie? Um, but
your
I
favorite
Hello.
person. Your favorite person.
what?
Because you
No,
went
he
to
hates Cameroonians. He hates Cameroonian women, so
you went
it's
to
all good.
Cameroonian
It's
women.
all good.
Wait, who said? Wait, who
Bataram.
hates Cameroonian women?
But the way you say it, man, you know,
Um,
some
You
Cameroonian.
the
went on a
things you were
whole
saying
rant that they're
about
talking about Cameroonians.
my
Yeah,
people, I don't know.
yeah. Go ahead and Go ahead.
Okay, so I say this is the problem is that we blame Africans for the slave trade when in reality it was just the European nations who were
Did this dude
pushing
come on
it.
the phone
Yeah, bro.
eating?
But let me finish. Let me finish, bro. It was the European nations like the Portuguese and the Dutch and stuff, and um,
Oh my
who were
God, why
pushing
niggas
that.
lie so much, man?
And
Get
we
that
were
barbecue rib out
what
your
it
mouth and
was.
talk good, man.
What it was is we were is Africa was a victim just as much a victim of the slave trade as the people that they sold. But it's like we try to pretend like somehow these Africans
Not an equal.
were they were like the masterminds behind it when really it was something that they were forced into.
Oh boy,
Bro,
Yeah,
Africa, Africa got their
that's why
comeuppance with
that
colonialism, bro.
comes
We got our
after
Africans are not.
comeuppance
years.
Hey,
with,
hold
with
on.
That
colonialism.
comes after years of just researching the topic. Because I used to be one of those people who used to think that you know yeah, they sold us, those Africans, those no good Africans, they sold us over here. But in reality, You know what I mean?
All right. And Damo, you're right. Africans, we have no part to play in your people getting sold into slavery.
no,
Our hands
they
are
had
clean.
a part to
Thank you.
play.
No, no, we won't. We had no responsibility.
No,
Thank you
they
for wiping
do.
that
I'm speaking.
our
I'm
slate
speaking.
clean.
I did.
But
They
do
had a
you
They
part to
honest. Let me
time out?
play.
Do y'all understand? Until they invented quinine, the white man, Africa was the
Collar,
white man's grave.
collar,
He
bring
did. He
bring the
Yeah,
30
when
seconds back,
Quinine could
collar.
fight
Bring the
malaria.
30
Yeah.
seconds back, collar.
yeah, the white
let
man
me
stayed
finish,
on
man.
the beach. The white man was on the beach like a pirate. He stayed with the ship, right?
Oh
It
my
was the African that went into the interior. The white man wasn't able to penetrate Africa till 1850. Come on, man,
And people
stop
got to
fucking
understand,
lying so
most
much,
of
man.
Africa were, that, and especially in coastal Africa, was jungle, man. From the
Yeah,
shores inward was all jungles and trees and shit like that.
come
I'm not
on, man.
saying, look, let's not try to soften it, man. We saw our own people. Is a blight on us as Africans. Maybe some, more than others, but that's the reality. Nobody should try to
All right,
soften it.
I'm gonna say this one
Oh,
more
come.
time,
Agree to
right?
disagree.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
That's all I've
I'm gonna
got to
say
say on that.
I'm gonna say this one more time. Did Africans see themselves as one group of people? Do all white people
No,
see themselves as one group of people?
it's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's
It's
So
very
why they
relevant.
keep
But
saying it?
can I ask
According
the
to
Dom a question?
according to the Berlin Conference, yes, the fuck they do.
No,
Okay.
they didn't. But because they World War I and then World War II happened right after that. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
yeah,
know
yeah,
your
yeah.
history.
Don't go to. Hey,
But
bro.
hold on.
Hey,
Let me
guess
ask
what?
somebody. Let me
What
ask
black
the Dom a
Americans
question,
will go
bro.
to war with each other,
No, World War I
but
was
we still
between the
see each other
Europeans, and
as
World War
one
II was
people.
between the
That don't make a
Europeans.
hey,
So if
difference.
they saw
but
themselves as one people, there wouldn't be no World War I, and it wouldn't be
What,
no World War
bro,
II.
bro, bro?
okay,
Use
So
your
okay.
learn your
brain.
history,
Use your
brother. Learn your
brain.
history.
Damn,
Learn your history,
damn,
brother.
See
Learn your
how
history,
silly.
brother.
damn,
Can I ask the
Time,
Dom a question
damn.
real quick?
time
Can I
out.
ask the
This is
Dom
how
a question?
silly. This is how silly people make Africans look, right? If you went to a new state, say you went to Texas, you've never been to Texas before. How are you going to capture Texans? How are you going to capture Texans without the help of indigenous Texans? So you're saying that the white man
I
never been
give
to
you that.
Africa
We're
before,
not
and he
I
ran
give
all
you
saying
through
that.
the jungle
se-
and grabbed millions of
1770
Africans and sold them.
1776.
Come on, man.
1776.
He's not saying that. Though.
1776.
He's saying that the
Is an
perception
Igbo
of.
person and a Yoruba person the same?
Yeah, they niggas.
Oh, okay.
Oh, see. So can I ask a
See,
Damo a question right
again,
quick?
Steve, you didn't hear what
What
I
color,
said.
man?
Steve,
What do you say?
listen to me clear, Steve. We all know tribes from other tribes, right? So the person that was sold probably didn't even speak the same language as the tribe that sold him, right?
Thank you. You made my point.
But yeah, no. But the point is, the main point is, though, when they see this white person that is totally not indigenous from Africa, that should have wrong. That a bell should have rung to say, you know what?
And
I'm not gonna sell them to these
And
motherfuckers.
And the first time you seen a
1776.
white man, they probably look like a fucking ghost. So you were selling your people to ghosts, man. Because I know that's scary. The first time you seen a fucking white man looking like a fucking ghost, come on, man. They knew they were doing wrong, man.
And here's my point, right? There was listen, I don't agree with them doing that. That's not my point. My point is these people did not see themselves as the same.
We
So
And to
no,
understand.
them,
so
We understand that concept, Steve. But
everybody
again,
else in the world knew not to sell their people, but the African
All right. So
didn't know that.
all right. No, Elvis.
Listen, it's
No,
not like
Elvis.
the rest of the world were innocent and weren't
All right,
being
now
Amongst
exploited.
each
hold on.
other, we're
Let me say
different,
this.
right?
Let me get in
But
on this. First
amongst
of
people who
all,
are foreigners and outsiders, we should be united. That's the
yeah,
whole point,
yeah.
right?
And first of
right?
all,
Yeah,
When it
that's the
comes
whole
to
point.
race,
Like
we unite on our
after
race,
a while,
all
after the
right,
slave
now let me
but
trade,
we
say
can
this.
be
True,
different on
Elvis. That's
ethnicity.
true.
Is
right?
that
Elvis,
the
I would think
reality?
that would
let's
be
have
the
some order.
common sense way of thinking, but it ain't. It
The
wasn't back
reality.
then, and it ain't
So,
today.
so like Khaled
Let
said,
Princeton
when the
speak. Let
Greeks saw the
Princeton speak.
Persians, when they saw them Persian looking crazy and ugly in the face, right? When they saw them ugly Persian, they knew good enough to say, "Damn, we got to stop fighting. We got to come together to fight these ugly motherfuckers from the east," right? So you telling me the African didn't know how to stop the invasion from the white man? Come on, man, stop that.
1776. You got to realize this though. You said it before. It's the Bantu DNA, man. It's just they don't. You
Oh,
know.
now you gonna play that
Hey,
game?
hey,
I
hey,
First
agree
of
with
hey,
all,
you
the
know what?
B1,
the
It ain't
word.
about the
the B1
DNA.
First of
N1.
all,
It,
the
At
word.
this
I'm
it's
gonna
point,
say
about
this part.
1776
it ain't
might be
about
right
the
17.
about that
DNA.
Bantu
Listen,
Hold
listen,
on,
DNA.
hold
listen
on.
this real
Can
quick.
I
It's
ask
not
you a
about the
question?
DNA. It's not about the. It's just a mistake that we made that we need to learn from it.
Man,
Nah,
That's
we
all.
nah,
was making
nah.
Yeah, you
fucking
It's
contradicting
the
mistakes.
yourself.
DNA. It's the
17. Hold on,
The
DNA.
hold on.
DNA,
17.
It's the
that
DNA
Bantu,
now.
No,
that
17. 17.
You said that there was accomplices helping the European, correct? And that they didn't penetrate to the 1800s, right? after the Berlin Conference and the machine gun, etc. Right?
Yeah, that's when he
So
took
so
over the whole
how?
fucking
Yeah, yeah.
place.
So who's pushing them to the interior? Who's keeping them at the interior? This is the 1776.
The white men never went in the interior, right? They gave them the
No,
guns,
but
the
who
muskets,
forced them
and
and
they, the
relegating them
Africans, went in the
against them?
interior and subjugated
Yeah,
other
yeah.
tribes and brought them into slavery.
Yeah, that's how you ended
Understood,
up
but
in
I'm saying
Haiti. Didn't
he
know that?
pushing a fake narrative. I already know.
They
And
went and
again,
grabbed your fucking
the
ass.
the question I want to ask the Dama, because the narrative of Haiti is tribal war is what brought us to Haiti, right? The perception in America
Lying
is
to
very
each
different.
other for
You
the sake
believe
of
that
lying to each other.
Africans
Yeah,
serve
that's what I'm
Africans.
saying.
That's
If
not the
we're fighting
perception
amongst ourselves,
in the Caribbean.
if you're mad at your sister, you don't take her and sell her to a white man because you're mad at her, right? You guys will fight in the house. You guys may fight with another
How
village.
often they're
But
gonna? How
when
often
a
is
foreigner
tribal
and a
war?
stranger
There's
come, you don't take
tribal
them and sell them to
war.
that stranger.
There's tribal
Let me say
I'll
this.
war.
give Elvis.
Do
Let me
you
give you
understand
another
what
example, right? Let
tribal
me say this,
war
Prince P.
means?
Prince P. Let me say this right now. You can go to Elvis can go to a black community. You can go to the black community, right? They know that you tell them, hey, I'm a continental African. You tell them you're a Jamaican, right? And yet we get the conversation, and the N word will be flying with the NIGGA. Nobody's going to fight you for that. Now that take a white person from Shaganu or something, come to the hood and do that same thing. Do you think the
Not all.
same effect would happen?
No, that's false. That's false. Not all.
No,
Not
no,
all.
no,
That's
no.
a
They
that's a
would.
good
He would probably get.
explanation.
He would probably get a pumpkin head in that neighborhood. That's what we're
That's a good
talking about.
yeah.
But
You
Big
do
Black,
you know
let
that
me put it back
Africans
at
get
that.
offended? You know Africans get offended when white people call them nigger. You know that,
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Of
Absolutely.
That's what I'm
course.
saying.
right?
That's the
So that's the point,
commonality.
right? So it's not justified that because there was tribal wars amongst ourselves, meaning we
I'm
should
not
sell each
saying
other
it's
to
justified.
Hold
foreigners.
on, Elvis.
I'm
Elvis, you
applying some
being
nuance to the
disingenuous.
conversation.
You and Big Black is
That
being
comment was
disingenuous.
directed at you, Principe, because you're making that point that, well, yeah, we're fighting amongst ourselves. That's why we got sold into
It
slavery.
was tribal war. It wasn't the concept of
What does that mean?
African,
Tribal war
Pan
don't mean being sold into
African,
slavery.
and Black
Hold on,
unity.
hold on. He's not
All
trying to
that, all
say
that
that
stuff,
that's a good thing. He's
all
just
that
trying to
stuff come,
explain it.
all that stuff comes, all that
Principe
stuff
is
comes
an
from
African
post
apologist.
colonialism, post slavery. So you speaking from the current day, but in the past
Right.
there was different tribes, different regions, different
So
etc. etc. So you
you
being
think your instance
disingenuous.
of being sold into slavery was just? It was just it is what it
We
It's
is.
not
didn't say
just, but
Is
that.
you
that your
gotta
mindset on it?
you
We
gotta
was
put
fighting
history in
tribal wars
context,
and
man.
shit happens. What's your thought on
You
that,
gotta put
Principe?
history in context, Elvis.
No,
Put
no, that's what
history
I
in
want to
context.
understand. So you're just saying, it was what it was. Shit happens. We're here now.
No,
Get
I'm
over
not
it. Is
saying
that your
what it
idea?
See,
was.
see,
I'm trying
see,
to say
see
that
what
we
see what
learned from
Principe
it.
People
All
that
of us
did
here are the
1804 didn't think the way
recipients
Princip think.
of those who learned from the mistakes of the past. That's why you
but
speaking like you speaking. But if you
Right.
understand what was
Prince
going on in the past, it was different tribes, different wars. Even the Igbo was different kingdoms. There wasn't one Igbo kingdom.
Exactly.
The
They were
Yoruba
not
wasn't
supposed
chill,
to
one
be
Yoruba
man.
standing
kingdom.
the same.
We
Me, I'm
understand
descendant. I
that,
have some of my
but
blood
you
was
take that
Nago. Nago
same
was a
time,
whole
Prince of
different
P.
tribe than Oyo.
Prince of P. We understand that, right? But at the same time, it was wrong, right? And they should have knew
We
better.
get that. We
But
Okay,
understand that. We
you
know.
What
speaking
I'm saying,
you speaking
hold on.
from
What I'm
I'm
saying is that you take
hindsight.
them same people, right, in that same time period, right? The matter of fact, let's take a time period where the, there was European tribes. You think them black people could have went up there and took advantage of that and say, hey, can we have a couple fights
Absolutely,
Big
today?
Black,
absolutely.
Big
That's
Black,
why.
Big Black.
That's
Let me
why.
do you one
Hold
better,
on.
right?
Elvis,
No, no.
Elvis.
Let me do you one better.
Go ahead, go.
Take Genghis Genghis Khan for example, right? Genghis Khan. When Marco Polo and those Italian explorer went to visit him, right? They were fighting the Chinese. They were killing other Asians. You think they went out there and took those Asians who were prisoners of war and sold them to the Italians to send them back to Italy? Did they do that?
hell
And
no.
there was tribal wars going on all in that in the steppes of Europe, right? They were they were killing each other, they were fighting, enslaving each other, but they never took them and sold them to the white man who came and was exploring them in China, in Mongolia. They never did that shit.
See,
Can I?
see,
Can I
see.
speak?
Time
Can
out.
I answer?
When I talk about Bantu DNA, man, is
Oh
no joke.
man.
The Bantu DNA, man, needs an exorcism, man. Like I don't know if some type of high level, government program can extract that DNA. Because seriously, that Bantu DNA, when a
Yeah,
Bantu looks at another Bantu and he hates
Uh
that
huh.
motherfucker, man. That
Man,
man,
what about the
Hey
Russians and the
man,
Okay,
Ukrainians?
1776 enough, bro. Stop
1776.
calling it. We get
What
it.
about
We
the
stop
what
calling it.
about the
alright,
Russians and the
listen.
Ukrainians? 1776.
You
And when
know,
you talk about the
Elvis.
Moors,
I don't think he
can
cooning
what's
anymore at
Khaled?
this
Hold on.
point.
Can I ask Khaled?
Okay. If a nigga is
Khaled,
right one time, you can't go
Listen,
100% of the
No,
time.
no, but
Khaled,
hey,
Khaled.
Elvis. At this point, you got people up here talking about that didn't happen, and the Africans didn't sell their people like that. Like motherfucker, the
But
Africans literally
when
who
say
you talk
that
said
about
shit
that?
their own
themselves.
Who
people, you talk
said
about their
that?
own
time out.
tribe. In the
If
past, you talk about their
Africans
own
didn't sell
tribal
There are
Africans,
African
slavery was
there's no
tribes
such
that
thing as an
literally tell you
African
that they
200
sold their
years ago,
own
bro.
damn
400 years
people.
ago.
Hold
These
on,
are
That's what I'm
brother.
saying.
These are prison,
That's
prison,
why your community
prison,
not going to
prison,
heal from their own recent
prison,
trauma because
prison.
they
Did you
listen to
know,
fake European
prison? Did you
history
know the
where they
Benin
believe that the
Kingdom
Africans sold Africans.
sacrificed their own people?
It,
Did you know that?
bro,
Did you
you
know
said
that?
what?
yeah.
Prince of P, I got a question for you,
The
right?
Benin Kingdom, they sacrificed their own people. The king
Prince of P,
sacrificed his own Benin Kingdom. Did you know that?
They will sacrifice
Prince of
certain
P, let
people
me
that were
ask you a
sick,
simple question, brother. It's a
criminals.
simple,
They'll sacrifice certain
Prince
people.
of P is a
Go ahead, my
simple
fault.
question,
Yeah, they'll
bro.
kill their own people, but they won't sell them into
Prince of
slavery to
P
get
is a
the
simple
profit. Come
question,
on, bro.
right?
Use your brain.
Prince of P, do you think
Go ahead.
Africans were responsible for the slave trade?
No,
Those
no,
tribes that were
no.
Yes or
accomplished,
no?
absolutely.
Yes or
The
no?
tribes that was accomplished, absolutely. I said that's what I
Okay,
said, bro.
there you go. That's all it is.
No,
Can I can I
but
speak?
no, hold on, Elvis, hold on. Let me say something to Elvis. But you don't see that again in Haiti. The narrative of slavery is that the different tribes were warring, and that's what caused this trade slave. And some of the tribes were aligned with the European. In
Did we have a
America,
history?
they're getting
Did you know that we've been
hold on.
warring on the continent for centuries before the white people came, and we never sold each other into slavery?
facts.
So warring intertribal war
That's not true, Elvis.
are
That's
not a
not true.
recipe for the slave
There
trade.
was slavery before that. There was the Arab
Can I?
slave trade before that as well. But
Yeah, but that
let's
wasn't
keep it a
because
hundred.
of tribal war.
Wait a minute, Elvis. Hold
It
on,
was
Prince.
to some degree. Yes, it was in the
Prince.
East
There
Nah,
was
Africa.
a
it's
slave
different.
trade before that. What's the slave trade with?
The Arabs.
It's
Trans-Saharan slave
with the
trade.
Arab slave trade. It was with the
You
Indians.
mean to tell me the
The East
Africans are
Africans were
so
selling it to
stupid?
people
They
to
sold
China.
themselves. They
No,
sold
but
the
Jonathan,
people to the
That's
Arabs
different,
and
right?
to the white people.
No, because the Arab slave trade is usually from the east part of Africa.
Damn.
So
Bro, hold on.
that's
But
an entirely
there
different
was,
part of the continent.
it's not singular to Africa only. The people in those other regions also sold their people, the rivals to other lands as well. These guys are not understanding the full scopes of
No, they
history.
didn't.
That's what I'm saying. So you telling me
Can,
the Indians didn't sell the Pakistanis or whatever other tribes in those
Nigga,
regions
there
to
wasn't any
other people?
Pakistan during that time. What's wrong with you? They were all one people.
can I speak?
There's different tribes in different regions,
This is
and
what happens when
only
niggas
Pakistan is separate
smoking.
because they're
all is different.
predominantly Muslim. It's not because they're different people.
Hey, Principe.
Can I
Bro,
speak?
no. But those regions
That's
was
why
already.
the partition happened. I think it was
Hey, Prince, have you
1963.
ever heard of Kashmir and Jama?
No. I don't know what that is, bro.
And that only goes to Elvis' point. You don't know what
That's
you're
a
talking
place that is
about.
disputed between the Pakistanis and the Indians to this day. They almost got started a war
No. But
over that shit.
previous to that, them converting to Islam, there's multiple different regions between Pakistan, Iran, and India. You know that, right? Those people are
What do
relative
you
to
mean
one another.
multiple
You know that,
different
right?
regions? The people are ethnically the same people,
Iran
bro.
is related to the people in North India. The
Yeah,
Pakis are related to the
they're
people in
both
South
Aryans.
India.
I don't know. I don't get your point.
Bangladesh is related to the. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
They've had
well, I mean,
conflicts previous to
what are you
that.
saying?
Hey, Prince,
You
did you
trying to
know,
mix? Go ahead.
Prince, do you know that there's crime people in Liberia and crime people in Ivory Coast?
Okay, what about that?
Well, the same people.
Same people.
Okay.
Listen.
Well,
Like we gotta.
he just do a random
Can I?
fact, but
Let it
but
be,
there.
man. Let's move. What? Colin, stop eating the whole plate of raves and come back and host the show, man.
Hold on.
Can I
Can
speak?
I
But
ask
the
you
thing
guys a
is,
question real quick?
hey, Principe, you can't argue with facts, man. It's
Yeah,
just
but
facts,
can I
man.
ask you a question? Can I ask you guys a question? Because for 400 years, the Moors rule Europe. What is your perception of that, Mister 1776? What is your
Man,
perception of that, man?
listen. I don't care about that bullshit.
Yeah,
All I'm
no.
gonna
But
say,
they had
I'm,
allies as well that were European that
I'm
assisted
gonna
them
stick.
in
I'm gonna
colonizing
stick
Europe.
with the
What is your
salient.
perception of that, brother?
I'm gonna stick with the topic. The topic
No, yeah, that's
is.
the topic. What's the topic is, brother? Tell us. Tell
See,
us the
you
topic.
doing what Kyler do. When Kyler's in the jam, he just goes all the way back in a time machine to
Yeah,
some
he goes to
irrelevant
what he knows. He
bullshit.
goes to his
Oh
come from. He tried to tell you history that he knows.
Like, that's a red herring when you go off topic. The topic is if Africans were united,
Don't
when
talk
they
about
looked
color
at
like that
when
on his show.
no, no what who's this? Who's that Frenchie?
Yes.
All right, man. But yeah, but what I'm trying to say, Frenchie, is right. What I'm trying to say, Frenchie, if we looked at ourselves as black and the white man as the other, slavery would have never happened. You
We
know,
get that,
Europe would have never risen. You know, like we're our own worst enemy. We're like, it is what it is.
and listen,
No,
listen.
but you don't think that's a
Hold on,
problem in the way of
hold
thinking?
on. Listen. 1776. And
Yeah,
you are right in that sense. All I'm saying, I'm not saying slavery was good. All I'm saying is there was tribal war, and that's how we ended up in America. I'm not saying it was right. I'm not saying is you
but
supposed to sell. I'm just bringing facts of the situation that happened back in the day. That's all.
there
And
was
that's all. And
tribal
But
wars
what
in
Principe,
y'all,
every
what
country
y'all,
on earth.
right? And I,
we
oh
all,
my
nobody
God, I'm not.
disagrees that there
Hold on,
was
let me
Well,
finish.
now,
Let me
now,
finish. Let me
tribal people
finish. Let me
selling the
finish.
tribes. But what we trying to say is, when they seen those white people, they should
Oh
understood
my
that
God,
even though those tribes, it was tribal warfare. Yeah, but at the same time,
big
they
black,
always had.
big
Wait,
black,
hold on, let me finish. They had the black people on that continent had a lot more similarities than the white people from Europe.
big
Okay,
black.
Facts.
Let me
so
let
Spot
me
on.
let
You're
me
spot
so
let
on,
what
Big
I'm
Black.
saying,
me
what
say
we
this. Let me
saying
say this.
is they should have looked at, and that should have been a red flag as those people steady coming to the continent, not trying to
That's
sell their own
that's
people,
when that
but buy.
Bantu DNA come into place, right? Because we probably
Okay,
hated each other more, and
that's
we
Yeah,
was willing to sell each other into
I don't
slavery
even
Judge,
want to
Judge,
say that.
than come together and fight off the enemy.
All I'm saying is, yeah, all races play the fool sometimes, right? But acknowledge it and just learn from it. You know,
oh my God! Listen, here's the
but
problem,
it's
right?
the
oh
same thing.
my
The
God,
same
Let me
what are
thing.
you
finish. Let me
talking
finish
about?
talking.
If what you
Oh
saying
my
is, if that should have happened like
Let
that,
Steve
right?
speak. Let,
oh
Think
my God!
about it. If you
You
just
won't let
lose a
me.
little
You
bit
won't let me
if
finish.
we just lose a little bit of discern, right?
Oh my
We've been in a
God!
different situation.
Facts.
Listen, it's so crazy that people won't allow people to finish their thoughts, and we end up arguing, and people agree with each other. All I'm saying is everything you saying is true. All me and Principe are acknowledging that these things happen. That's it. I'm not saying that you're wrong. If you we gotta let people get there finish their thoughts and everything out before we start talking about
I said that
like
20. I said
Big
that
Black,
20
Big Black, you
minutes
gotta
ago.
pass the mic, man. Let other people speak, brother, please.
Damn, I just
right.
got older. Man,
Nah, Big Black. You've been having the floor for like the last couple minutes, man. You know we
like the
like staying on
last
the
couple of
show.
minutes, I had it just for like
well,
Right.
30
well,
Right.
seconds.
well, I got
Okay.
a question. I got a question
Let
for
me
the panel. Do y'all think it's strange that Africans haven't learned anything in over 400 years?
That's
that's
a
not
damn
true.
lie,
That's not true
Jonathan.
again.
That's
That's not
You-
disrespectful to
true.
even
See,
say we
I
haven't
mean,
learned
wait, now
anything.
hold on a second, Elvis.
Listen,
Now, when I went to the slave museum in Calabar, right, they sold people for raggedy ass looking mirrors, rum. They would get drunk and be happy that they can see themselves in a gun that took you about 2 minutes to load and they only shoot once, right?
And what about the lemon cake?
nigga, what about the lemon?
That's what they
Man,
sold their people for. And it was because they couldn't produce anything. The white people would come in, take the people, get the resources, and if you look at it today, white people still try to take the talent out of Africa, and then they still drain the resources in the same situation that Africa's in today was in the same situation 400 years ago. Now,
we
when you
that's
understand.
say
not. That's not.
that Africans have learned anything, give me an example of what's different from 400 years ago. You still get
Can I
exploited for your
go?
labor.
The
You're
Can I?
still
AES,
Can I
getting your
go?
resources taken.
Look at
Can I
What have
answer
you
Equatorial
that?
learned
Guinea.
that's different?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. So first off, what he's saying is semi-false, because even when you talk about the mirror, you got to look at some of the treaties. If you ever go back and read some of the treaties, some of the promises that they were written in those treaties is not just mirrors and whatever. These guys were quote unquote partners and the protect. You got to look up something called protectorates and all these kind of different terminology that the European was using to show that these kingdoms were interconnected and these guys were partner in global trade, not just in over there. They were partner in global trade. And that some of those things eventually became what they call the
The
what's that shit
Africans
called?
wasn't
What you say?
the Africans
What you
wasn't
say?
receiving. The Africans wasn't receiving shit from the trade, but some Hennessy,
Not
man.
the Africans, not the Africans. The tribes that were in those treaties, bro. Africans wasn't doing everything. The concept of Africa is a new concept. The Oyo Kingdom have was receiving goods from other regions that were interconnected with the English Empire. I think they call it I forgot what it's called today. They got a special name where the Jamaica, the Indian, the Nigerian, they all connected into that one thing under Britain, and they have to. I forgot what it's called.
The
It's a term.
Commonwealth of
Commonwealth.
The
Nations.
Commonwealth. Thank you, Commonwealth. And then the French have the Francophonie, whatever. So
So so they
if
were
you go
part of
read
the
the
Commonwealth
treaties,
before the Commonwealth existed.
but the treaties, go read the treaty. The concept of the treaty was
No,
connecting
I'm
them
asking
to
you,
Europe, and
were
they
they
were
part of the
partnering
Commonwealth before
in
the
trade,
Commonwealth
global trade.
existed? Do you know when the Commonwealth came to be?
I just told you it eventually became the Commonwealth. But if you go read the treaty was telling these kings and these
Do
empires
yourself
that they
a
were
favor. Do
connected to
yourself a
whatever Europe
favor.
was doing.
Address the question. Did Africans
Again,
learn
again,
anything
again,
based on the comparisons that I
I'm
just
getting there.
gave
I'm
you?
getting there. My fault. I'm getting there.
You like
But
collard.
eventually, through colonization, through slavery and all that shit, these people realized that they were bamboozled, manipulated, whatever. So these guys are creating new blocks, new trade, etc. And that's what we in common day. That's why even when you look at the struggle for independence from the different nations help each other,
Hey,
right?
Principe,
Whether they did
why didn't they organize?
They did organize because different nations helped. Zimbabwe was helped by South Africa. South Africa was
Oh
helped by
man.
Angola and all these other regions. The guy, like when these freedom fighters in Africa was seeking refuge, other African nations helped them. When they needed certain things to go to war, they raised money. These things existed. If you read history, you'll see that. The Pan Africanism existed, especially post colonialism in Africa, heavy. Most of these freedoms, the independence moments,
But
these things are interconnected
Most
with
of them
different nations,
independence
from
movements that
Guinea
you're
Coast
talking
to
about were in East Africa and South Africa, not in West
West
Africa.
Africa as well, bro. Go look up
Name
the
them.
relationship
hey,
between Cape
Principe,
Verde and the
Principe,
Guinea. Go ahead, yeah,
Principe, you got
go ahead.
blacks in America. You got blacks in America. You got blacks in Barbados, Jamaica, the Virgin
Okay,
Islands, Puerto Rico. All these islands. That's how intense the slave trade was. They brought half of Africa to the New World, man. That's crazy.
A lot
Bro,
of
West
bro.
Africa gave
Africa
up
is
damn near
almost
300
2
million
billion,
of their
brother. Do
people
you know
today.
math?
I mean,
Do you
Stupid
Jamaica
know
is
shit.
all
math?
black. Barbados is
Jamaica's
all
almost
black.
how much people
Saint
live in
Lucia is
Barbados,
all
bro?
black. Saint
How much people
Martinique
in
is
Saint
all
Lucia?
right.
Martinique,
Aruba is all
Guadeloupe,
black.
yes. Majority
That's
black
a
places.
lot of
So how
slaves
much
that
people
left,
are there?
man.
Yeah, but if
What
you
you say?
add all that up, it's maybe 200 million, 300 million, bro.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of
That's a
people,
lot.
nigga.
There's 2 billion in Africa. I'm talking about his math course, man.
Fuck. Hey, Principe,
Bro,
how do you say nigga
do you
in
know
Haitian?
math?
How do you say nigga in Haitian? Nigga,
Neg,
nigga,
neg.
This
Martinique.
nigga just
No,
damn near
no, you say
named about
neg, neg.
5% of the global population.
If you say neg, that's nigga
Use
and
your
French.
brain, Principal. Damn.
Yeah,
No, no, no.
man. Yeah,
I don't know. You guys want to keep this. If we want to address the
Bro.
title of the show, right? The title of the show is talking about Black America, the revival of Black America, the rejuvenation of Black America. If you guys think that you're Africans, so Africans, then that means you're going to stay in the state of confusion and the fear of
Thank
self,
you,
and
Mr.
That's not a
Fundamental.
state
eventually
of
you're going to give the
confusion.
white man. Hold
You
on, let me
have
make my
to.
point. You're going to give the white man power over your mind because you're accepting inferiority. That's why when I talk
Right,
about the Moors,
right.
all you people run away from the fact that the Moors ruled Europe for 400 years and white people assisted them. Certain groups of white people
They
assisted
didn't
them.
rule
So when I
Europe.
ask you about the
They ruled
detail,
Portugal and Spain and part of Italy.
yeah,
That
that's
ain't
it.
Europe.
but
That's
hey,
it. Calm
That's
those
down.
are the
like
key
what
nations. Hold on, hold
700
on, hold on,
years.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Those are the key nations that united all of Europe. It was Spain, Portugal, and the Catholic Church that helped unite all of Europe. So when you talk about this concept of Europe, this European concept previous to these entities that you're
You
naming
ever
was
realize you named three
non-existent.
countries? Now go to Africa and name how many countries?
I get you, but you want to be a
All of
victim
it.
so bad. It's sad, bro.
All of
You
it.
want to be a victim so
Listen,
bad. It's
All of it.
sad, bro.
Listen,
brother, it's
let
sad,
me say
man.
this. You
Go
gotta
ahead,
realize
Steve.
that.
It's sad that y'all don't like to be honest with yourselves.
Listen, we
And then
gotta
we wonder
understand.
why Pan Africanism is dumb, broken, and stupid because we
li-
don't like to tell the truth to each other. We like to lie and sugarcoat shit. That way
We
we
do
can
tell
make
the
Not
truth.
lie,
ourselves not
bro.
look
What
so
the hell?
bad.
Are you
Thank
serious,
you.
man?
That,
We
but
do
But
it's
go
tell
a
the
ahead,
truth
Steve.
over
fact.
here. Hold on.
It's a fact,
We do tell the truth over here.
bruh.
We talked
Stop
about
the
this.
cap.
We
Steve, you
talked
a
about
Pan
this.
African?
Oh my Lord
I'm
Jesus.
just asking.
Why you
Can
keep
you
asking
guys
them
just
that,
let
man?
him finish?
I'm just
Everybody know
asking if
Pan
you're a Pan
African.
African.
Pan African. Why you keep
I
calling
asked
him that?
tried to
Let him
ask him
speak,
that like two
bro.
or three times today. He didn't answer the question.
What, just because he ain't speaking your blackly black nonsense, he's
No,
very
I'm
much a
just
Pan African.
I just
You know,
I'm a Pan
he
African.
ain't dropping a hundred.
You a Pan. You are
Come on, bro.
sometimes a Pan African because you know you I like some of the spirit you got, but at the same time, when it comes to African Americans, oh, all you guys do is complain. You complain. You complain. You
Oh my.
complain.
Listen. Let me
Complain.
finish saying what I was saying.
Let's Steve finish. Let's Steve finish. Let a sensible black man speak.
Now,
Go ahead, Steve.
You ain't been talking to none of y'all. You
oh
all
my
him ain't been talking sensible since y'all got on here. The hell you talking about?
God. Oh
It ain't
man.
none of it been sensical, but go ahead.
All right. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. But
Cisco.
hold on. What's the point I'm about to make? That's crazy. Hold on. No,
Sensible,
no.
nigga. Sensible. Not sensical.
That's what I said at first. He said Sisical. I'm like Sisical.
Yeah,
I said
yeah.
sensible,
So
sensible, man.
am
You
I
know, big black
am
man
I
dictionary. I got you, man. Christmas coming. I got you, bro.
What you gonna give me some what the hell?
We
Go ahead,
gonna we
Steve.
Hold
Go
on,
gonna
ahead,
dress we
Steve. Go
gonna
ahead,
dress you
Steve.
up as a
Steve, get
mall
to your
center,
point.
man.
Go ahead, Steve.
am I a Pan Africanist? No. And I
This motherfucker right here.
listen. I know I'm not a Pan Africanist, right? I like the idea of Pan Africanism? Absolutely. Is it reasonable? Is it LARP, as Kala like to say? As of right now, no. Because I have come to the realization that black people in general are very, tribal. A lot of us are very tribal. Not all, but I notice this. They're very tribal. Even in even I bring this up all the time. Even in the American prison system, right? You go to federal prison. Black people can't stick together to save their life in there. They separate each other by what state they come from and what city they from. No other group of people does that in
But
federal prison except for
but
black
but
people.
but but Steve, they unite by race, don't they?
Yeah, no, not really.
Ain't no yeah, no, not really, nigga. Be honest.
Listen, no. You in federal prison, you have to go with your own race. You don't got a choice. But
Steve, Steve,
even
Steve,
Oh,
listen,
you
no.
do
Let me
got a
explain.
choice. You ain't got to do that.
Steve.
Yeah.
Do I like jollof rice? Yes. Do I like ribs? Yes. Do I like Hennessy? No. I
Okay.
mean, you asking yourself questions and answering your own questions, man. What are you talking about, bro? Are you a Pan Africanist or not?
Now he said he likes the concept of it, but he
I
doesn't
thank
think
you.
it's
I
practical.
just explained you if you would
No, but I'm
listen.
saying, are you or not? If you're not, you're not, right?
I said no.
If you like something, you become part of it, right?
Right. It don't matter if everybody's not a Pan African. Most of the people not a Pan
Listen.
Africanism.
Like I said,
That
I
ain't got
like
nothing to do
that.
with it.
Like I said, I like the idea of it. I said no as of right now. If I see it actually becoming beneficial and everything else, yes, I would. Now, am I against black people? No. Am I for Pan Africanism? Yes. Do I see it working
I
out right
like that.
now?
You keep asking yourself questions and
So he
answer
a
it yes or
follower.
no,
He a
like there's a
follower and
multiple
shit.
choice question assessment thing, nigga.
That sounds like a follower.
Do I like it?
Do
No. Do I like it? Yes. Come on, man.
all
Damn.
right. All right.
See,
My fault.
that's why I
Uh,
said Steve is like a queen on the chessboard. He goes
oh my
side to
lord.
side, man. He don't.
Man, I leave my brother Steve alone, man. Steve is a good dude, man. Shit.
Right. I get it. I get it. Everybody,
You like?
right?
Do you like the Bulls? No, not right now. When they get them out the
Now, yeah, back in
league,
1993, they were good.
then I'm going to be on the bandwagon. Hell,
Steve, you're too diplomatic, man, but we like you, bro. So just speak
Right.
say what you want to say, man. Don't sugarcoat it.
No, I know.
Shit, man.
Let me explain it again. And I get
no,
it.
we get you. We get you.
Right. Yes, I love the idea of Pan Africanism.
You
Do
ain't
I
got to
see it
repeat it.
working?
You ain't got to
Do
repeat.
I?
We know exactly what you a bandwagon.
Oh,
You
all
ready
right.
for more people to join?
I make black
All
women
right.
speak, man. Damn.
No, I'm not
Side to
waiting for more
side.
people. I'm not waiting for more people to join. I just want I want to see it actually. I want to see it actually working out. I don't want to dedicate my life to something.
So
And most
you're a
people,
nigga that like to sit on the fence.
But
no,
you
I don't.
gotta understand,
You told me to
Steve,
shut up and
Yeah, if it
talk,
looks like
Elvis.
if it looks like it's gonna take off,
Steve,
I'm gonna join it. If not, I'm gonna stay and watch.
Steve,
Wait.
I'm,
Well, he said
I'm
something that's
telling you,
very interesting. You don't want to dedicate your life to Pan Africanism. Why not?
I don't listen. I don't want to dedicate my life to something that's not just gonna work out. When I
So you
see
don't
black
believe
people,
in it? You don't believe
no,
in
no,
it
no.
then?
Listen, like I said, I love black people no matter where they come from.
No,
But
you
I
don't.
cannot.
Not I gonna say that. I gonna say that. Go
We
ahead,
we
Steve.
we can't we can't make it. We can't make anybody do something they don't want to do, and that's another point that I try to make. And a lot of black people, Pan Africanism is a minority amongst all black people, no matter where they at. Black America, Africa, Caribbean, it's a minority. Most black people are worried about their own people and trying to do for their own group or their own family. So I mean, it just like I said, I like the idea of it, but it's just
Yeah, but that's
You
everybody.
just
That's
waiting
every
for
race.
the
That's every
Pan
group.
Africans that are there now to get some wins on the board to join the team.
yeah, that's what I said, man. I mean,
absolutely,
Steve's a good
absolutely.
guy, man. Steve, you must be mean in the dance hall, man. You go side to side, two different
Yeah, you
girls.
right. You
You
right,
just like
brother. You right.
and Steve
And I know
dancing.
them white folks love you at the country club.
Hey, man, I keep it honest though, man. I just say, man, like
Steve,
Yeah, Steve.
somebody
the
wanted to know
thing.
if you got a white girlfriend, Steve.
No.
Yeah,
Elvis,
that was a
Elvis be
pause,
instigating
bro.
like a bug, boy.
No, somebody asked the question. I want to know myself, low key.
But the thing
But
is,
nah, we like Steve, man.
like
He's a good brother.
we just
He
can't
don't
argue.
he don't
We
be
can't argue with the
spewing
truth, bro.
bigoted remarks and shit like that. He's a cool dude, man. But damn, I
Right.
think Big Black, you say Pan African, man. I don't see it, man.
Why you don't see it?
I don't see it, man. You taking the FBA
What did
talk.
I say that was on Pan African today?
You're regurgitating the FBA talking points, man.
What?
Uh-huh.
Some of they talking points, some of them have good talking points, man.
There you
Everything.
go.
I don't like the whole tether thing. I don't like the roasted Africans for fucking 8 years and shit, and Africans
Yeah.
calling, and
Oh,
saying,
did Collar
junk
drop
like
off?
that.
I think Collar dropped off, man. What's up
No,
with Collar?
Kyler's back
Carla went to
on,
go get
man.
a sandwich.
Oh,
He
it's
went to go
Collar.
get
He's
a
right.
sandwich.
Kyler
Finally.
was smoking a cigar.
Collar needed to get the stress off, man. I'll be stressing the nigga
I
out,
went
man.
to the
Yeah,
store, man.
why
So
y'all asking me
I
if
went to
I'm
the
Pan
store.
Africanism?
I went
Collar
to the
flip flop
store and I
every other.
saw and I happened to see a transvestite. I'm upset.
Oh,
Collar,
okay.
Collar, you go out the hour the transvestite come out, man. Damn,
I never really
going out
thought
at
of it, but I forgot
two
to eat
o'clock in
dinner.
the morning and shit.
Forgot to eat dinner, so I went out and got a sandwich.
I don't believe that.
You probably got
Nobody
a
forget to
sub
eat dinner.
What did I tell
from
you?
Wawa's. Probably got a Wawa sub.
I
Well,
eat Collar dinner for the ribs.
anyway,
Don't be mad, Steve.
the thing
Elvis
where
the same way.
tonight, I had a good
I'm not
point.
mad. What you talking?
I was going to say something profound. I was thinking about car. This is what I'm going to say when I get back on the air. I was like, damn, forgot. I forgot what it'll come to me. Go ahead, carry on.
I'm not mad
Collar,
for black.
I got
the
a
food was
question
so
for
good,
Carla.
man. Collar forget his thoughts, man.
But like Marcus Garvey said,
Can I ask
disunity.
Carla a question?
Marcus Garvey said disunity has plagued us for the last 400 years, man. The
And I agree with that.
sub-Saharan Bantu man, you get 2, 3 niggas going to a soda machine, it's a miracle,
Oh man.
It
I
is what
disagree
it
with
is.
that, man. Ask Jonathan.
Colour, they
Jonathan
were
is a
making
walking
slick
example of
comments
black people
about
working
you.
together in the Bay.
What did Frenchie say?
I said, Colour, they were making slick comments about you.
Yeah,
Oh.
I tell you went down so they get to put a ribs collar.
Oh, yeah. What else they say,
But
Frank?
Carla, I got a question.
Fuzzy's
I ain't
turkeys.
no snitch, so I can't say.
Oh, Lord. I'm
Carla,
going to
I
listen to
got
the
a question
show.
for
Yeah,
you.
I'll
No.
snitch. I'll snitch on you.
Hey, yeah, let Frenchie go.
You
Go
do
ahead,
send
Frenchie.
me
Tell
the
him.
timestamp. Send me the timestamp. I want to hear this, man. I know
Go
I
ahead.
said
Let
some
go. Frenchie, tell him.
shit, names and everything. I'm
You
gone.
know, Colour,
I didn't say
I'll
nothing.
highlight
I
it
didn't say
and
nothing
you'll
about
see
you,
it.
Colin.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was the usual suspects.
Who?
Elvis.
Elvis? Elvis?
I see he went down to the
It
independent
actually
rooms like you
wasn't.
always
It
do at
actually
school
wasn't
celebrations.
Elvis.
He was just mad because I exposed Akon.
It
What?
wasn't. She said it
It
wasn't
wasn't
Elvis.
Elvis.
She
It
said
Oh,
it
it
wasn't
was
wasn't
Elvis.
Elvis.
1776.
Yeah, I think it was me. I said, Steve, take.
1776 and
I got
Oh,
all my,
okay.
Jonathan.
I got all my favorites up here: Principe, John Miller, 1776, Adama, Elvis. Wow, man, Steve.
It's a
Yeah,
regular
Steve,
man.
Steve, yo, that was funny when he said, you do the sidestep.
Yeah, Steve been jiving tonight, man. You been jiving, bro.
Fucking funny, man. It's really funny because I'm like, I thought it was just me, man. I'm like, yo, man, Steve be fucking shooting me
Yo,
Doing
down.
the diplomat, man. He's a consummate
if
diplomat.
Steve was in L.A. and he was in a gang war, he have a blue and a red bandana
Yeah,
on.
you got a purple bandana, man.
Yo, listen,
You
Yeah,
know
man.
what
he'll
I was
have a
doing?
blue and a red
Hey,
bandana in a
Yeah.
coliseum. He'll name
you
himself
you you,
Essay.
you know you.
Steve will have a purple bandana. I'm on both sides.
Listen, if
You know, Steve, like,
a
remember
gang
Barack
war was
Obama?
going
Remember
on,
Barack Obama said, "I don't see a red America. I don't see a blue America." You know, I see
I
that.
just see America.
United States of America.
Obama,
I don't see black. I don't see white. I'm colorblind. Matter of fact,
I
if
that's
it was
Steve right
see.
there.
if it was a gang war going on, I especially if it was a Crip and blood, I'd be out there in the middle saying, "Hey guys, we can't do this. We all blood." They'll be me though.
And you get your head knocked off in a neck
I
second.
probably would. I probably would. You're right.
Ain't no problem about that.
Hey, you'll be Christmas Atticus.
I probably would. You can't help some of these ignorant folks, but what it is.
But
Listen,
Kyler, I got a question to the.
hold on, Prince B. I want to address somebody real quick. My fault. 1776. Please stop coming for me, man.
Hey,
Nah,
you
I just
know,
like I
hey,
like your
goddamn.
personality, man. Like in Maryland,
You heard his feelings, man. Steve, he
Nah,
got a
nah,
little bit of
I
a
would just
I'm
say
not.
we just like a
a
Let's
twinge
get
queen
to
on
the
to
and a
that
bad.
Queen
keyboard.
joke, man. You said you gonna freestyle
No,
this
it's
I
shit.
not.
was I was kind of
Let
annoyed.
me explain. Let me
Oh, it's
explain
not.
myself, right? Can't no Negro that said that he can't wait to get to heaven to jump out his black his skin and tell me anything. I don't want to
Nah,
hear it.
Get him,
now that
I
Steve.
don't
see
want
what
to hear it.
I think
see what I said
76 has changed
when
my
I
heart.
said when I said that it's just the trauma
I'm
of
before
black
you start
dysfunction.
listening to Carl Genesis. All right,
Yeah,
let
man.
me let
You
Prince
feel,
B
you
talk.
feel trapped in your black skin, 1776.
Prince
Yeah,
B.
yeah, yeah. Good Lord has something for me in
Let me
heaven.
let Prince B talk. Prince B said you want to ask me a question. Shoot, Prince
Hold
B.
on, hold on. Can I ask my question?
Hey, go
Yeah,
ahead.
because
Damn, drunk ass
to the whole
Mississippi.
panel, especially Kyler, because the theme of your show is Black America's revival, Black America's resurgence.
Renaissance,
But
yeah.
if you hear these guys speaking, they kind of sort of want to go with a narrative,
Oh
huh?
no, what I'm saying is this though, Prince B.
Did
Like,
you if you hear these guys speaking?
what I'm saying is this, and I don't want anybody to get offended when I say this, right? Black America has to take back its purpose, right? And we have to, just like we have to check the Negroes in our community, the Jigaboos, the porch monkeys that's been running around in Black America. We also got to check our Caribbean and African brothers that come here with their nonsense and everything. We high black society got to take root again. We need John Johnsons again. We need you remember Principal Joe Clark back in the day? That's what we need back and forth for the black. That's what I mean by a renaissance. You know, we need to start valuing education again. Learning.
I
School.
agree with you, Colin. I agree.
All that stuff like that has to be a thing because we have gone down the abyss. Somebody said, I don't know who said, oh yeah, Abraham was up here talking about there's a guy who was a flat earth. I don't know who that guy was he was talking about. He says he doesn't. I don't even know who half these people are. People are like, yo, you hear about such and such, and they got a following. The Dane Callaways, the uneducated people who are influencing people, and all stuff like that. That's why all this is out of control. You had a dude on Anton Daniels who looks like he's from Senegal, talk about we ain't no Africa because we ain't from Africa. We're indigenous to America. Dude look like he just crawled off the boat from Senegal. And this is
Anton
ridiculous.
said that.
No, he was letting the guy sit there and talk.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's
Sorry.
like he said that he talked about
Not Antoine. It was a different guy.
we're not even Africans. We are going to prove it. Then goes the whole thing. Like, we've been lied to. So no, you're a dusty Negro with no education, right? Every historian, everything like that, knows about the transatlantic slave trade and everything like that. But you got the truth. You can't. You don't even have a book to reference that. Yeah, we've been lied to. So tens of thousands of books written about the slave trade that was all accurate, right, with each other are wrong. But you are right. You are. That's why I said these dusty Negroes who get up there and pretend. I'm not playing with people no more. You know, if when people start coming on this platform, if I keep doing this, I'm gonna ask you what your educational credentials are. What have you written? Let me see your blogs. Let me see how intelligent you are. You know, who have you studied? Where do you get the right to get up there and talk to the black public? You know, I want to be a gatekeeper. You know, because there's way too many people there bringing black people our intelligence level and everything down. That's why it looks like Black America is spiraling down because we have no standards anymore. You know, that's what I want to say about that. You know, so we do need to get back to educating. We need a renaissance. You know, well, if we have a renaissance, just like the Harlem
No,
Renaissance,
but
you know who funded the Harlem Renaissance? It was gangsters, black gangsters like Bumpy John, who knew there was a better life in art and literature, science, and stuff like that, reading and learning and stuff like that. So they say, "Yeah, we got money. Look, this is what I'm talking about. Listen to this
I
carefully.
got
There were
I
I,
got a question. I
hold
I
on.
got a
think it was
question,
the
man.
Jews,
Let
Kala, but
me say
go
this
ahead.
first. There were black people in Harlem who were rich. They had money, right? But they looked at their community and culture. It was the Geechee culture, you know, just an ignorant culture, whatnot. So they knew culture and enlightenment, learning, you know, knowing art and science was very, very important. That's what peaks the Harlem Renaissance. Literature, that we're going to be something better. We haven't had that in a generation. You know, we haven't had that. We have these hip hoppers and these rappers have way too much influence over our people. We need to get back to learning. We need to get back to literature and all these things like that. That's what I'm talking about. You know. So who wanted to talk? Somebody wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, let me ask a question. 'Cause Jonathan said I'm not Pan African no more. What did I say today that makes me non Pan
Elvis
African?
said that. Elvis said that.
Yeah, I'm directing it to Elvis.
Big Black, you've
You
been
said
seeing like you
you
sleeping
been
off
on Tariq
Tariq
TV show.
Nasheed.
I mean, you been on Tariq.
I'll be on Tariq. What did I say that's Tariqish?
Tariq
Come
is
on, man.
Big
this
Black,
nigga book
Big Black, you gotta understand something. The rule is, even if Africans are pissing on your head, you are not to complain. You know, that's the
Hmm.
rule of a Pan Africanist, right? Somebody pisses on your head, you know, if they're from Black America, you do something. If they're from Africa, you say, "Thank you, my African brother." You
Remember
know,
what I
Listen,
said yesterday? I said we need to revamp some of this Pan Africanism. I mean, it needs revamping because, like I said, it's some things. The whole thing, what Tariq does say right, is say that hey, we need some help over here from the Pan Africans, from the brothers on the continent to check the cooning that's going on here. You know.
but they do though.
Africa could
I
really
seen it.
deliver. Yo, hey, look, let me tell you something. Let me ask a question, right? People say in Afghanistan is far fetched, it can't be done. But show me what the difference between the black diaspora in the West, Europe, everything like that, coming together on the African soil and building this new city, say that could be a global reality, right? And then with the Arabs, why is it that the Arabs can do it and we can't do it? You know, that would lift the whole entire black race up and unite us in one place because we'll all be working together to build this one place on the planet. Right now, we're all divided, you know, all over the place. We need that place that all the black race could build together, you know, not just African Americans, you know, Caribbeans, black people from the diaspora, people from the for that's been displaced from all over the world and whatnot. If you feel like you can't go back to your country because there's no opportunity, that's what the African should be for. You know, I'm not talking about only African Americans. No, it's primarily African Americans. We're the ones that need a homeland. You know, but the whole idea is a place where all, but and also other people. I don't mind other people coming in and joining us and stuff like that. I can't see the person on the bottom. I mean, this streamer was messed up. I can't see who just popped up and whatnot. You know, if you're in the back chat, type in the back chat. Tell me who you are. And if I recognize you, I'll put you up. Oh wait a minute, that's a Dama. That's a Dama. Okay, that's a Dama. Yeah, where did you? I thought I had a moderator.
but Carla,
But Carla, what? It's always a.
uh,
It's always a.
piggyback on what happened. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, man. What? Ask your question.
Yeah, you basically implying the Renaissance, but piggyback on yesterday's show. Yeah, based on yesterday's show when you're preaching somewhat of individualism, and we need African American. That's how you
Well,
guys
hold on,
are,
hold on,
etc.
hold on,
You
hold on.
don't think those people
I'm
coming up
glad
with
you.
these new narratives and new history is
Asked that. I'm glad you asked that. First of all, Black America, rugged individualism actually works. Since the days of the Pilgrims, right? Rugged America, this continent has been settled by people, black and white, who believe in rugged individualism. Now, the times we tried communalism, like you said, it failed. Well, Malachi York or the Nation of Islam, Daddy Grace, Father Divine, all these cults and whatnot, they were all, the whole thing about Principe, right, is when you talk about a collective like you guys do, the Caribbean people, yeah, okay, you have a bunch of people, okay, you guys may own a whole store, right? But nobody's getting paid. Everybody's all living in one house where, yeah, you can make it. If you're coming from the third world, no offense, right? And you have that lifestyle, of course you're going to look like you're doing good. But Black America, we used to, by the time we're 18, 19, we're ready to get out on our own, have our own house. We're not. We're ready to get our own business, right? We're like, it's like the prodigal son in the Bible. We're ready to get our own inheritance and strike out on our own and stuff like that.
it
That's that
working though?
individualism in our culture, and we've been successful up until now. Now, you want to change us back to, you say that we should build, Cousin Smart was telling me the other day, say you broke it down to you on Dynasty Show. You say that we should build, come together and build these things. And I tell you, black people, you cannot get black people. Let's say you build a store in the so-called inner city. Ain't no guarantee that people are going to shop at your store. I'm just serious. There's nobody that people gonna patronize just because you say it's a black business. We're not that type of people. You know. In fact, man, I think a white person coming into the hood has a better chance of getting rich and opening a business than a black person would. Black people don't see other black people. We don't see, like, let's say, Negro, you trying to do what? Open a business, man? You better take that job down there on 125th Street or whatever like that they gave you. That's how we are. That's how our culture is. Steve says, "Drop the link, dude. You're
But wait,
already."
I'll say this. I'll say this, Khaled. It's not that. I mean, there are many successful black businesses all across
Yeah, we know
all
that.
across the country, and
But
the thing
Principal
is,
wanted us to
a
be
lot
not.
of them are family owned, mom and pop businesses that are localized to a particular city or an area. I mean,
Where?
every predominantly black city, they have the local rib shack or the local soul food restaurant that started back in
We know that. We
1950,
know that. Hold on, but
and that
hey,
family been running that
hold on,
restaurant for decades. So
those businesses can't sustain a family.
you know what I mean? So
Those
I
businesses can't
reject
sustain
that,
a family.
Kala. I
Hold on,
think that's
let me tell you
wrong.
something. Hold on. First of all, I could tell you never ran a business before. Do you know when you run a business, sometimes you can go 6, 7 months without seeing a dime? You know that?
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
know
know.
that,
So
Kala. I'm
it's like
aware of
people
that.
think you're gonna open a business and the money just pours in. You got overhead. You got
Now,
all
first of all,
the expenses. Whatever. You got inventory that's in the negative. Once you order inventory, you better sell it or it's gonna go bad. There's a lot
all
of
that
stuff
comes
that
with the
business haven't
territory.
been before.
You
So
gotta,
people
But
don't think
but you gotta
time
pay
out,
the
time out.
cost. You gotta pay
You
the
can't run
cost
a
to be the
business seven
boss,
months
Kala.
without getting profit, man. That's a no
Yeah,
go.
yeah, but
that's what usually
you
happens.
gotta,
All
That's what
you
I'm,
usually
gotta,
I'm
happens
gonna
if
keep it real.
you ever had a
All the
business like
yeah,
I
you
had
gotta pay
with
the
several
cost
others,
to be
man.
the boss.
You can go all the time. Main thing is you got to make payroll.
listen.
You got
Yeah,
to
If
pay
he's
workers
talking
comp.
about
if
breaking
you
even.
You know? But you guys are talking
if
1776.
about
You can break even
a nickel and dime
it,
for a
business.
long
but
time.
I'm saying if you open up a corner store in the hood and you selling loose cigarettes, loose condoms, you selling
Oh,
stuff.
come
Those
on,
those
man! You
those
got to be
businesses
kidding me.
ain't running no losses.
Oh, they ain't making no profits real either. Dude, leave
Right.
that to the
The
Indians
loose
Nope.
and the
condoms,
other
loose
people.
cigarettes. What the
So
hell?
so I'm saying corner stores, the little home motels that the Indians make, they make profit. The Indian
They
guys
only
charging
make
somebody like
profit because
1,700.
hold on. You got Mr. Patel and he got his wife in there and she's sleeping on the floor and he got his kids over there working, ain't paying them nothing, whatnot, but just food, room, and board. That's how those things work. That's how they
But
work.
those
I know. I know many Indians that got hotels. They're not really making like it takes them like 10 years because they got to pay all the association.
No, the Indians are going to have one room that they
Like, you
live
think
in.
like you see an Indian when after they own even if they own a gas station, right? You have no idea what the expenses they have
But
until
but you,
they make
but
a profit. You know, it
I'm
takes
telling you,
years.
the Indians have a home hotel. They got one room that they live in with their family. The other
Yeah, and the
rooms,
bottom line, they're
they,
not
they
really
have
making no money.
contracts with the
How much tax
government
they have?
to
They got
house
to pay.
poor
They got
people.
to pay. They got to pay all the taxes, city taxes, maintenance costs, everything like that. They're not making no damn
See,
money.
see, man,
I know them. You
but
know.
Kyler, you think like a worker, man. I'm talking about being an
Hold
entrepreneur,
on, I do. I'm
right?
thinking like
An entrepreneur is in business to make money.
yeah, I
Those
know,
people
but
are
hold on,
making
but they
money.
do it long term. Black people are not going to sacrifice 10 years of their life. Look, let me tell you a story. I told the story many times. Okay, listen to this again. My friends, Carrie and Larry, right? Two brothers, right? Two brothers, young brothers, right? They were my brother's friends, but they were years younger than me, right? They worked at this gas station right near where I worked at, right in Virginia Beach. And all of a sudden, anyway, his aunt bought the married this white guy, right? She was like one of these chicks when she married a white guy, and he was an owner, and she became the de facto owner. So they were working there, right? But to tell you the truth, bro, they never had no inventory there, and they were always out of gas. I tell the story all the time. They never had no gas. Anyway, I said after a while, man, they were like, "Oh man, it's so embarrassing, man." I said, oh, "At first we were proud, man. Black people own a business and whatnot." He was a black lady married to a white guy, right? They never had no damn gas and whatnot, you know. And when they did have gas, they would only fill up. I'll say it only lasts for like 2 days, and next thing you know, oh, we're out of gas again. Anyway, I know they were fucking humiliated about it. Anyway, some Indians brought it out, right? And they made it like it was an Exxon, and the Indians brought it out. Now it's like a Shell there, right there, right? Anyway, man, you go there, the place is packed, right? You know, inventory, all the potato chip aisles, candy aisles, everything like that. Always gas there, gas trucks pulling up every day and whatnot, this, and the other thing, because the Indians had deep pockets. They bought the place, paid all the debts and everything like that, remodeled it, and basically they're doing like that. So the bottom line is, no, until we get deep pockets and finance each other like Indians do. We don't do that because we're not that sort of people. Every black people all unified until it comes down to say pull up some money. You know? Yeah, it'll say, okay, I need your money. Okay, put up some money. I need you to put up
But Kyler, if these stores
but
wasn't making money, they wouldn't be open. There's a Chinese
yeah,
store
they
on like
make
every
money. They
block.
make money. They can make money. Don't mean you can make money.
Why
You
not
know?
learn from their strategy, Colin?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
there's a
okay,
Chinese
okay.
store.
So we're gonna become
Why
third
not
world
learn?
people. We're gonna become third world people in America. Okay.
Nah, it's not being third world, but like there's a Chinese store on every other block,
All right.
and they're
You know,
making money.
assimilate with
That's not the
Southside
Chinese
land.
doing every other block.
They can't sell drugs and people. Wow. Yeah.
See, you on them rather than
Well,
learning from their strategy
let
that
me get
works.
Musa on. Let me get Musa on. Go ahead, Musa.
I'm just listening in, man. Go
See,
ahead.
Colin, you
I'm just being realistic. Principally, Black America is mostly a blue collar people, right? We went out there and, like I said, we work in the shipyards, the steel mills, everything. We brought billions, and not trillions, of dollars into the black community, right? Yeah, all Black America needs to do is come together, right? And figure out a way how to do mutual investments. And like I said, we thought that Africa was going to be the place, like Africa Rising and whatnot. You know, that's been a joke, right? We thought Africa was a place where we can go on our computers and our apps and whatnot, invest in this new African business that's listed on the New York Stock Exchange and whatnot. That's what we thought 10 years ago. After we thought Africa was moving to, that we could have a place to, like the Jews have the state of Israel that they invest in. They have Jews even have their in America got their stock exchange. You know, that's tethered
Carla,
to,
we were that crazy.
huh? No,
We were
I
that
really thought
crazy.
Africa was going to be booming. I believed in the Africa Rising shit, you know,
Uh,
and I was wrong.
I believe Africa's gonna rise. Like 300
Oh
years
yeah,
from now, I
okay,
can see
yeah, yeah.
Africa really rising.
500 years from now, 500 years from
Man, you got to say like 500, brother. I'm sorry.
now. You know, so we're doing what we can, principally, but the African brothers and sisters, they didn't meet us halfway, man. They rather fight us and
this
fight
man.
is fight us on everything and whatnot. So we're ready. We're ready to
You
come
just
there.
you got you guys still got a slave mentality, man.
How we got slave
You got
mentality?
that's a slave mentality. So
Hold up, we went to
But
Ghana.
why
Prince of
not a
P,
4 years ago. Hold up, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we went to Ghana and African Americans put $1 billion in that economy. Tell me how it's slave mentality. You know,
McCullough,
you can't answer that, can you?
Carla,
We
if
bring
but
a
if we
lot
put
to
$1 billion in the Haiti, Prince will be over here talking about we are just the most amazing people ever.
but
no, but
you looking down on
I
simple
think
strategies that once work in
I
your own
really can
community
see
and new
I
strategies
could
utilized by other communities.
I could
Rather
really
than
see
putting them
Principe.
together.
I could
Hold
see
on, come
Principe
on,
and
man.
more.
Come on. Let me finish my point, bro. If you just utilize the old shit that already used to do that work and utilize the different, it's not that hard. Yeah,
Mr. P, let me explain something to you. The groups that come over
I'm
here,
listening,
right?
bro.
A lot of the groups. Let me just say this: a lot of groups that come. I'm just leave black people out of it, right? You see the Mexicans that come over here. When you go to a Mexican store, what do you see? Mexican products. They're traded with Mexico. You see what I'm saying? When you do Chinese stores, whatever they're trading with China. They're buying it on the low, coming here selling it for the high. Where can black Americans go to get the product for the low? I'm talking about with black countries, right? In the diaspora. You know, that's what we need to do, right? And you know, uh, it's been a problem
Big
getting those
Black, the
type
first
of
thing you got to do
contacts.
is go on the continent and make contact. You saw what Dynas did? Dynas went on the continent. He has a lot of friends, a lot of business partners on the
Yeah, but he
continent.
ain't bringing nothing
Now, if
back.
he chooses to bring in products, he can do that easily because he has a connection. He has a partnership on the continent. That's what you have to do.
Also,
Africans can't just come to America on a visa easily and come and make
No,
connections
I'm
with
not.
African Americans.
I'm not saying that the Africans here or anything. But what I'm saying is that's the whole thing. We
Big,
need to find
but big, but
a country,
but
whatever,
but
to do
but
business with, to get it for the low and sell it on the high and make a
but
profit.
big black.
You got to get out of Chicago, go to Africa. Buy rice, sell
You
jollof
got to
rice
take
in
the initiative, man. You're
Congo.
in an advantageous position to go to the continent and make those moves. The Africans can't come to you. You got to go to
but
them.
hold on. But let
Big.
me ask you a question: Are there African-owned factories that have canned goods and stuff like that that we could
Yeah,
ship?
Abraham
Are we
Traore.
talking about canned goods? They got minerals, right? They got raw materials. You can buy them and sell
No,
them.
What are we gonna do with
the
raw
easy
material?
answer is
Sell those
no.
Abraham
Right. I mean,
Abraham.
college is looking for a reason and an excuse not to do business on the continent.
But
I
Are they
know
looking?
that's what they always
time
do.
out. And
What are you
I
talking
don't want
about?
to
What are you
be.
talking about canned goods? Are you going to buy canned goods to sell it to Walmart to people
I don't.
in the hood? That's
Yeah,
not
But
what
why
they're
you got
not?
to
looking
Why
for.
not? Why not?
time
But
out.
look,
Time out.
hold up. I have a look. Look, my friend Nee is Ghanaian. He has a Ghanaian American, right? Who basically invested in. He has a pineapple farm in Ghana. He processes pineapple, make it into those little, those paper packs, whatever, as juices and whatnot. And he got a contract with Walmart, $1 million contract with Walmart, selling those the product in America. I said, man, I told him, I said, man, I wish I had a connection to money to buy in bulk when I distribute myself. He has it's a brand. I forgot the name of it,
See the
but
baby boomer generation.
he's in Baltimore, and he basically makes the stuff in Ghana, puts it, package it, everything like that, manufactured in Ghana, pineapple juice, whatnot. It's pineapple juices, those little.
African goddess says something, and that's very true, right? So she said doing Africans doing business with the Caribbean is better. And I think what some African Americans can do who have the means, you can go to the Caribbean, whether it's Jamaica, get in contact there, and go do business in Africa, take the goods and send it to Jamaica because you have a better base out there that probably buys similar products from Africa. Selling African products to African Americans is probably harder than doing it to Jamaicans. You get a good market in Jamaica selling like Shea Moisture
If I was trying to sell
and a
puts in
bunch of other
Africa,
stuff.
I wouldn't care
I got,
who
I
buys
got a
it.
question. What products come from the Caribbean that Black American can buy?
No, you see what I'm saying? I'm saying that you can take things from Africa and ship it to the Caribbean and
Not
have a
only
better
that,
No,
market
I'm
because
asking what
How
products
would you
can
get it to?
what
How would you
what
get
not
it
only
products
that,
can the Caribbean or Africa offer that Black Americans can buy?
Elvis, can I add something?
I mean, shit, things like
Can I ask
produce,
whoever
you know,
Elvis is saying?
mangoes, fruits,
Because they can open
things like
warehouses
that.
there.
All right, so what's stopping the Africans or the Caribbeans from bringing their produce to the
And
Americas?
also and
But
also
most people just a lack
and
of
also
funds. Most of them don't have that means
agriculture.
to do.
Agriculture is one of the key things. Can I ask something real quick, Elvis?
Hey,
Go ahead,
President,
bro.
you've been talking the whole
All right,
night.
man.
Go ahead,
No,
man.
no, let him speak, bro. He hasn't said anything. Let him speak. Go ahead, Prince.
What's the connections? What is the where's the African American? No, no,
What?
but African
You have
Americans should
people
be
like Prime
linking up with the
Johnson from
Caribbean
the
and
Caribbean.
doing
You
That's
investments.
what I'm
talk
saying.
about
Agriculture.
African
like
Americans of means can have a base in the Caribbean, go to Africa and get the goods and use the Caribbean as a
That's
market.
that's my
And
main
so,
black
point. Is
people in
like
America
I'm gonna
right.
add it
are
to
trying to
Elvis'
do
point.
that.
Is
You have
that
black
he's
enterprise
right.
using
There's a bridge already
all over the
going with
world, but it just
Africa
seems
and
that African
CARICOM.
people
Now, wait a minute.
Let's keep it
Now, this
honest.
reminds me of something. If Carla said something like this before, y'all would have called this man a colonizer.
What do you mean?
I could get the agriculture from the
You're doing
Caribbean
business,
in the same way the
Jonathan.
Mexicans.
You're not taking
Nah,
land. You're not
nah.
doing anything you're doing. You're paying the people for their
I
goods.
have
You're not
no interest
colonizing
in
nothing.
taking land from
You
Africans.
gonna do
But
business without
but but
land?
but the
No,
question
do you hear what
is,
I said? You're taking goods and shipping them to Jamaica and using that as a
I
market.
was
You're not
let me
sitting
look.
let
there.
me let me
If
let me
we
let
had
me,
an African, that would be the
Africa,
perfect place.
Africa, and the
That would be
Caribbean
the
have not put
Oh,
themselves in the
partnership, dude.
position for that to happen.
Business.
let me
Not
ask a
true,
real quick.
Jonathan. There's a
Can I
Hold
ask
market,
a
a
real
bigger
on.
quick?
Let
market
me say
in
this. Hold on,
Jamaica.
Elvis. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
If we
Can I
had a
ask a
so-called African, we would have a place to bulk break, manufacture, and then ship stuff to the United States. You know, we would have.
yeah? But
Elvis, what's
can
the
I
trade between Africa and the Caribbean in total?
I don't know, but
zero?
that's the point that I'm making, right?
Household.
That's an
It's
opportunity.
the
That's the
amount of
point that
money
I'm
that
making.
Black Americans spent on maybe DVDs last year.
No,
Hey,
that's the point that I'm making.
Maybe
I'm saying
one
that
percent.
it's a point of opportunity for African Americans of means who want to do business on the continent. Because probably most
No,
likely the thing
it's
that you're trading
increasing.
from
hey,
Once
Africa,
again,
you're not going to find a wide
can I
base in the United States in Black
can I
America.
can
But
I
in the
ask a
Caribbean
question?
nations, which are more closer to African culture, you can sell those things to them. You
Can
know.
I ask a question? Do black people like heavy lifting? Like because when you look at the continent, the Lebanese run the stores. You look at America, the Indians and the Arabs run the stores. Do we need to
thank you,
rededicate ourselves to
Elvis.
the
Hold on,
grind?
check this out. We need a renaissance to that because the whole thing is we do that when it comes to working for the white man. He's cracking that whip. It comes out to doing stuff for ourselves. We get lazy, you know.
No, it's not. It's not quite as easy, Carter. The Lebanese have a history on the continent. They have decades upon decades of history. They
Yeah,
Why
build
is the
shipping.
look,
Hold
Lebanese
on, hold on.
time out?
They hold
Time
on.
out?
Hold on. Let
Why
me
are
explain it to
Lebanese?
you, bro. Let me explain it to you, right? They work. The thing with the Lebanese, they work like a cartel or cabal, right? They have a group of people who pull money together. They run shipping lines. They run conglomerates. So it's harder now, even for the up and coming Africans with money, to try to penetrate and try to take those shipping lanes away from them, even though they're
But
Africans. But they're bringing things into the marketplace in bulk that you as one person or just two people you can't compete with that because they're working like a
can I ask
cabal
a question?
and like a
In
mafia. That's the thing.
in Nigeria, do y'all have like food lines or shop rights, or do y'all have
They got shop
like
rights.
chain, they got chain grocery stores in like Nigeria and Africa,
yeah, shop
or is
right.
it
Yeah, they
just
Yeah,
got. But most of the time, the Europeans are.
they owned by the South
Yeah,
African companies. The shop rights are,
the shop rights. Yeah,
like
and then the
but I'm sure
local
they
ones are
got some. They
called
got some
Market
local.
Square.
Yeah, some local one of a little
It's
small
just
chain
Market Square
Nigerian
that's
brand.
local. That's the only one they got.
but they're
Yeah, but
black
that's what I'm
owned?
telling you. They got the thing about these things with Africa is that you have to leave the continent and go to a whole nother continent and buy goods. And the shipping cost is probably going to be your biggest downside because if you go to China and you're buying goods in bulk where
But
you have to put it on a container, put it on the
it's
freight,
everything
and ship it to
manufactured.
Elvis,
Africa,
That's actually
that's a big
Elvis.
cost.
That's actually the cheap part. The expensive part is the fact that you're importing it. And the dumbass African governments, they like to go crazy about imports for some reason.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But the shipping is expensive too. But then you got to get it through custom. They're gonna want some money from you. Then you got to try to pass that cost on to the consumers to make a profit.
let,
I mean,
let, let, let me ask you, Elvis, and if all black people went to Lebanon and started opening grocery, you think Lebanon would allow black people to come to Lebanon and run the whole grocery store industry?
the thing
Hell
about
no.
Lebanon is that in Africa, and it will sound kind of funny when I say it, we need them, right? Because We don't have the means to get some of the things that they're bringing. In Lebanon, they have the means. They have countries around them that have all the goods that they probably need. They
Hold
can
on,
go to.
Lebanon. Hold on.
An example of what? What
Yo,
what, what can the
slave
Lebanese
builders in
bring that y'all
Liberia
can't
gets
get?
all that stuff, the flooring, all that stuff like that, the toilets, everything. They're all from China. You know.
Yeah,
But the thing is,
they're bringing like TVs, for example. I'll give you this thing, right? TVs, right? They're shipping TVs in bulk, thousands upon thousands of TVs on containers where you go to their store and you can buy TVs. It's not one or two Liberians, right? We got a couple of wealthy people, but believe it or not, we got probably like 10 or 15 millionaires in the country. At least the one that's publicly known. But most of them are in different kinds of business, right? So there's not a lot of Liberians that have the means to go and pay 100 or 200, 300,000 to get a shipment from China, bring it to the Freeport, pay
And
custom
what about that
taxes,
guy?
and
What
then
about that
sell
guy
them.
Wilson?
A lot of people
Who
don't have the means to
basically
do
hold up?
that.
That guy Wilson is Liberian from Florida. He basically got a contract with the Chinese with the Shangjing beer, and he got exclusive. You know, the Lebanese that basically import got to pay him a royalty because he has a exclusive right for that. Right? He's the one that built the Ocean Breeze Hotel. You
Yeah,
know, he
and
basically got he took $100,000. Right, $100,000,
right,
and he bought he put the money on the table. And Chinese said, "Since you got that, you were ordering that much liquor. It was liquor and beer, right? We're gonna give you exclusive contract, right?" And Liberia does enforce their branding and contracting laws, you know. So you can't
right.
just
So,
like
Kyle, I get your point, right? But to you, 1770, the difference on the continent is everything is usually done in cash. You can't really just go to a bank, even if you have a brilliant business plan and propose a plan and get $100,000 loan from a bank. It can happen, but it's very, very rare for it to happen. So most Africans, you have to have
the guy that
hardcore
owns
cash to
Calabash,
do
he got a
business.
loan. The guy that goes Calabash, that's my friend that owns Calabash. He got a loan. They think he paid that. He got he got special types of loans that it was from an NGO.
Yeah, I mean that's different, right? He comes from a well-known family, a Lebanese family that's been
No, the
doing
guy that
business.
owned the calabash is Liberian. What are you talking about? You know?
Okay, maybe I'm talking about a different person. Are you talking about Amin Modad, the fat guy who's
No,
half
no,
Lebanese,
I don't know
or
who
is it a
that is.
different person?
The lion
Okay,
guy that owns the calabash is a friggin' full-blooded indigenous Liberian.
okay.
You
But
know?
I'm saying
I had
getting
proof.
loans in Africa is difficult, right? And the reason that people who are in the diaspora, like myself and others, you can have the means to probably get a loan from here or have properties that you can leverage and other things that you can do in this country that give you an advantage that you can go back on the continent. But still, you probably can't compete because the Lebanese has been there. They had a foothold on the continent and they're working together as a conglomerate. So they have way more revenues or way more resources and cash to invest than you do. So there's a competition now, and the only person that can really help you is the government. And we saw what happened in Uganda. If the government steps in and say, you know what? Well, the government has a plan. Liberia first. You got to have Liberian, any kind of Lebanese business. You got to partner with Liberians just to give us a chance because they know that we're at a disadvantage when it comes to a capital. But if you have people coming in with a lot of money and can compete against the Lebanese, we prefer black people. That's why we say African Americans could do it. But most African Americans are not interested in doing those kind of business because for them it's petty. Going and shipping rice, going and shipping TVs and setting up stores and selling.
No,
Most people don't want
I
that
don't
kind of
think it's.
business.
I don't think
They
it's
want to
that,
trade
man.
gold, they want to trade diamonds and those kinds of things.
No,
You know.
Cause I think what you and you're explaining it right, but I think what it is that they have sound like the Lebanese when you talk about they're getting the TVs from the Chinese, right? So they've been doing that for a while, right? And they're probably getting they're getting the bang for their buck messing with the Chinese. So for Black Americans to African Americans to even cut into that profit, they would have to go to someone like that that's selling them lower than the Chinese. Now,
Exactly.
so now who can Black African Americans go to? They can't go to
Or you can
anybody
go
in the
to the
United
Chinese
States.
yourself. You know, there's people that do trade fairs. There's people that go to China. You can go to China tomorrow, right? And
Hmm.
friggin' purchase stuff and whatnot and ship it through Alibaba and also like that. Look, the
but
world goes to China and buy
but,
stuff. You know, the
but what
Lebanese
what
ain't
I'm
doing nothing that you can't do.
what what
Okay.
I'm getting what I'm getting at is maturity, right? Nation like it just seems like we're an immature race where somebody else has to do shit for us and we can't do shit for ourselves. Like, why
Well,
can't the
I'll
government?
tell you what the problem is in Liberia, just like in Black America, right? When somebody steps up and whatnot, he doesn't have to worry about the Lebanese trying to stop that. It's a fellow Liberian. that's basically like trying to sabotage you, and it's the same thing in Black America. Nobody's trying to support each other. We're not.
Kyler, let me tell you this, right? You know this probably.
That ain't true,
Is
Kyler.
one of
It
the
is true.
one
In
of the most
Liberia, it is
lucrative
true.
business in Liberia is rice importation, right? Do you know what the threshold is to be able to import rice, to be an importer? You have
Yeah,
to have
you got like
$500,000 in liquid asset. So they
yeah.
made the bar so high that many regular Liberians who are even business people who have some success, most of them don't have 500,000 in liquid asset in cash
But
to
can't the
show.
government subsidize the rice industry
The
since it's a
government had been doing it. That's the point. That's one of the issues we had. The government had been subsidizing these people, and most of them are Lebanese. That's what the people were angry. Like, you're subsidizing these Lebanese to bring in rice, and they tend to corner the market. Sometimes they inflate the prices. Sometimes they give false scarcities, and they manipulate the market of rice. So I mean, it is what it is. We just need more wealthy people to come
Wait, wait,
and try
wait.
to compete against them.
Hold on, Elvis. I thought y'all had your own little rice program. What happened to it?
Now the thing about it is, Liberians, I don't know. It's the same. I guess it's the same for Nigerians and other Africans. We like certain kinds of rice, right? We don't seem to have a taste for our own locally grown rice. We want imported rice. We want what we call the pot boiled rice. It's partly boiled. We like that kind of rice. The rice that they grow in Asia and other parts of the world. That's the rice we prefer. What we call our country rice that we grow in the country is, I guess, for us, it's not too delicious. So we prefer other kinds of rice, and we can
rice.
only get that through importing it into the country. And the Lebanese have a stronghold on importation of rice in the country. So
Yeah, rice
yeah.
nasty anyway. Shit.
I love Liberian rice with the spicy sauce and white rice,
Listen,
spicy
man,
sauce. I
I
love
like steaks. I like steaks,
Yeah, you
fish,
1776, bro.
chicken. Listen, if my rice ain't swimming in some gravy, I don't want it, man. Like I don't like. I went to a Jamaican restaurant. They want to pack your shit with rice and give you two pieces of chicken. I said, fuck no, man. Just give me the chicken, man. They want to pack your shit with 8 pounds of rice, man. I said, nah, man. Give me that
Bro, I
chicken.
mean, you don't gotta go on a tirade about rice, man. A lot of people eat rice in the world. Rice, it's the most eaten food around the world. Not so much in the United States, but a lot of people eat
It's
rice.
it's poor people
rice is
food.
the most.
Yeah, rice. Rice denotes poverty, man.
Liberian rice go ahead like a hat and glove.
Nah, the Chinese, they eat a lot of rice. They're
Put
wealthy.
put 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 two pieces of red snapper
The
on my
poor
plate. I don't
ones.
need no fucking rice. Put some red snapper, some curry
Oh, I like
chicken, some steak.
rice and fried cassava fish. That's my favorite.
Yeah, man. Give me the
Yeah.
fish. Leave the cassava, man. Shit.
The cassava fish is not because it don't have cassava with it, nigga. It's just a kind of fish, man.
It's
Damn.
not fish. It's called cassava. It's really
It's still.
meaty. It's really meaty too. It's really meaty. It's
Yeah.
better than snapper fish.
We
Cassava.
have something called cassava snake too. It's not. It doesn't call it a cassava and a snake.
So
Jeez.
What
so
it
It's,
tastes like? It tastes like perch.
I mean, it's regular. It's
cassava
regular
fish
fish.
is really
It's
big.
extra big. That's all. It's really big.
And the meat is really tender. It's really delicious. Especially fried right. It's fried in palm butter oil. It's delicious. I'm telling you right now, it's delicious.
What is? I think it was one of these Pan Africanists that said we import what we can provide and provide what we can import. Some shit like that. We eat what we can't, what we don't grow, and we grow what we don't eat, or some shit like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that's the
cocoa. We
yeah.
grow cocoa, and
That's
we
the
don't really
That's the
eat
African way.
cocoa.
legacy of colonialism. You grow what you don't eat, and you eat what you don't grow. The Chinese have a thing: grow what you eat, and what's it? Chinese consume what you eat, and eat what you consume. Something like that. To mix up. So 99% of everything you do is produced by yourself. You import
But then
And
why
everything.
Chinese people breath stink so bad?
I don't know.
one
All
of
I
the
know
big
is
thing is that
The
we
Chinese.
gotta mechanize our farming, right? That's the thing. We want our
Y'all
government
need
trying to buy some,
some
farm. I
John
mean, there's
Deere's.
opportunities, man. If you go out there and you try to do farmlands,
There's a
all
whole
these things
thing.
cost money.
Elvis, you got to understand
This is
something.
what Kyler was
Like,
telling you the other night. Y'all need to link up with like FAMU, North Carolina A&T, and learn
Now,
modern
but
farming, man.
Rudy was saying that, and Carter was going against it, and that's why
no,
That's
I
why
know, I know. I don't agree
Ubuntu
with
is a great
Rudy.
idea if we're ready to utilize it.
Yeah.
Look, hold on. Like I said, you got HBCUs, right? If they and you got agricultural programs, and we're doing nothing with them, right? I think these, these African governments ought to say, you know something, I know you guys are doing agriculture, but here you're gonna come here and put into practice what y'all doing. That will be a win-win situation. You
No,
know.
the thing is, kind of, they'll come with the expertise, but we have to buy the actual machines. Those machines are like 200,
You, you got
300,000 a
your
pop.
colleges got endowments, man. They can fund
No,
that.
they're not. Colleges are not going to do charity work in your country, college. They might bring some students that will help
Hold
you
on.
with the knowledge,
University of
but you got to
Tennessee.
buy the
You know how
machines.
much? Hold on. You know how much money the University of Tennessee donated to Liberia? They basically gave millions of dollars worth of laptops away. They do that. That's what universities do.
Yeah,
They got
Yeah,
in,
they
money.
got
in,
it
in
right off.
goods, in kind, not in actual cash to buy machines and shit
No,
like that.
no. What I'm saying is this, though. If you got an agricultural, you got an endowment. If you got a college with endowment, almost $1 billion. Trust me, and you need a program that's been approved by the board, whatever like
Right.
that. Yeah, they'll come with you the funding, to do
But
that. If
but
you got
what they need is 84 lumber. They need 84 lumber to go because Liberia has a lot of tree. They have they need
Liberia was
84
developing
lumber.
in the '60s. Liberia was developing its own lumber industry. You
Yeah, and
know,
they
Yeah,
fucked it up.
it goes like
Yeah,
that.
you
So
need
in Sino
because
County, Liberia had a modern lumber yard, mill, lumber yard.
really Liberia doesn't
Man,
even need help.
nah,
They have
Kyla,
everything.
Liberia had that what they airlines, they had the lumber,
They
they
had
had the
Liberia.
paint, they
They
had
had a
the
lot. They'll really
cigarettes,
get. They'll make it happen.
they were getting their own. Man, they really fucked up a nice country, man. God damn.
Let me ask you something,
But
Kyler.
Bantu blood,
Let me ask you
Bantu
something, Kyler.
DNA.
Shit. Kyla, I
Cassava
seen
Country
this
was
Fish.
video,
country
this
was nice.
documentary
All
on
you,
Liberia,
Jonathan, the country was
Liberia
nice.
under.
All you had to do would be nice to the people,
Let me ask you
and you would
something,
have kept
Kyler.
the country
Big
nice.
black,
But
big
that's
black.
what I'm
Hold on,
saying, man.
big black.
Liberia in
Listen,
October was a beautiful thing. White people going there for vacation. You know that's something's great.
hold on, big black. Go ahead, bro.
Cassava Fish. Do you think that could sell as something like a Harold's Chicken or
Okay,
like
so first of all, here's a big thing, big black. This is the thing. Like I said the other night, I gave a business idea. It's like this. First of all, the one thing Liberia needs is really good electricity, right? And also, you need, like I would say, thousands of cubic feet of cold storage space in the country.
hmm
Take all the cold storage space. I would say about 1 million new cubic feet of cold storage spaces. So you will boom a fishing industry, a frozen fish industry, because you got frozen core space that lasts, right?
hmm
Yeah, if you could put it on a ship, it's frozen and whatnot, and you could have the special types of ship that ship frozen goods and whatnot.
But
Yeah,
they don't have refrigerators.
well, they have refrigerators, but
Not
like
like that.
not like that. It's all West Africa.
They,
All
they
No,
tend to go
no,
to the
no. The
market,
problem, the
buy their
problem is not,
food,
the
and then
problem
cook
is
it the
not
same day.
refrigerators. The problem is consistent electricity. That's the
Yeah, I
problem.
know, but hold up. A lot of these things can be backed up by solar. I saw a thing where I was asking this guy, can you
Solar.
basically, you have the solar, you can have the solar as a backup, absorb it to refrigeration. So if
But
the electricity goes down, the solar power kicks in. Yeah, all
they
that stuff like that can be done. Can be
that's
done.
Yeah.
real basic, man.
Essentially what
You,
we're saying is Africa is fucked.
yeah, you could do that overnight, man. Like I mean,
But it
you
takes
saw you.
people getting into universities, and we're together. The whole thing is, again, guys said cold storage can be run on solar. Yeah, I know that, But the thing is, while black and people on the across the Atlantic are fighting with each other over stupid shit like Joloff and jambalaya, dumb shit, this is
That's
what we're
but
working on.
this is what I tell you about Bantu blood is always subdivisions, new cliques, new tribes. Like we subdivide too fucking much, man. It's like who gives a fuck about Jollof rice or Jamal? I don't eat that shit. I eat steaks, man. And
We
like
get it, bro. You don't eat anything that has to do with Africa, right? We get it.
Oh man.
You eat steaks.
I
What about
mean, so,
those
simple.
things?
That
Kyler,
right
like
there, if anybody listens to the show, right there, cold storage unit, even solar backed up cold storage units, micro
But the
storage
time out,
units.
time out. But Liberia has a dam. Congo has a dam. That Congo, they
Well,
said
Liberia's
the Congo
electricity.
could
Hold
provide.
on, it's not even the generation; it's the maintenance, right? Like all the time, like the power
Well, just
transmission lines.
outsource that to Western countries, to the Singapore or the Swiss.
No, you're
Germans are
not
good
gonna do that. You're not gonna
engineers.
hold on. What you gotta do is this. Like I had a company that wanted to build a garbage incinerator that generates electricity to Liberia, right? And I was working there with Liberians, and they met with Mary Bra and whatnot, and I told them that's not the way you do it. You don't just go to Africa and meet with George Weah, and it don't work like that. I told him that
How does it work, Carla?
huh?
How does it work?
It burns electric trash, right? You see it
No,
on
no,
like
I'm saying
Facebook.
who do you meet? What's the process of getting things done in
Well,
Africa?
I'm saying like this. This is what I told him, right? And I told him, I said, Chris Jackson agreed with me, right? I said, first thing you need to do is incorporate in the country, right? Second thing you do is you spread your brand, your name, your idea around, do seminars, stuff like that. Third thing you do is the equipment that you are trying to use, import in the country and put it in the warehouse under security, right?
But
So
like
people know
Jonathan
you.
Miller,
What?
like Jonathan Miller said, we haven't progressed in 400 years, man. You have African leaders with a vested interest to keep the country down, man. Like the stuff y'all are talking about, that's so simplistic, man. Like,
Bro,
you
let me
know,
tell you this, right? Don't. It's not just Africa, right? Even in places like Dubai, where you go, you marvel at the architecture of the city, the layout of the city. It wasn't built by the damn Arabs, right? They outsourced it to Europeans and Americans. When you go to Saudi Arabia, right? Saudi Aramco, the oil fields and things like that was built by the Europeans. So
I
Africa
know,
can do the same thing. There's no shame on us. If we don't have the capacity to do it, but we have the money,
but
we can
but
outsource it. What's wrong with
that's what
Yeah,
that?
I
but you
said.
ain't got the
That
money either.
That's the problem.
damn, that's a big
And
problem.
therefore, Africa is fucked. As I just said
Well,
earlier.
Elvis, you could
We're
tell us
wasting our
whatever happened.
time.
Hold on, whatever happened to Liberia's oil discovery like 15 years ago? Whatever
We
happened?
had a we got a couple of oil blocks. There's one Igbo
But
businessman from
nobody's
Nigeria.
drilling. Where's the oil at, man? Come on.
Nah, that's what our president said. That was so embarrassing. He said we have minerals. We want the United States to come in and do some surveying
Oh,
to see
hold
what
on.
kind of
No,
mineral we got.
forget about Buckeye. Ellen said she signed a deal with Chevron,
Yeah,
and that
Chevron found
whatever.
some oil, but it wasn't sufficient enough for commercial quality. You
So
know,
Did George Ware find any oil in his time?
nah, we don't have oil. We have not for commercial purposes. We got an oil bed of our coast.
Liberia can never just catch a break, can it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was having an argument on Focus on Liberia with another guy talking about comparing us, Carla, of all countries to Angola. That Angola got $800 million in
Yo,
investment. What about Liberia?
I only wish Angola was where Liberia
I
is.
was yeah, I was telling him, I'm like, you can't compare us with Angola. Angola is an
But
oil producing country. They attract a lot of
hey,
investment. We don't produce oil. We got
Al,
old world resources, right? Old world resources, iron ore,
Al,
lumber, timber, things that people don't really look for like that. If you have oil and coltan, you have a lot of people coming to the country wanting to invest. That's just the difference.
Alvis, this protest they're having on the 17th, you think it's going to lead to insurrection?
Well, I
Nah,
think
nah.
they
Yeah,
had
the
one.
government
They
is
had
just
one a couple of weeks ago.
cracking
They
down
had over 20
unnecessarily.
people showed up.
One
But
of the things that happen in the country right now is that we got a lot of checkpoints. The government is being real militant. Checkpoint just to go from place to place now is like people are saying it's reminiscent of the
I'm
wartime.
telling you, man, the last thing Booker and them needs, they're already mad that Booker's considering being a third country for U.S. migrants. And
That's the
so
thing about Liberia, man. People will speak against something and then come in there and be a hypocrite. When George Weah was there, they protested 2 different times. There were massive protests. You allowed it to happen. But if other people want to protest their government,
George Ware sent out those hot water trucks one night, sprayed everybody. You remember that, man?
the first time they did that, but the people protested, right? The second time on the June 10th protest, they allowed them to protest peacefully. This government has not allowed
George
any
Ware said,
protest.
"Y'all ain't put me on that damn pole." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The
They made
government is being too militant. I mean, people want to protest. He's
y'all
not
ain't
allowing
But
it
put
to
you
my
don't
ass
happen.
on
you
that pole, man. You know
listen,
what I'm
protest
saying?
you have freedom of speech, but you can't abuse it, man. When a protest is
Yeah,
being ran
I think
by
a lot of Liberians don't understand. Freedom of speech comes with a responsibility. You can't just say whatever you want to say, and that's not what the whole intention of. I think Liberians misread that about America. In America, you can't just say whatever you want to say and whatnot against the government, sitting government, and like that. Unless you got some proof, then you go to court and prove your case. You can't just make statements in the media saying call somebody.
Colin, people did that shit all the time. Nobody took it on court. People said Obama was a Muslim terrorist. His wife was a man. Reputable people on the
Okay,
right
well,
were saying
I
stupid
know
shit
that.
like that
I
about the
know that.
government.
The
Nobody
whole
took him
thing
to
is,
court.
none of that led to any insurgency or insurrection or anything. That was just people running their mouth. You
When
know.
people said that the election was stolen and people should march on the Capitol, did that lead to
Oh,
violence?
Time out, time out,
First of all, there are
time
people
out. The
protesting
election
being
was
besieging.
stolen, man.
Of
That
course, you'll
was,
say that.
I don't.
No,
Yeah,
no,
the
no.
election
It's
was
time out,
stolen.
time
I
out,
agree.
Of
time
course,
out.
Steve will
For
concur.
a guy who speaks like a baby to get
Go
20
ahead,
more
Matt.
million votes than Obama and JFK. Come on
Yeah, you
now.
gonna tell
I mean, are
me
you out of your
Joe
mind? Do you
Biden?
know that it's like
No, you
100 more
gonna
people?
tell no, you
It's like
gonna tell
50
me
20 more.
million people in the country.
Come on,
Biden got
man. No.
50 million more votes than
From do you know how
Yeah.
many million more people we have in this country from
Oh,
2008?
come
Stop,
on, Elvis.
stop, stop,
Okay,
No,
man.
I'm just
20
asking
more
you a
million
question.
votes.
Elvis,
Wait, time out, time out.
There,
That's
by
like
the
me.
time 2028 election come around, you probably have like 100, not 100, maybe like 50 million more people who are
Come
eligible to
on, man.
vote.
So how can why did hold up? Why didn't that show in this last election?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Did you see the difference in the vote?
Oh yeah, hold up. But the bottom line is she lost the she could why you tell
Trump
me
got like 70 million votes the last time. I think this time it got like
yeah, bottom
107
line
million
is
votes or something like
there's
that.
no way I'll ever believe that
The
Joe
voting
Biden
the voting pool always increase every
Time,
4 years. That's simple
time out.
math, man. What are you
Time out.
talking about?
Joe Biden was trying to be president for 47 years and he never got out the primary. Then the one time he wins, he gets 20 more million votes than Obama, one of the
Yeah, because
most
that was like
famous.
60. That was like 16 years ago, brother. What are you talking
you
about,
tell
man?
me first
All
of
right.
all, black voter turnout during Biden's time was the lowest ever. Nobody showed up
We're
for
not
him.
talking about black voters. We're talking about the voting population. It increased by like 20, 30 million every
I know
couple
it
years.
increased because they stuffed ballots and whatnot. You
Yeah,
No,
understand?
man.
because 16 year
That's
olds
too many people,
turn.
Elvis.
Nah,
Because we lose
do
the.
you know how many 16 years old kid you got in this country right now?
Stop,
By the
man.
time
Hold on.
You know how
4
many
years
old
later, they're
ass people
voting
you got
age.
right now dying every year?
Yeah.
Nah, do
Those
you know how many
millions of
12 years old you got right
those
now?
mail-in votes with those mail-in votes went 99% to buy. Everybody knew this shit was stolen, man.
Nah,
Putin,
that's not
all the
true.
world leaders, Zai, Putin, everybody knew
You
that
gotta
shit.
understand how the voting age work, right? Even if the population growth stay the same, right? The kids get older every year, and once 4 years pass, if somebody is 14 years old, they become 18. They're eligible to
But
vote.
Joe
So I
Biden wasn't
guarantee you,
handsome.
there's
Joe
like
Biden
20 or
wasn't
30 million
handsome.
kids who are
He
14
wasn't a
years old right
dynamic
now. And in
speaker.
2028, they will be
But
18 eligible to vote.
Joe Biden wasn't a dynamic candidate. He wasn't a good speaker. He wasn't handsome. He didn't have any
I
American
mean, bro, you're
qualities.
superficial. That's not how politics works.
He wasn't handsome. What?
No,
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, he's stupid.
Why are you bringing up his
Listen.
looks?
People were mad
No,
about
no,
COVID.
no,
People were
no.
mad about a lot of
It
different
all
things. They want
goes.
to change. It's not just about Joe Biden.
It all goes into being a president. Most
Now
people
you
generally
gotta
said,
say pause
Obama.
after that, man. I'm
No,
like Steve
pause,
on that.
You
pause.
vote for Trump because
Like